battles on the track. Speed that pushes the limits. Racing against the clock. This is where drivers test their skill, endurance, and courage. Welcome to the heart-pounding world of auto racing, where every second counts. This is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, bringing real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello everyone and welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the New England Enduro at Lime Rock Park. So let's take a lap around Lime Rock Park here in Lakeville, Connecticut, heading down the front straightaway. At full song, we break around that 5-panel, bending the car into turn number 1, aiming for an early apex down to third gear, trailing off the brake at a little throttle here between turns 1 and 2, then fading that throttle, rotating the car using all of the racetrack. Now to 3, tapping the brakes to scrub a little speed off and rolling back on the power. A really fun corner here at Lime Rock. Back around for the S's, squeezing full power out of 4, up to 4th gear, down no name straight. Getting ready for the steep uphill climb, smooth braking, trailing off right back to the throttle, using that compression to our advantage. Pop over the hill, watching for that wheel spin, and it's a straight shot for West Bend. Nice and easy braking here, trail off, squeeze back to the throttle, using all of the track as we really pick up speed. That awesome turn 7, here we go. Squeeze on the brakes, right off the brakes, and right back to the gas, using all of the track at the exit, and there's a lap around Lime Rock Park. 1.53 miles is the distance, 7 corners. That is what our teams will be enjoying this weekend. And good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and we are back, folks. We are back for the New England Enduro at the illustrious, legendary, very historic Lime Rock Park. I'm joined today by Les Epps, our pit road reporter extraordinaire, and our irreplaceable, incomparable commentator here and instructor extraordinaire, Mr. Kyle Lockrow. Good morning, sir. How are you? Good morning, Paulie. Good morning, Champ Car Nation. Hope you guys are ready for 15 hours of beautiful New England weather this weekend. It's gorgeous up here. It's a little cool this morning, but that's going to, as it warms up a little bit, that's going to be optimal racing temperatures. We see Jimmy and the cars are getting ready to release on pit road. We have a few minutes here. They're going to try to get everybody on track about 9:54, with it only being a 7-turn, 1.53-mile track. It shouldn't take them very long to get around here, as you can see a little bit of a map of the track. It's short. It's the bull ring of road courses. We talked about that this morning in the drivers' meeting. So there's a lot going on, and it happens really fast. A lot of elevation change for this little racetrack, but it is a ton of fun. But it is technical for even only being 7 turns. Yeah, it really is. And Kyle, as an instructor, we've got a lot of guys that have never raced here before. They've never put wheels on this racetrack before. What do you say to those new incoming drivers about how should they approach a racetrack like this, whether they're new to driving at all or just new to this racetrack? Well, what you want to do is you want to, if you had time to prep, get on the simulator on iRacing or a set of Corsa or something, and just get familiar with the layout of the track. It's not a complicated track, but it's got some technical parts to it that you really have to be careful about, and some blind elevation changes that you need to know your way around. The best advice I would give any driver that's making their debut here this weekend at Lime Rock Park is just be smooth. Go out, get comfortable, get into a rhythm, and then work up to the pace. Talk to your teammates, find out braking points, shifting points, find out what the car can do. Worst case scenario, put the car in 4th gear and just kind of cruise around here and ride a little bit until you get comfortable, and then you can get a better understanding of what exactly is needed of you behind the wheel. It's not the most complicated racetrack that we go to on the circuit, but it's very, very fast, and there's not a lot of room, and it's very tight. So you really have to be heads up and mindful of who's around you and what's around you. Yep, sounds great. Some great advice there. I would tend to agree for sure. And as guys get ready to get started, it's a very exciting racetrack. Yes, it is indeed on the small side. Shortest track on the circuit, but really the pros would say the same thing. We see Petit Le Mans are out here racing. We have IMSA racing, the Trans Am series. There's a lot of high-level series that come out here and race at Lime Rock Park. Not a lot of shifting necessary. Maybe just a couple gear changes coming through down into turn 1. You're coming out of turn 4 and then into turn 5. It's a lot of brushing of the brakes, diving into the corners, and really keeping your speed up here, Kyle, at Lime Rock Park. Some would say it's one of the faster racetracks on the circuit.
It is. You don't really scrub off a lot of speed, as you could tell from the demo lap that we showed here at the beginning of the show. You're moving around here. I mean, you will do a lap here in less than a minute or just about a minute. So you're going to see as the field has just gotten their release. It looks like the Scent from the Gourds are going to start from pole today. So good for those guys. They'll be interesting to see if they can hang up there. We've seen them up in the top 5 quite a bit, and we'll have to see what they can do. But yeah, it's a fast course, but it doesn't take long to get around. So you're going to be clicking laps off, and it's going to go by in a hurry. Yeah,
we're going to have like record laps here because you're talking lap times we're expecting to see under a minute. And so they're going to be visiting these corners over and over and over again more repeatedly than they would have in other racetracks where we're out, say, to Road America, we're out there, for 4 minutes on a lap. So this is going to be a really interesting opportunity for guys that are just getting started to come out and learn the racetrack here at Lime Rock Park. Sam Posey straight away here. We'll bring the cars down to start the race here. There's the flag stand as the cars will head into turn 1. And we have, like 7,000 cars that showed up for the race. So there's a lot of guys here lined up and ready to go racing this weekend.
We had a full field this weekend, Paulie. 49 entries, 19 A-Class cars, 3 B-Class cars, 16 C-Class, and 4 D-Class, 5 in the EC. 5 EC cars showed up, which is pretty cool here for this weekend. And then we have 2 F-Class cars back. As far as the manufacturer breakdown, Mazda Miata, which with being a bull ring is no surprise here, dominating with 21 entries. BMW with 13, so that's a good about 3/4 of your field right there. Porsche with 4, Ford and Nissan 3 apiece, Chevrolet 2, Honda, Mercedes, and Scion 1. The oldest entry is the 1985 Ford Mustang from Crazy Horse, and the newest entry is from Mostly Motorsports, their 2013 Scion FRS. So good luck to everybody. A lot of different manufacturers. If you're looking to get into Champ Car and you're wondering what kind of car can I bring, well, right there you've got 9 manufacturers that you can choose from here just this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you could bring really just about anything. We see a nice variety that show up, and I think that's one of the things that's pretty charming about Champ Car. We have a Maserati that shows up at some of the races, so there's just a nice variety. It's not just Miatas that come into Champ Car. Obviously, a large complement of BMWs grace the racetrack with Champ Car each weekend. But yeah, it's a nice combination. We see a lot of Porsche Boxsters coming into the series, but far outnumbered is the Miatas. They easily outpace, and the BMWs outnumber rather the other teams that are out here. As we come through turn 1 for the first time today, there was a practice day yesterday that gave some of the teams some time to get out there and get some laps in on this racetrack. Turns 1 and 3 are probably the most technical here at Lime Rock Park. The rest of them pretty straightforward as you work your way around this 1.5 mile road circuit. Some pretty big elevation change there also as you get towards the back of the track there, and I'm still not sure which configuration we're going to run.
Well, we're going to find out here in just a minute, Paulie, as they are coming through the left-hander, and then as we see the field coming through turn 1. Turns 1 and 2. So it's the big bend, as they call it. It's a little bit of a sweeping corner. You get through the first turn, and then you straighten out for just a split second, and then you're back into the tight corner. And the second half of the corner is tighter than the first half. So you really have to put yourself and be prepared as they're headed down the Paul Newman straightaway.
Yep, and we'll see whether they take the squiggly shortcut up the hill here on this right-hander. They didn't pile on it, so
Kyle, I think we're going to run the old config this weekend. They're going to come barreling down here and then turn hard that right hand and up the steep hill.
Yeah, and that's one, I mean, that is always a trouble spot here. Yep, it looks like we are running the full configuration here, the Grand Prix configuration here at Lime Rock Park. So as we see the field getting ready to come up the hill.
Yeah, that camera might be a little bit stubborn today, but we'll see if we can shake them loose. Yeah. But yeah, there's the cars coming down Paul Newman straight, and then they'll head up the hill.
And when we say uphill, Paulie, it is straight uphill, and you cannot see on the other side of it.
Yeah, you're looking up at the sky as you climb that hill, and then they'll pop up over the crest and head towards turn 6.
On board with the Schumacher Taxi Service team.
Yep, here they are heading towards turn 6. And these are the 2 turns up here where you want to be the most cautious about what you're doing here as you come in here. The exit of the corner is the most treacherous, to make sure you keep those tires on the racetrack at the exit, because that wall has magnets on it, and it wants to pull you in. So you want to make sure, if you do get wheels dropped off the curbing there, get that side load released, straighten that wheel, so that you don't get turned and start ping-ponging back and forth across the racetrack down there. And then likewise, turn 7, another turn that can bite you. Same thing. At the exit, you want to have that side load released. You're coming down there with a lot of energy. But other than that, this place is a blast.
It is. Now, the downhill is inviting to overdrive the corner. And what I mean by that is you're thinking, oh, well, it's a small track. You're just going downhill and turning right. Well, the problem is you kind of go down to the bottom and bottom out. And then what you have to do is you want to get on the brake just a little bit earlier, get yourself set up, and get turned. Because if you miss it, you're going to actually miss the turn into the corner. And, because you're carrying a lot of speed from West Bend down to the downhill. So you really have to get on the brakes a little bit, get the car rotated in, and then you want to get back to the power as soon as possible, because how you exit the downhill with turn 7 is how you maximize the Samposi straightaway.
So here we have it. That's our first lap around the track. And that will help all the transponders do their panging. And they're showing DJF Racing in the lead here. That's the EC class, actually. So we'll get this sorted out. But yeah, if you're watching want to watch the EC guys, you can check them out at racemonitor.com also, and catch up with them there. Beautiful weather today, though. It's just going to be a great day for a race. So hope you folks are having a fantastic beginnings of your weekend. A little unusual for us this weekend is we're racing on a weekday.
It's kind of weird for us, isn't it, Paulie? Usually Friday everybody's kind of rolling in. They're getting off of work and headed here, and then get a little practice in, and then we get ready to go racing for 2 days. But we're actually going to it's weird to race on a Friday.
Yeah, so we'll have a Friday race and a Saturday race, and then we all get to go home on Sunday. And then,
but it's flipped too. We should probably tell them a little bit about that. So today is the 7-hour Enduro. Tomorrow is the 8-hour. So usually we run the 8.7s. It's flipped this weekend.
Yeah, my wife was asking, why haven't you folks raced here in a while? Well, it has a lot to do with just the nature of the scheduling of the track. They have some specific requirements for when they're going to be quiet. Excuse me. So that's why.
So yeah, there's a beautiful church right across the street, and I was talking to one of our board members, Dave Kiesick, this morning, and he was telling me that ever since the 50s or 40s or 50s, even before Lime Rock really got rolling in its heyday, they had those. They're very strict up here about what they want and don't want. The community is very involved. They love their racing, but at the same time, they also don't want their stuff disrupted. So looks like we may be going racing.
Pace car is in, and the cars head down the front straightaway. And there we have the green flag, and the race is underway here at Lime Rock Park. The green flag is out, and we're on board with Late to Apex. They got the wrong title on there, but yeah, we're on board with Late to Apex as they head into turn 1. They're up at the top of the hill here, so that's a delayed view there. go on board with Schumacher Taxi in their 99 Porsche Boxster, car number 189.
Yeah, these guys had a little bit of a trying day yesterday. They actually had the muffler off the car and were having to do some triage work on it. So I'm assuming they got it all fixed. But these guys always come to the racetrack with a positive attitude, and they really just seem to enjoy their racing, no matter if it's Champ Car or another series. They just come to the racetrack to have a good time, and wherever the results shake out, they shake out. On board with Action Raceworks here. Yeah. Mike Perez at the wheel. He took the start. The guys were very excited. I told them I was putting a camera in their car yesterday, and they said, well, we'll try to put on a show for you. And I said, well, with the Camaro that you guys have, I'm sure you're going to put on a show and definitely be able to work through the field. But on the flip side of that, with it being a bigger heavy horsepower Camaro, this is kind of a bull ring, so you really have to be careful. You may not be able to always get all that power down that you want right away either.
You know, we have this is one of those tracks. The reason they put that zigzag shortcut is because they're running the Petit Le Mans out here. They're running some really high horsepower race cars out here. So this track's no stranger to the big power, and it's that's the bigger power cars actually get wheel spin at the top of the hill back there. So, but we're able to run on the old style course, and they'll be just fine out there. Braking hard for turn one.
Down to third gear, headed in.
Yep, adding a little bit of power. This is one of the more unusual braking zones. Going into turn 1 and 3 is just a bit bizarre to get all of the maximum out of these two corners. But once you get these two corners figured out, Kyle, that's where you really start to reel in the rest of the field, because most of the guys get it wrong through here. But on the power full, looking for a way around on the right side as they go through Newman Straight, through the S's here.
It's all about knowing your apexes, to be honest with you, because if you notice in turn 3, the apex in the corner is late. So you really have to kind of take a sweeping wide entry. And then for turn 1, it's a double apex. You turn into the corner, let the car track out to the middle of the track or a little bit wider, and then you turn the car into the corner. And then for the turn 2 section of it, and then you're rolling back into the power to get off the corner. As we see him headed down the hill here.
Yeah, lots of traffic here. There's pit in right there, so you got to be cautious as you take that pit in entry that you don't get nailed from behind.
Nice job. Just picked off about 3 of them right there. Going to try to get one more. Thinks better of it. Sits back in line. Going to be single file. So right here, you'll hear him crack the throttle a little bit, and then he's back into the power.
Yep. And then we'll stab the brakes here for 2. But you see, there's no downshifting here. It's just a lot of brake and gas, brake and gas.
Yeah,
he's being held up here a little bit.
You're doing a lot of dancing and a lot of footwork at this racetrack, just trying to modulate. As you can see, he's trying to find a way by the 260.
All right. Now down to 5, up the hill we go.
You heard a little bit of wheel spin right there as he got up to the top of the hill. He just had to burp it slightly just to make sure the car stayed down and got traction. And headed down the hill past West Bend and headed toward the downhill, back to turn 1 and completing another lap.
So that's a view from inside the Action Raceworks, and we'll take a look at Schumacher Taxi. We don't have the standings just yet popping up on our screen yet, but I'll be working on that. TCR leads the way over the Ramen team, sent by the Gourds in 3rd, Mostly Motorsports in 4th, and Rosmar Racing in 5th, according to this. So that's what we got. I'm going to work on the timing and scoring pylon, Kyle.
All right, sounds like a plan. So we're on board with late to apex here, folks, as you see him navigate. Now let's watch this from not a BMW. Let's watch this from a Mazda Miata perspective. See, as he takes that wider entry, turns down to the apex. The reason he does that is he stays out to the left to give himself the best entry into the right-hander in turn 4. And then as he heads down Paul Newman straightaway. On the brakes, clears the traffic. Gets back to the power, heads all the way up that hill. And the nice thing with the Miata is you don't have to use a ton of brake with these cars. You really get the car slowed down, downshifted, but you carry the speed through the corner, and that's really a lot of what's going to make the difference. See him just nice and smooth headed through there. You noticed he gained a couple of car lengths where the BMW had to lift a little bit. The Miata pretty much could just burp it and then right back to the power to get through the corner. Down to fourth. See if he goes down to third here in the middle. Nope, he's going to stay in fourth gear as he comes through turn 2. Headed into turn 3. And down the Paul Newman straightaway once again. You notice he tried to get back to the power there, but the BMW was able to kind of gap him by about 3 or 4 car lengths. It looked like he wasn't able to get to it just like he wanted. So TCR Motorworks continues to lead this race by about 2 seconds over Ramen Racing, the 591. We've seen a lot of strength out of Ramen Racing at various events earlier in the season and last year, but I think these guys are absolutely on the button this weekend. They see this, and I think a lot of the BMW and Miata teams, they see this as an opportunity to pull off a victory this weekend and get some results as we start getting closer and looking toward the championship. See the field headed through, I think that was 3 and 4 right there. Headed onto the Paul Newman straightaway. On board with your race leader. Already in traffic, and that's the thing, folks. You're going to be in traffic all day here. So really minding your P's and Q's, making sure you're taking care of your equipment is going to be crucial to running up front here at Lime Rock Park. Heard him stay flat all the way up the hill. He's going to try to outbrake the Miata. Yes, he is. And he got him. And then we lost camera feed as he went under the bridge, I believe. So back on board with Michael in the late to Apex Miata. I like his relax, as we see there's Schumacher Taxi going by. I love the pace that those guys set. They tend to just kind of cruise at the start, and then after a while they just start picking them off one at a time. And they're never in a big hurry when they do it. They just show the utmost patience. So when the opportunity presents itself, they take it. They were very excited and very optimistic about their chances this weekend. When I talked to the guys a little bit yesterday as I was putting the camera in the car, they said, we think we've got a shot at it. So it looks like so far that's coming to fruition. Working through some more traffic here. Headed through West Bend. Staying right with the taxi. Now if he backs off a little early. Oh, looks like we got a car off down in 7. Got some cars coming to pit road. Not sure what happened. Yeah, I got a number of cars coming to pit road here. Looks like North by Northeast is in the pits. A couple other cars are coming on to pit road.
This is a really cool shot.
Oh, it's a beautiful shot. Look at that. They're coming straight at you. You see them working through the Paul Newman straight, and then they're on the brakes enough to get set for the corner. Then they'll turn in, and they'll kind of get a little bit of a late apex to straighten out going up the hill down the back straightaway. And that's the thing about this track is there's only one left-handed corner. Other than that, it's all right-hand corners. So if you can really get your car set up well around here, you're going to have a good day. So we see Action, I think that's Action Raceworks going by.
Yeah, so your standings right now, TCR leads the race over Ramen Racing, Rosmar Racing in third. Sent from the Gourds is in fourth, Z-Tech Racing in fifth. Honorable Rosmar Racing in sixth. Ramen Racing in seventh. Ruben Performance in eighth. Open Throttle in ninth. And Misco Motorsports in 10th place.
So we see TCR still working some traffic here. I like the patience I'm seeing. They're not trying to force the issue as they're going by the 40 car. Yeah, it looks like TCR is having some serious issues with their camera.
Yeah, it looks like all the cameras are struggling just a tad with the bandwidth that we have here at Lakeville, Connecticut. Place is awesome.
It is such an amazing track. So cool. Got another couple cars on pit road. Paulie, not sure what's going on here. A lot of these cars are coming on pit road. I'm not sure if this is penalty related or if teams are maybe coming in to get service or what. Looks like North by Northeast is in for an issue.
One peeling in. I don't know. We had that practice time yesterday, so they should have been able to work out a lot of the bugs.
As we saw Soggy Bottom Boys going by. Just got a message from Scott Willoughby's wife. He said the fun fact about this, Scott and Lonnie Russell are the co-owners. They started out dirt biking in 2017, quoting lines from the movie Around the Campfire, came up with the team name. Have been racing since 2018 with the same car, the 350Z. They run about 5 races a year from Sebring to Watkins Glen. First time to Lime Rock Park. It's a bucket list track. Driver order for today is Alan Becker from Summerfield, North Carolina, who started the car. Tom Weglars from Farmington Hills, Michigan. Lonnie Russell, Woodstock, Georgia in third. And Scott Willoughby, Canton, Georgia in fourth.
Yeah, we passed a Willoughby on the way up here, and there's a Twilight Zone episode about Willoughby. It's like, oh, it's Willoughby. Oh, no. Oh, man, guys, they're at full song here, and just loving this racetrack. Loving what we see here at Lime Rock Park.
Oop, got some side-by-side here. That looked like MDR Motorsports in their Miata and somebody else. I couldn't tell.
Down the hill they go. Just get down there, hit the brake, dive in, clip that apex.
And then you just let it track out all the way out to the left side.
They're really scooting through there.
Whoa. Somebody's going 3 wide.
And looks like Sublime is one of the teams in the pits. Rodney Earwood, that team, out here this weekend. And having some mechanicals already today.
Not a good start to the weekend for that team. Hopefully they can recover from it.
It's a superior drag. They really didn't want that.
No.
The cars come through 2 and 3. Through the S's. Down Paul Newman Straight. Look at that. 3, 4, 5 wide. And we've got a new page on our website. It's like a Race Central thing. So when you go to the website, you'll be able to see basically about everything you could want is right there about the event. Kind of highlights the event. So just launched that page recently here. So hopefully that's helpful. Let us know what you think about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Keeping an eye on the standings here. TCR still leading the way in their BMW. Ramen Racing in second. Rosmar Racing now in third. Sent from the Gourds has dropped to fourth. Then we have the Honor Rosmar team in fifth. Ramen Racing in sixth. Ruben in seventh. Misco in eighth. Open Throttle in the 159. That's the Porsche in ninth. And Balthazar Motorworks in 10th place. Up at the high point of the racetrack, and they'll head downhill here. Back on board with late to Apex. Michael at the wheel of that Miata. Chad, let us know how your weekend's going and what tracks you're thinking about coming to next.
Got some side-by-side racing here. I think the 473, I think that's one of Ross Marr's cars. Could be wrong, though.
F Dynamics says he's watching F1 in one window and the Champ Car race in the other. So F1, I think they're at Hungary. Is it the Hungary ring?
I'm not really sure, Paulie. This weekend I haven't paid too much attention to it.
Yeah, I'm asking the Dynamics team. Yeah, I think it's the Hungaro ring or something like that they're at this weekend. There's a look at that beautiful sunshine sky from Les's camera. The pit's looking kind of vacant and lonely right now. Oh, we're sending somebody in, though. None too late. Schumacher Taxi on board with them right now. And Schumacher, Soggy Bottom Boys there in 18th place. Start racing up in 33rd. We had a camera in their car. Somebody bumped it. So it's just looking at the roof. But another one of the Miata teams out here this weekend. We'll try to get that fixed for you.
Looks like it got bumped in the one that got going.
Yeah.
How are our buddies with Soggy Bottom Boys doing?
That camera's down. So Soggy Bottom right now, it looks like they're trying to work their way up through the field. They're in 18th place overall. And we got 14 laps turned by them so far. The leader on lap 15. And we're just over a minute on these lap times. 104s, 103s, 102s by the leaders. We'll see if they can get those lap times underneath the 1 minute range. Schumacher Taxi.
I think eventually we might see maybe somebody knock off a 59 second, maybe a 101 here as the track heats up a bit, get some rubber down on it.
Yep, I would say we probably will. It's in the cards.
So we see him headed down through 7, back around.
Yep. And he'll start eyeing those braking panels as he comes up here. The 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tap the brakes, turn it in, aim it to that early apex. You can see there's the downshift. Let the car track out. Looks like he's going to drive it like a diamond. Lets the car track out. Comes back for 2, lines up here for 3.
And it really, the reason he diamonds it, folks, is you want to maximize your straightaway. You're probably thinking, well, why doesn't he just drive it a little differently? What he's doing is he turns in, lets the car track out a little bit. It takes that pressure so you're not leaning on the tires a little bit harder. And then as you let the car track out and in the middle of the corner, it lets the car free roll and rotate. And then you can get back to the power a little bit quicker as you turn the wheel and cut it down. You can open the wheel once you get the car straightened out faster and carry that speed on the exit.
Yeah, it's really the fast way around here. You want to go ahead and diamond that corner all the way in. It's sort of a trail braking corner. It's very unique, and it takes a little bit of time to get used to it. We will see some people that join the grassy area out there getting near the guardrail, but it's pretty safe over there. So we probably won't see too many impact the wall over there, but yeah, it's a little tricky, but they'll get the hang of it.
Yeah, that would be good. There's not a lot of runoff in some sections of this racetrack either, so you really do have to be careful.
Yeah, going through 6, like I said, 6 and 7 are the 2 you want to be careful of. But the rest of the track, it's kind of open there. They have a bit of a straightaway section at the turn, so if you do run out of brakes for some reason, you can just kind of keep going straight for a little bit. You got a little bit of grace there.
Race leader trying to split the middle there. Oh, this is a battle for the lead. Ramen Racing has taken the lead.
Ramen Racing vying for the lead here. And boy, he did a nice job managing all this traffic now. Will this give TCR a chance to get back at him here?
I don't know. Ramen's pretty strong on that outside. They took it 3 wide.
Yeah, he's trying to follow him through here, but it's a tangled mess. Camaro up ahead.
See, that's the nice thing about having that small, short wheelbase car and confidence. You can put that thing on the outside in some of the corners and know it'll stick.
Yeah, with all the back and forth we're doing, pretty soon you end up on the inside as they head down into turn 6.
So Ramen Racing, your second car up front, in front of the Camaro, is now your race leader over TCR Motorworks. You saw the pass here live on ChampCar.Live going into turn 1.
Yep. Meanwhile, late to Apex, they've got their hands full because we've got a lot of traffic out here on a small racetrack. And that makes it a lot of fun. Again, very busy up here. To head back into turn 1. Wait, weren't we just here? Yeah, about a minute ago. We're back at it again. Mustang to the inside there. See if we can catch him here. Here we go.
He's got the run.
Now he's on the inside. And a Boxster up ahead. Swing through the S's here. Try to stay on the gas.
So as we see him working through the Paul Newman straightaway, he's trying to catch MDR. Yep, the outbraking maneuver. Nicely done right there. Headed up the hill. So Ramen Racing leads right now by about a half a second. It's a little bit more now. Unfortunately, with TCR getting caught in some traffic, Ramen has been able to kind of get away, as we see Les is down on pit road getting us the shots like he always does.
Yep, got a car coming through the pits there. So Ramen Racing takes over the lead of the race over TCR, sent from the Gourds in 3rd, Rosmar Racing in 4th, and Ramen Racing in 5th in the 592. So this sister team here playing havoc with the top 5, showing their muscle. Action Raceworks in their Camaro. Let's see if we can get into the groove here and get comfortable with things. Mostly Motorsports down in 13th. Soggy Bottom Boys up into 15th. Schumacher Taxi now in 17th place. Coming around the corner here.
And that's a big move for the...
Whoa! A couple cars got jammed up there, and late to Apex really took advantage of that. We'll go back into their car. But boy, what a big pass they had there. I think the two cars got a little bit together, nose to tail, and that allowed late to Apex to sneak on through. He pretty much had him set up for that pass anyway, though, Kyle.
Yeah. And a lot of that is just opportunity with the small racetrack that we've got. And you, as you folks can probably tell, you're like, wow, this isn't a very wide racetrack. It's not. So you really have to be decisive and make sure you're careful about where you put your race car and make sure that you have proper placement when you go to make passes. It's very vital to be successful. Like right there, you saw the Miata have to lift a little bit, and TCR got on the accelerator there to get underneath of them.
Yep, we have more trouble there. Well, sorry, folks, I'm a little distracted. I'm working on something here at the same time, but some spinning continues. We had that car-to-car contact reported between cars 59 and 592. So let's see, 59 would be Start Racing, and the 592 would be one of the Ramen Racing cars, number 49. So Ramen Racing, they've got a 592 and a 591.
And both cars in the top 5 right now, so this is a great run for the Ramen Racing team.
And a lot of hand signals there from Michael. I'm not sure if he's trying to signal. Oh, he's trying to signal driver to come on by there. But that's kind of the trick about waving somebody by, Kyle, you kind of have to let him go through too.
That's one. I think
you overshot
that's
it just
one
a
of the
little bit.
ramen cars that looks like he just got a wheel off there. Sorry, Paul, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, that's the trick. I mean, you're trying to diamond that corner, and if you overcook it just a little bit, you're trying to get everything out of the car that you can. You know you got to carry a lot of speed in there, Kyle.
Yeah, you do. And with the Miatas, they can, and so they carry that speed. The problem is with the tires that we have now. You got to remember, you don't have the grippy tires that you had a year ago. So you really have to back your corner up and make sure you get the car turned in, really get back to the power. If the car feels like it's going to slide or push, you got to just lift a little bit and you just be patient.
Yeah, heading out into 6, more dirt gets kicked up. Got to keep it tight at that apex there.
He's pointing by there frantically, trying to get somebody to go.
It's good to, if you're going to point somebody by, you got to let them by. Try not to race them. If you're pointing them by, then let them go. All right, through 2 here.
Headed to 3.
So he sets up, kind of tracks them just a little bit track right, but he's not all the way to the right as he goes into 3.
See, there's another one of our A-class entries, I believe, or it might be an F-class entry, actually, yes. That's one of the Mike D'Onofrio cars, MDR Motorsports, out of New York.
Yeah. Rodney Earwood told me he's working on an F-class car, a Datsun, a 240Z, so there's some F-class cars in the works.
And we're seeing more and more of those, Paulie. I mean, we usually see that on average is about 4 to 5 cars an event, depending on if it's a viable track for F class. So I mean, the fact that we've got them here is a big positive.
Yeah. What do you tell a new driver coming in if they're switching cars, like they're used to driving these Miatas, and then they get into a high horsepower car?
You have to coach the driver and tell them, look, you're going into something that's got a lot more power. It's going to have a lot more body roll. It's a lot heavier. You can't drive it like a go-kart. You have to drive it more like a heavier car or like a stock car. What I mean by that is you have to be patient with the car. You have to brake a little bit earlier, get the car rotated, turned into the corner, and then make sure you're rolling back into the power. With the Miatas, you can kind of race it like a go-kart where you can toss the car around quite a bit. So it really just depends on how the car is also set up, too. If the car is set up pretty well, you may be able to drive the car a little more aggressively. Also depends on what tire combination you've got for the weekend.
Well, what if you're used to driving a rear-wheel drive car and you end up in a ramen car, you end up in a front-wheel drive car? What's the dynamic difference there?
You have to remind the driver that the car is going to push no matter what, and the chances of the car getting loose in a front-wheel drive car is slim to none. So what you have to do is you have to get them to understand that the car is going to feel like it pushes all day long, and what you have to do is you have to roll into the power and get the car pointed where you want it to go, and then shoot. Aim for what you want and then shoot for it, rather than trying to use the throttle to get it to rotate the back end of the car. In a front-wheel drive car, you may actually have to burp the accelerator to get the back end to catch up with the front end.
And there we got Les down there, camera view. And Les is out there enjoying it as we head off to our first commercial break. And we'll be back in just a few minutes, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Ramen Racing is your leader. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to make me want to blow a gasket. That was before I went to TireRack.com.
Tire Rack made it easy to find great tires at a great price. 2 years of free road hazard protection sealed the deal.
Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. Check this out. A technician brought my new tires right to the house. He's installing them now.
All set.
Thanks. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
In the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
In the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
In the zone, AutoZone.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back. We're at Lime Rock Park. I mean, this is, I don't know what it is. I'm just like giddy.
It's cool to be here.
So cool.
It's really cool to be here.
I mean, seeing these guys out here, I don't know. I just don't. It's weird. Today's Friday. We're racing. I don't know. We loaded in yesterday. We were practicing. It felt like we were doing something illegal. Like we're in the middle of the week practically, and we're out here having a good time.
Right.
It's like, are you allowed to do that? I mean, it was just so cool. I'm loving it. This is so great, and the weather's fantastic.
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, barely any clouds in the sky. Any clouds are off in the distance. It's just
the foliage. But look at the foliage.
Yeah.
There's mountains everywhere, and there's a lot of history out here. But I guess there's history everywhere. You just gotta know where to find it. Everything's historic, right? It's like everybody's somewhere. My wife, every time we come to the track, my wife's like, Meryl Streep lives around here somewhere. I said, yeah, I know, everybody lives somewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so funny. This is a really cool place. They got a lot of really cool stuff. This place, I don't know what it is, but there's talk about market saturation. There's basically 3 markets. There's cannabis, pizza, and antiques. That's it. That's all there is. I mean, and I don't know.
But there's a lot of money in Connecticut. I mean,
there is
a lot of family money in Connecticut too.
But I just think, how many people really need pizza every day? But it's everywhere, man. It's funny. This is a great place. It's a lot of fun. I love it.
Oh, it is. It's absolutely beautiful. See some tight quarters here late to Apex. Schumacher Taxi, one of our camera cars.
Yeah.
Trying to work through some traffic. Schumacher's going to try to split the middle. Well, they thought better of it. You got another car coming into the fray, as you can see off to in the side mirror. Whoa, big move right there. Not sure who that was, but that was a very risky and impressive move. But he got it done, and he's moved on. He picked off about 3 of them. That was really cool to see.
Yeah, Les is down in the pits there. He's got a car in view, and they're scoping out a car that's currently in the pits.
So Ramen Racing continues to lead this race. Best lap so far is a 1:02.04. So we haven't seen anybody crack a minute yet, but we're right down on top of a minute. 1:02s. Wouldn't surprise me eventually if we see somebody crank off a 1:01. So it's going to go by fast, folks. Within a minute, they're going to be back doing it again.
Yeah, it's so cool. And they're down the bottom of the hill again, and then back on it here. And the straightaway, it's longer than I thought. It's like, I'm thinking everything's going to be really tiny. It's not. I mean, the front straightaway's got a lot of length to it.
Yeah,
so this is a good place. Look how long he's still out here. Oh, wow, as they go down in the braking zone. But you have time to check your gauges and tighten your belts and then go back after it.
Yeah, it's a good way to get a breather.
The Z car, a wounded soldier, down there in the pits with Les. And there aren't too many of these, whether the 280s, 300, that's a 300. There aren't too many of these 300s rolling around in the Champ Car series. So, yeah, they're kind of flying the banner for us this weekend with the old Z cars.
Yeah. So I did get an update from, who was it, just a few minutes ago. I got an update from Frank Simmons from Z-Tech on the 381 car. He said they're unfortunately having alternator issues. It's not charging, so they're working on trying to get that situated.
Ah, that stinks. Well, sorry to hear that. TCR Motorworks, Dan is one of those faithful racers. He sends me his live stream links every single time he's at the track, and he's at the tracks a lot. So I get emails. By the way, if you want to send me an email with your link, feel free to do that. paul.veltum@ChampCar.org, and we'll get you into the show.
Whoa, a little bit of wheel spin right there.
Yeah, he got a little bit. I was telling Jenny we were out there today. It's like, these are the gators. This is what we're talking about. Gators over here. But you can hear that wheel spin there. Just barely. Now they're heading up the hill. Look how steep that is. Everybody crossed the hill. He's like, well, I'm just going to kind of come on by here, guys.
That was nicely done. So what he did, folks, is he backed off a little early, getting into the turn before up the hill. And what he did is he got to the power quicker. And as the cars got wheel spin at the top, he was already able to stay back in the power, but he had the wheels straightened out compared to what the other cars did. So it gave him that little bit of advantage.
So, Kyle, have you had any laps here?
I have not. The only time I've raced here is on the simulator, and it's a challenge. I'll tell you what, this is one place that really, you got to be on your game lap after lap after lap, just because everything happens in such a hurry. But I haven't had the ability to race this. Maybe in the future I'll get an opportunity to do that.
Well, I think that would be great.
Yeah, it'd be really cool. Maybe next year or the year after we come back here.
And I got to get Les on the phone here because, he's got that he's got his camera, but Les has raced here, and so we got to get some comments from Les about his take on this place. Let me see if I can get that volume up here. It just so happens he's got his camera on right now.
Yeah. So, Les, if you could hear us, why don't you give us some insight or tell us what it's like to race at Lime Rock Park? What do you guys have to do to be successful here?
I'll put him on the radio. Let us know what's it like lapping at Lime Rock. What is it like racing at Lime Rock? As you've been here before and turned laps in anger, as they say.
Hey guys, Les is Moore here, and I'm down here in pit lane. And let me tell you, I've driven here before. There's only one left turn. Super easy track to do. However, it is so much fun. I mean, you have the rolling sides like that. You have the rolling sides like that. There's the occasional bear you might see, but nonetheless, though, it's a great track. I mean, it's fun, it's flowing, and if you mess up one turn, you just wait about a minute, and you're back around to the next turn, and you do it all over again.
That's a good point.
It is a very good point.
All Lime Rock is, there's always smiling faces. See everyone smiling, nice and cool there.
Love it. Love it, Les.
So, back to you guys in the booth. Enjoy this track. I would say, if you can, next year, sign up, come out, Champ Car. It's amazing. I know it's quite a hike. It does take about 15 minutes to go about 3 miles around here. But, man, it is a great track, great area. Everyone's friendly, and good vibes always. Yep. We got some cars back in pit lane, though, unfortunately.
Up north by northeast, it looks
all right.
like.
Thanks, Les. Appreciate that. That's the appreciate the words there. Yeah, always keeping it positive. Les Epps down in the pits there. And so that's the word. This place is like rock and roll. I mean, this is heavy metal. If Road America is classic music, this is heavy metal rock and roll.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. And I don't know, I think if I had a car of choice, what would be for me, I would love to drive a Miata around here. What would you like to race around here?
Either a Miata or probably like an E30 BMW. Like a 3 Series or something like that. Something you have a little bit of wiggle room with and can toss around, but also something with a little bit of power that you can experience it and get after it. So probably a BMW or a Miata, like a majority of the field.
Yeah, this is one of those tracks where, as a Miata driver, I think you finally feel like you're home, like you're not on this gigantic racetrack. Because we race, you got your Road Atlantas, you got your Daytonas, you got Road America.
Always front-wheel drive.
Front-wheel drive. Yeah, this is one of those tracks that really, it's like a typical, it's like a little club track. This is like your Mid-Ohio. This is like Autobahn, where we just came from with ChampCar.Live. This is one of those tracks that just really is good. You can really sink your teeth into.
But
as a Miata driver.
It's one of the premier road courses in the country. There's people
really
that strive to race here, but it's a bull ring.
Yeah, it's. By bull ring, what do you mean? It's just basically a small ring.
It's small. It's less than 2 miles. It's 1.5 miles. It's a bull ring. There's not a lot of room to work around. You really have to. It's not a big road course in stature, but it's a handful when you get out there and you try to drive it. You can tell, like right there, we just saw.
Off. We're off. Oh, and a good job of keeping it under control, not crossing back across the racetrack there, Kyle. It could have been ugly, but he got her under control.
Yeah, very well done right there. That's probably, it's going to result, probably going to get, hey, what are you doing? But at the same time, it's better than having a wrecked race car. So very nicely done. Back on track, no issues. And we're going to see that as the day goes on.
So go ahead and talk about that, Kyle, about what happens when you get way off racetrack and you're, what should we be doing as drivers out there?
Well, in a situation like that where the car steps out on you, you're really just trying to get your bearings about you and you're trying to catch your breath for a second. So what you got to do is if you're up on the wheel, you want to make sure that you're You definitely want to make sure that you've got your your hand-eye coordination ready to go. But when you go off track like that, you just don't want to panic. You don't want to try to jerk the car left, jerk the car right. Just keep the car as straight as possible, get it under control, and then from there, find a way to get yourself back onto the racing surface.
Yeah, so you got to kind of ease it back on and watch out for traffic and and try not to collect somebody in the process. You just don't want to be too impatient, right?
Yeah, patience is the key in racing with a lot of things. You really want to take care of the car. You want to take care of yourself, take care of your competitors, and you got to make sure that you don't do anything foolish. Things happen. That's racing, but you want to try to make sure you're on top of it to the best of your ability.
And that's kind of what makes the winning so valuable and so meaningful, because it is difficult to win a race. It is difficult to even finish a race in the endurance series racing, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the most competitive series in North America, and there's a reason that teams continue to come out every week and try to be successful and get on the podium and win races and contend for really good finishes, because it's not easy, and it takes putting together a really good weekend and a perfect weekend to make that happen. I just looked down the order a little bit. I had seen, it looks like we finally have a car that is broken into the 101.
Hey.
Our race leader, Ramen Racing, in the 591, 101.92, but they're up to a 23.8 second lead, just short of 24 seconds over TCR Motorworks. Those guys are absolutely flying. And then good run so far, too, for the Sent from the Gourds. Best is a 102.85. That BMW is putting in a strong feat today. It's definitely going to be, I have a feeling today it's going to come down to between Mazda and BMW.
If you were thinking about getting involved in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, with all the experience you have, Kyle, all the different race cars you've raced and all the events you've raced in Champ Car, what would be that car you would go to if you wanted to start a team?
Well, it really depended on what my goals would be, but I would probably say I'd go to a BMW just because the parts are easy to get, or a Miata, because they're not hard cars to drive. They're fun cars to drive. They're very competitive, especially once you put some R&D into them. But they're inviting for renters, for arrive and drive drivers that want to come out and just be part of the weekend. So I would say a BMW or a Miata, to be honest with you, for that reason. I like the Boxsters. I've driven them, but I just feel like affordably, those are the way to go.
Yeah, I liked what you said about inviting too. Whoa, nice little twist and grab there. That's
good
nice.
Save.
That's cool. But I like what you said about attractive, a car that's attractive to other drivers coming in. If you don't have a full team developed, and we've seen teams that, well, we had a whole team of guys and then we lost like 2 or 3 over time, and now I've got this car and I'm trying to get people to come in. Yeah, if you had a car that's easy to drive like that might also be helpful.
And you want something that's somewhat competitive, too. I mean, you don't want a car we understand there's different expectations for different teams, but you want to make sure the car is somewhat competitive, can run in the top 15, top 20. It's attractive to the rental clientele, but you want to make sure it's a car they feel safe in, to where they're going to want to come back and rent from you again in the future.
Yeah, that's a good point. So what do you think is the most competitive race car in the series?
Ooh. I don't know. It really depends on where we go in the series. I mean, there's so many different tracks that we go to where cars are really competitive. Like here, you're going to see the Miatas, because their go-karts around this place be somewhat successful. Yeah. But when we get to Mid-Ohio in a couple months, you're going to see BMWs, you're going to see Boxsters, you're going to see Miatas, you're going to see maybe some Mustangs run well. I'd say not so much what car it is. I would say it depends on the track you're at. That depends on what the car will be.
Right, because Mid-Ohio is a more balanced racetrack than this one. So you're going to find some tracks do better for those cars that really have the legs to them, like maybe a Daytona. versus a place like this.
So, but as we can see here, Les is getting us some amazing shots on pit road. Well, let's see here. As we see the cars coming through, let me check our leaderboard here. I know Ramen Racing still leads. TCR Motorworks in second. Sent from the Gourds in third. Rossmar Racing in fourth. And Ramen Racing in the sister car rounds out your top five. The other Rossmar Racing car, the Honorificala bit something or another.
If you can get through that.
If I can get through that, yeah.
But I think you're the best man for the job to get
I'm the best man to get through that. Honorificabila Tudinitabius.
And I'm too much of a coward. I just call it Honor Rosmar.
I just have no shame, so Honorificapatilla
He's not giving up, folks.
Rossmar Racing.
We're going to beat this
is
thing.
In sixth. Misco Motorsports in seventh. Balthazar Motorworks in eighth. Open Throttle Racing in ninth. And Ruben Performance Garage in the 600 Mazda Miata rounds out your top 10 with Masshole Motorsports just sitting on the outside. They're in 11th by about 23 seconds. So as we can see, here's a battle. There's ninth place right there.
Yeah, I'm looking out over from our perch here in the tower. We're up on the second floor of the tower here at Lime Rock Park, and there's a canopy that's just below me it's kind of splotched out like a cow. It's got the black and the white, and it's the number 23 Van Winden Racing. I just got to give you props, guys, for bringing some fun to the racetrack. That's great.
Yeah, that's a cool. We've seen those guys before. I forget which team that is. If you guys know or can let us know on the broadcast, we'll talk about them. But no, we appreciate little things like that. It's always fun when you come to the racetrack. Personality is such a big thing, and you want to make sure that you're
having some fun.
Yep, absolutely. You want to make sure you're having fun and showing personality, because that's what makes going to the track the best part.
Yeah. And by the way, folks, you might have heard some crosstalk here as race control was talking to Les, actually. At a lot of these racetracks, they have a guardrail, and then they have like a pit road guardrail, and then they have a trackside guardrail, and they don't want you stepping in between the two. And they even have, now they're at the point where if you're going to walk across pit lane, like if you want to signal your driver, you need to get a hold of one of the, get the attention of one of the pit road stewards, one of the workers on pit road, and they're to kind of guide you back and forth across the pit. So fortunately, they're not having to hold our hands at this point, but they do want to guide us back and forth across the pit road if we need to signal, or you can request what's called a courtesy black flag, or they'll black flag your guy to help get him in here. So TCR, man, these guys are fast. Coming by one of the Porsches. And that, I think it's an E30, isn't it? Am I right? Or is it an E36?
No, I believe you're right. I think it might be an E36.
Maybe it's an E36. Yeah, it's an E36, yeah.
But it's a fast car.
Braking for two there around the middle of the track. That's right.
It's a 96 BMW. So.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, that's going to be like the E36 variety. Down Newman Straight here. It used to be called No Name Straight. In fact, as we were getting ready for the event, I messaged up. I say, hey, here's what the track, here's some of the names. And, because we haven't been here in a long time, and I haven't done a race here before like this. And then when I got here, there's a big banner down there on what was called No Name Straight. It's called Paul Newman Straight. And, of course, the front straightaway has been named in honor of Sam Posey. So it's the front straightaway is the Sam Posey Straight, and you can kind of see to the left there on the black part of the bridge. So it says, I think it's Lunani, and then it drops down. You see it says Sam Posey Straight down there, longtime Trans Am racer. and a commentator in F1 on the Speed Channel with my colleague, Bob Varsha. So it all comes full circle.
He also, for those of you were like, Sam Posey, why do I know that name? He used to also call on ABC for many, many years the Indianapolis 500, and he also would call a lot of IndyCar races with Bobby Unser and Paul Page. So Sam is very, very well known, very respected. From what we've heard and seen, just a gentleman, and I believe this is a very special, I think this is home for him.
Yeah. Well, Paul Newman actually had a car here that they housed for him, and he would come out here and drive that car. This was his favorite racetrack, and which was really cool. There's quite a story there. Paul Newman raced for Bob Sharp Racing. Bob Sharp, based out of Connecticut, won a lot of championships in the SCCA, and I believe it was IMSA as well. And so big Datsun guy, and so he spent a lot of time at this racetrack. In fact, there was a Barbara Walters interview thing where he took her around this racetrack in his race car. So you can feel free to look that up if you're just the curious type. Yeah, this was an important and fun racetrack for Paul Newman, who started racing actually later in years. I think he started racing when he was 50.
Yeah, I think once he got rolling with his movie career and everything, and well, and he wasn't the only one. I mean, he was one. I mean, James Garner was a racer. He did what he could until the studios pretty much were like, we don't want you driving. And then Patrick Dempsey, obviously we all know him, was a McDreamy from Grey's Anatomy. He raced, had his own team. He was a co-owner with what was his name? Joe Foster. He and Joe Foster had their team, Dempsey Racing, out of Atlanta for many, many years. They ran in what was then Grand Am before IMSA came together. They ran American Le Mans. Then they, as both the series came together to what's now the IMSA WeatherTech series. They've run a host of different stuff in GT and prototype competition. So, it's
big Porsche guys. They really got connected with Porsche, and things just took off from there. Michael Fassbender also getting more and more into racing. There's another guy, I can't remember his name right now. He was a child actor, and he got older, and then I think he's even involved in truck racing, too.
Oh, Frankie Muniz.
Yeah,
Frankie Muniz. So if you watch Malcolm in the Middle, or remember him from movies like Agent Cody Banks, or some of the other movies that Frankie Muniz did, he's driving for Team Rayome in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Frankie was actually just here in the truck race a few weeks ago. I'm not sure where he finished.
The truck racing here?
Yeah, the truck's in the ARCA race here now as well. So
that's right.
Yep, they were here a few weeks ago.
That's right. Because the guy, Ben was up here, the IT guy, and he's like, we were just up here when NASCAR was here. That was the last time we were up here. So
the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series races here, and then the ARCA Menard Series race the day before. They run their 100-miler, and the trucks run 150-miler, which is the if you see it, that's the reason. If you look at the board, the bridge going down to 1. It's the Leuna, I think that's how you say it, Leuna 150 is the one that they run here. But a lot of big people have run here. But Muniz is doing pretty well with that truck deal. And there's been some other, Tim Allen was a driver at one point.
Oh, really?
Yep, Tim Allen. Yeah, he ran Sebring a few times. He ran the 12 Hours of Sebring. He's a big car guy. When he was doing home improvement, he used to have the Andretti's on. He had Jack Arute from ABC. Did all kinds of cool stuff. Yeah, they did. I was watching on one of the streaming networks the other night just for something to do. We had it on, and it was a Thanksgiving episode where they had the turkey carving 500, where it was Tim and Al and Michael and Mario, and they were doing a turkey carving competition on the Tool Time show, which was Tim Allen's fictional character, Tim Taylor, the Tool Man, that he hosted. So it was really cool, and it was fun to watch. But Tim Allen raced a little bit as well in sports car racing. There's a lot of drivers and people that have done it. Keanu Reeves has gotten behind the wheel recently. He's been doing some GR86 racing.
Yeah, so. He's a big motorcycle guy. We could just go on and on forever. We got a break for commercial. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Got to pay the bills and really appreciate all of our sponsors. Tire Rack, AutoZone. The list goes on and on. Stay
BF
with
Goodrich.
us. Yeah, BF Goodrich just on board. So got a new commercial from them too. So, we got a car off in the grass. Looks like he's recovered. Lots of action remaining here this weekend as we're at Lime Rock Park for the New England Enduro. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to be like pulling teeth. That was before I went to TireRack.com. Tire Rack's tire decision guide made it easy to drill down to the right tires for me.
What?
Oh, I got a great deal. My tires shipped fast and free and arrived the next day. I even got 2 years of free road hazard protection.
Where?
You're darn right, wow. Next time your tires get long in the tooth, visit TireRack.com.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Don't worry, folks. It'll pass.
You are up on the chip today, buddy.
It'll pass. It'll pass. Jason Siebert helping us out from Panda Planner, get our timing and scoring pylon going. Thanks, Jason. He's hard at work trying to sort that out. So, yeah, back at it here at Lime Rock Park, and let's talk a little bit about the standings. Somehow late to Apex, according to my thingy here, has taken the lead of the race. That's the 5:31. Is that? Yeah, that's queuing up with what Jason sent us. So late to Apex shows in the lead. Ramen Racing in second. TCO Motorworks in third, Sent from the Gourds in fourth, Rosmar Racing in fifth. So a little bit of a shakeup there as we'll go back to late to Apex, our new leader of the race.
Yeah.
How about that? Sorry I can't get the volume up any higher than that, but that's what's coming across their camera. But yeah, Michael's still at the wheel, and they got to be feeling good if they've got that Miata up there. Let's look at their lap times, Kyle.
I'm thinking they came to pit road, Paulie, because I'm seeing a lot of feeding, as I call it, feeding time at the zoo.
Yeah.
I'm seeing, because remember, it's 7 hours today. Okay. So I think a lot of people are trying to get in now, get their service done, because I don't think fuel mileage is going to really be an issue here for a lot of people.
So I was going to say, I mean, are we using more fuel?
Well, we haven't, I'm going to knock as I say this, we haven't had a dreaded you-know-what yet.
And then Les is in the pits right now. And they're working something out here with the Miata. One of the Miatas in the pits. And looks like someone's working on his gloves.
That's Smug Motorsports, the 108 car.
Smug Motorsports, all right.
In their Mazda Miata, 98 Mazda Miata.
Okay. All right, well, we'll keep that in the PIP down here with our VIP himself, Mr. Les Epps. Oops. No, that's not it. There we go. Get it right. And we'll get these, and Jason's working on our he's off book. He's working on our pylon here to get the team names up there too. So we're putting them to work. And he doesn't even work here.
But Jason's a good guy, though.
No, yeah, he saw I was having trouble, and he messaged me and say, "Hey, you need some help with that?" It's like, "Yeah, can you tell? I need lots of help." Everybody knows that. I'm very needy. I'm a very needy person.
You need a little bit of a nudge, and you'll be good to go. But yeah, so
look at the way the cars track out there, Kyle. You just see the cars when the guys really get the speed going down that hill. You can just see how the car's on edge. But the shot that I really love the most, though, we got a little bit of dust kicked up here as they're coming through turn 2. Are these right-handers, especially this one.
Yeah.
You can see the back end of the car coming around on the Porsche there a little bit. You can see the track. Does it have some banking there to it?
Yeah, the track kind of comes. You're leaning into the corner a little bit, as you can tell as you go through the corner. You have some corner to go into. As you can see that Miata right there, he kind of really pitched the car into the corner to get it rotated. There's one of the open throttle BMWs.
And that's taking you up that steep hill, and you're just looking at the sky. I actually had a camera over there running for about 12 minutes, and then it quit. So sorry about that. This is the crest of the hill. That camera still working. You see they just kind of pop up over the top there as they head towards turn number 6. And then they turn right and head down the hill. The Toyo's Tires Bridge.
Yes, we see the purple Miata we saw there.
Oh yeah,
start
baby!
Racing.
Use it all. He's getting his money's worth there.
Got the back end of that. She stepped out just enough, and then
that was close.
It came right back for him.
That's close.
Yeah.
He's using it all.
That's when you know you're getting after it.
Then down the front straightaway, all those trees out there. There's a fair amount of mountains in this area, and a lot of bear. And I got all scared. You're like, oh, there's a lot of bear out so I was like, oh, how am I if I'm gonna be out there early in the morning setting up cameras? It's dark out. I don't want to get eaten, right?
Right.
And so I bought this bear spray after much conversation, and yeah, I'm not going to use that, but I've got it on a little holster thing. I could potentially use it. And at the hotel, Sue sent everybody a picture. There was a bear out at the dumpster.
No.
So, there's quite a bit of bear out here, but it was a black bear, fortunately, which means they don't take. I guess they kill you more. I don't know. No, they're more timid and they're less likely to attack. So, but don't take it from me. I'm not a bear expert.
No.
I'm just an IT guy. What do I know?
Don't feed the bears. Don't play with the bears.
That's probably good advice. Just back away.
Yeah. He is not your smarter than the average bear yogi. Stay away from the bear.
Yeah.
So as we saw the 49 car Rampage Motorsports and their Miata, they were on pit road. Looks like they were getting some service. Not sure if it was scheduled or if it was an unscheduled stop. We'd have to get more information, but they were on pit road. So if you're a Rampage fan, you might want to stay tuned into your screen.
Sorry,
here.
Folks. Yeah.
Tight quarters right here.
Oh, yeah.
Late with looks like late to apex. I'm thinking it might have been a scoring issue.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because all of a sudden they're not up there anymore, and now they're back down to 20.
Oh, okay. Well, it was fun while it lasted, folks. Ramen Racing leading the race over TCR, and then it's sent from the Gourds. Rosmar Racing, the 473 in fourth, and then Ramen Racing again, the 592 there in fifth place. So that's what's going on right there. I mean, there's been a fair amount of things. There's been some side-to-side contact that we've seen, too, today. But some of it's been incidental. There's been some pit lane warnings handed out to a variety of teams, including the 592, that Ramen Racing machine. So the Ramen guys, they're pushing hard and they're getting some warnings. They had side-to-side contact there at 10:25, and then they had a 4-off and continue at 11:03. Did that 592 of Ramen. So getting after it. I don't know. It kind of seems to me at a track like this, you're kind of poised to have some of that. I mean, we know it's a tighter track. You're hauling the mail through this place. You're not braking that hard very much. You're just brush the brakes, turn, go. It's kind of scrappy. You're going to get a little bit of that side-to-side stuff. It's racing.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not, the word official is not on my back. It just says media. I'm just a media guy. But I kind of expect that. And looks like Sublime's back out there. They've got their car running. Rodney Earwood out here today.
So it looks like it's business as usual.
Yeah, I think his steering wheel might not be quite on straight. It's not clocked right, but they're rolling.
Yeah.
And he said he's racing a different car this weekend.
Yeah, that's the North by Northeast car.
Yeah, it's got this kind of a greenish, I don't know what, yellowish greenish wrap that they put on it. But he said this is the car that I started in, and it inspired me to build my car. And he said whenever I find a speed secret, I send it to them, and we kind of compare notes, and we just kind of help each other out. So that's Sublime, and we'll keep an eye on them today. Let's see if there's TCR. We know their camera's about ready to wig out as they go under the bridge, but it's a great view from Dan's car. Might be just too many cameras going on there. I don't know.
Back on board with North by Northeast. Rodney at the wheel still. Now, you saw what he did with his fingers right there, folks. He kind of took his hand off the wheel, and he just kind of almost looked like it was a spirit finger, something you'd see a cheerleader do. No, I mean, he might be giving himself a pep talk and a cheer in the car. But what he's doing is he's lifting his hand off the wheel for a second, holding the wheel with the other hand. But what he's doing is he's moving his fingers and his wrist around to keep the blood flowing. Because as you get in the car and you get into a rhythm and get going, sometimes you can tense up or you can over grip the wheel.
Right.
So what he's doing is just resetting himself by doing that, and it's letting him keep a nice, smooth, easy grip on the wheel.
So do you tell guys when they get in the car and you see that kind of stuff, hey, maybe your grip, you're holding on a little too tight, you need to relax. Try to relax in the car.
Yeah, you can tell. Bit. You can tell too, because the driving gets more erratic as they tense the wheel more. Where they have smooth movements when the grip isn't as heavy. When they're death gripping the wheel, as I call it, the car jerks a lot. So a lot of times, if I'm instructing a student or working with a driver, if I see that, I'll either call them on the radio, or if I'm sitting right seat with them, I'll tap them on their right arm and just tell them, and just kind of give the hands to kind of do the spirit fingers motion to get them to do it. And
spirit fingers.
And it actually works, because it gets them. Well, it gets their attention up for a second. It gets them to breathe, because a lot of times drivers have a tendency to not breathe as much as they should, and they tense up in the car. So you want to keep, and that's a lot of it, is you want to keep, it's a mental game, and you want to keep yourself breathing. You want to breathe periodically. You don't want to just all of a sudden feel like you did a 15-second lap around Bristol for 7 hours.
Yeah, no, I mean, I could see that. My dad used that. One of the first things, and the few things my dad taught me was to relax as much as you can in the car. I never really got good at it. That's one area that I never really got conquered, was being more relaxed in the car.
It's hard.
I was good at not gripping the wheel too tight, but trying to relax. I think what always got me was going into the corners. I would tense up under braking, and it's exhausting. You're using a lot more energy than you need to, and I always had trouble just letting the belts hold me in. I never mastered that. But the rest of it, like with the extremities, the shifting and the turning and stuff, and my back and all that stuff, I was fine with that. But the tensing during braking was the thing. I never able to beat that. Back on board with Action Raceworks. Rahman leading the race over TCR, sent from the Gorge in third, Rosmar in fourth, and Rahman in the 592 in fifth. Then it's the...
Whoa, big catch.
Oh, no, he's in the grass.
He went to the...
Is this one?
Yeah, he was trying to get through 1 and 2. He did a nice job. He only got a couple wheels off, but I know what he did. So he turned into the corner, he rolled back into the power, and the car just stepped out on him. If he'd have just squeezed it a little bit, he'd have been all right. I don't think the car would have stepped out. But we are almost an hour and a half into this race. We're an hour 16 in. We're starting to get those tires up to temperature. The ambient's coming up. Let me check the weather to see what it's supposed to be today, to be honest with you.
Okay, yeah, because I know this weekend is supposed to be pretty good. So this should be, we might actually have a dry weekend on our hands for ChampCar.Live, which is new. We don't typically have that. I was talking to Les about that. It seems like we've had one wet race after another.
Nope, not this weekend, Paulie. We are looking clean and green all weekend. There's 0% chance of rain today, 5% chance tomorrow. It's going to be 80 degrees both days, 79 today, 81 tomorrow. The wind is going to be between 5 and 6 degrees with just slight breezes. So we're looking at absolutely beautiful weather.
And Jason Siebert to the rescue with Panda Planner. Look at that. We've got our pylon back. It says Ramen Racing. We even got the little logos for the cars there. We've got the Mazda. We got Porsche. Guys, we're styling and profiling here. We got there's the car number 591. Thanks.
Watch out, NBC.
Yep. So special thanks, Jason, coming to the rescue, and we kid.
We kid about that. We appreciate everything those guys over at NBC and all those things do. We hope and aspire to give you guys that same quality. But yeah, way to go, Jason. Thank you so much for that.
Yep, and we got logos. He said we got logos down there. Yep, he's got the logos thrown in there, the 9 lives, all out.
So now that we got that up and running, do we want to run through and give them some classes, let them know what's going on there?
Yeah, we should probably do that. Let's talk about stuff. I don't have the we don't have all that, I think, mastered just yet.
All right.
But if you can break it down,
I'll try to break it down to the best of my ability. Thanks to I want to give Jason a quick shout out. Thanks to his Panda Planner, I'm able to, with the broadcasting thing he's done for me, I'm able to do that. So Jason, thank you for that. The 591 of Ramen Racing leads this race over TCR Motorworks, sent from the Gourds. Rossmar Racing in the 473 is in 4th. Ramen Racing in 592 is in 5th. Rossmar Racing the 477 6th. Baltazar is up to 7th. Open Throttle in the 159 is in 8th. Masshole Motorsports in 9th. And Rubin Performance Auto in 10th. Now that's your overall top 10. For your classes, the 591 Ramen Racing in 1st, the 473 Rossmar Racing in 2nd, 592 Ramen Sister in 3rd, 477 Rossmar. So Rossmar's got two cars in the top 5 right now in A class. So great job for them. And then Masshole Motorsports rounds out your A class top 5. On to B class. Rubin Performance Garage leads over Mostly Motorsports. On to C class. TCR Motorworks leads over Sent from the Gourds. The 294 Baltazar Motorworks. Open Throttle Racing in the 159 is in 4th. The 358 Soggy Bottom Boys working themselves up to 5th. I know Jeff Cohen was asking about those guys. Jeff, they're running 5th in class, having a solid day so far, 12th in the overall. We had a camera for them, but they were having some issues. We're going to try to get that rectified here throughout the day. For D class, we've got the 47 car, the MLC Racing Corvette in leading over there, over the 283 Rhinoceros Racing, the 260 Team Z, and the 98 Cole Morgan Racing, who I don't think they have gotten rolling this weekend. And then our F-Class cars, MDR Motorsports leads F-Class in the 830 over the 664 of Falkensteiner in their 91 Honda Civic. And then let's check on our buddies over in the EC class. 5 EC cars this weekend. Martinelli Motorsports leads in the 698. I believe this Martinelli team won a couple races last year with us, so good to see them back with us. They're usually a Northeast team. DJF Racing in the 40, Mazda Miatas in 2nd, Rapscallions Racing in 3rd, MLC, the sister car, in 4th, and then Bucket List Motorsports rounds out your top 5 in EC.
Oh, and Drop Gear asked a question a long time ago. I saw it and it didn't compute. I'm sorry. So I'm going to answer the question. The question is this an overnight impound race? And you're talking about what we also call Park for May. No, this is 2 separate races back to back. So this is not going to be one of those long continuous races. We don't really do that anymore.
I think the only time we'll do it is the championship.
Yeah,
VIR for the championship cars.
Yeah, because then it gets really complicated if you don't do that. It gets weird. You would have to, do some math, and we don't want to do that. Come on. So you don't need to outrun the bear. You need to outrun. That's right. You just need somebody slower than you. You don't really have to. A bear can. I guess now they're doing like 30, 35 mile an hour. A bear can now easily outrun you.
You seem to outrun you.
See, I've got all this knowledge now. I did all this research because I was coming out here and it was scary. It's like, okay, I'm going to get taken out. But no, I found out that bear maulings are pretty rare. But I mean, how many do you need?
Yeah.
How many do you need to convince you?
I think you'll be all right. I think if you
think I'm good?
Yeah, I think you'll be all right.
If I had more weight on me, I would be more delectable. Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe. You're just not. You're just not.
I'm just not the prime.
Yep, exactly.
Somebody younger, I think I would try to talk them out of it. It's like, you don't want me.
So we saw Falkensteiner on pit road for a pit stop, and then looks like we have another car on pit road. Team Z's on pit road as well.
Les Epps here this weekend, bringing the positivity, folks. And both Les and I live up in the upper Midwest there, and just kind of jonesing the weather with those terrible fires up in Canada. We're sure praying for those guys. Everybody okay up there, but a lot of that pollution coming down into our neck of the woods, and actually for where Les is, it actually darkens the sky, so at least Jenny and I can still see the sun.
There you go.
But it's pretty nasty. And of course, Kyle, you know how sensitive a person I am.
I know. You're very tender, very sensitive.
But a delicate flower.
You are.
And I have a hard time with the weather, the pollution, my throat, my eyes, my nose. It's just terrible.
You'll get through it. We'll get you through it, Paulie. We always do.
It's been hard.
We'll get you through it.
It's been difficult.
So
I'm going to make it, guys.
So I just got an update from Cougar Racing.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Nick, they had some issues, broke 3 left rear wheel studs in the final turn, currently replacing all the left rear studs. Nick Christ is driving the car.
All right.
So, good luck to Cougar's team. That's the 570, currently in 35th in the overall right now.
Yep, so Ramen Racing leading. It looks like it's a 43-second gap to TCR Motorworks. Are continuing to gap the field. They're turning in these 101s, Kyle. TCR, they're turning in these 102s. That's their best laps. So it looks like last lap for Ramen was a 102, and for TCR, 104. And then we've got a 103 sent from the Gourds. So those guys start up the front. They led the race a little bit ago, and they just turned into 107 on that last lap. So off the pace there, something might have happened in front of them.
Yeah, you got to wonder if TCR might have gotten caught in some traffic, or if as the tires get hot, you got to wonder if they're sliding around a little bit with the heat coming up.
And let's talk about racecraft a little bit, Kyle. Let's talk about things like driving consistent laps and all that. Do you think when you're talking to the students you coach out there, what do you talk about when you say, hey, you just need to be consistent? What do you say to them?
You want to run the same line every lap, and what I emphasize with them is you want to get them to do the same motions, and you want them to be repetitive with what they do, because in endurance racing, yeah, you can be fast for a lap. That's great. You know, if you can bust off a really, really quick lap, that's awesome. Good for you. But over the course of 7 hours, if you can't, or over a 2-hour stint, if you can't consistently run a decent, within a time range, you're not going to be fast. You're going to lose more time than you are gain more time. So what I like to stress to my students and drivers are be smooth, be careful, get into a pace. You don't always have to be the fastest car out there and set this torrid pace. I mean, we've seen Balthazar Motorworks. We didn't see them earlier. They're up into 7th position. Open Throttle Racing has snuck up into the top 10 in the overall right now. Haywood Racing is now up into the 11th position. So you're seeing teams just be consistent and bust instead of running 101, running 101 and then running 103s, 104s. If you can run 102s consistently and maybe bust off a 101 every once in a while, you're going to be in a lot better shape than you are for that. Because you're able to, looks like we got a spin. The 292 car's off.
We happened to catch it while we were on camera there. This is coming through 1 into 2. We talked about this before. We know we're going to see guys
zigzag,
overcook it down there and end up spinning right there. And that's just going to be part of the day. I mean, everybody's going to try and push that the envelope there because they're trying to diamond off that corner, Kyle.
Yeah, and if you get on the brakes too late, you can also wheel hop the car getting into the corner. And if you miss your downshifts, there's so many different elements that you can make mistakes on. And if you're not careful, it can really bite you and put you in a bind.
It's a good thing I don't make mistakes.
No, I just don't
know what that's like.
You're just a delicate, perfect flower, Paul.
It's hard being this flawless. It's not an easy burden to carry.
I don't know how you do it. Rhinoceros Racing running in 2nd in D-Class right now. And they were in 25th in the overall. They're on pit road getting some service. We're approaching the 90-minute mark, so. So if you're new to Champ Car and you've never watched a race with us before, and you're wondering how the pit stops work, Paulie, we should probably talk to them and explain how the pit stops work.
Yeah, let's do that. We're in the pits with Les here, so do you want to talk about it?
I can if you would like me to. So the way the pit stops work is if you're taking fuel, you have to be on pit road for a minimum of 5 minutes, and that's a safety feature set in place by the series because it's an amateur series. They don't want team members rushing around around with fuel jugs and fire bottles and heavy equipment that can become flammable. So what they do is they set a precedent of you got to be on pit road for 5 minutes. That allows, when you come into the pits and you pull in and you turn the car completely off, the car has to be off as when the car is fueling. You put a drip pan underneath where the fuel goes, and every individual, including your drivers, your fueler, your fire bottle, and your assistant, which is helping the drivers, has to be in Nomex gear head to toe during the duration of the fuel portion of the stop. Once your fueling is done, the cap is on, and the equipment's back over the wall, you can take the helmets back off and go back to standard protocols of going over the wall to service the car and do what you need to do. So like right here, for example, with Rossmar with the 477. So that's one of the drivers that's getting ready to get in the car. They're getting ready to get him out. Usually there's a fifth person there, but it looks like these drivers are pretty experienced, so they know what to do to get each other in and out of the car. And then you'll notice your fueler and your fire bottle right there. You can't toss fuel jugs or anything like that. That's a big no-no here in Champ Car. What you do is, and you notice he didn't put it on the wall until the guy was coming right to get it. They don't want fuel getting spilled, something going up in flames. Chief of Tech Ray Frank, who's been instrumental, he's a retired fireman, is instrumental in working with a lot of the safety features in Champ Car to prevent flare-ups, and does a great job with it.
I would say he does. We appreciate him. Fun guy. He's probably going to come up here a little bit later. He's aspiring to be.
He wants my job.
He wants to work with us. I don't think he wants your job. I think he just wants to be here. He wants to be a part of the show,
and he's great at it. He gives a lot of good insight.
Yeah, he does. It's not as easy as you think, and so usually people that want to be a part of the show do it once, and then they don't want to ever do it again. It's okay. It's good. I got my fill of it. But yeah. So anyway, he'll be coming up.
And we're going to try to get a couple other people to come up as well throughout the day. And teams, if you're listening, you're down on pit road and you want to come up and talk about some stuff, we're located right at the race control in here on pit road. We're not far from you, so we'd love to hear the stories, tell anything fun, talk about your race weekend. So we'll, if you're interested, let us know. We'll get you up here and we'll talk some ChampCar.Live.
Yep, and if you want to get into live streaming, you can check out my website. It's onetouchcamera.com. We can get you a camera streaming kit. Also check out myraces.live. They've got a streaming kit, and they've got some solutions there, which I kind of like for sending your streams to. And Jason Siebert, he's got his panda-planner.com, Panda Planner. So don't just go to Panda Planner, go to panda-planner.com and check out some solutions he's got for racers. And he's helping us out by getting my pylon up and working today, which all of us appreciate.
Yeah, very much so. Thank you again, Jason, for that.
Yep, and Les is down in the pits there. And so he'll be bringing us more racing action as the day continues. So we're going to take another quick break and be back in just a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. And we're at Lime Rock Park this weekend. Lots of racing to come. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them. Now how are you going to put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb. Take your time.
I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Green Beret A.J. Jackson hit rock bottom. PTSD, depression, injuries stealing his edge. Then he strapped into a race car. The adrenaline rush that once came from combat, it became therapy. No more dark days, just focus, trust, brotherhood, and the team that was missing. The follow-on mission delivers that same life-saving rush to combat veterans and first responders. Immersive race weeks, crew work, full throttle healing, no charge, all impact. Sponsor a driver. Nominate someone who needs this. Head to thefollowonmission.org today.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right. And welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Ramen Racing leading the race over TCR Motorworks, sent from the Gourds in third, Rosmar Racing in fourth, in the 473, Ramen Racing in fifth, in car 592. And then the first Porsche shows up in the standings at the front here. In sixth place, Open Throttle Racing, Ruben Performance, Haywood Racing there in eighth place. They've got two cars here this weekend. And then it's Soggy Bottom Boys, Haywood Racing. That's your top 10. So both of the Haywood Racing cars and the Ramen cars, this is like a sisters weekend. As Action Works is coming into the pits.
Looks like this is some standard service for them as Sue puts the timer on the car. And oh, he needs a push to get it rolling.
Oh. That's interesting. But, yeah, nice long pit lane they have here at Lime Rock.
Yeah, and it's a decent size. It's tight though. It's tight quarters on pit road, but it's wide. But then when you look at it, it's really not. It's only a couple lanes wide.
Yeah, the protocols stay left until it's time to dive into your pits.
So on pit road, they have what's called the drive line, which is all the way to the left, closest to the racetrack. Jackie, our race director, Jackie Sides, talked about that this morning. So you have your drive lane, your transition lane, which is when you start to transition across the pit lane to the other side towards your pit box. And then obviously you have your pit boxes. So when you come on pit road, you're on the drive lane, and then you transition as you get within about 3 or 4 boxes. And then you come into your box and stop, and then you do the opposite as you're coming out of the pits as you're building speed. 20-mile-an-hour limit on pit road regardless, so you have to make sure you're keeping your 20-mile-an-hour limit engaged while you're going through this process.
Right. And Les down in the pits here, bringing us pit road action.
Haywood Racing, the 773 car.
Yeah, and it looks a lot like one of the Milan cars, but I guess they're not here this weekend.
I think they're a Midwest team. I think we usually see them like Mid-Ohio or some of those places. So
yeah, they come to Gingerman a lot.
Yep. But it looks very similar to those colors, doesn't it?
Yeah, you got the yellow. It's a yellow and blue scheme, but it's a different car number, of course. Quite a wing that they're sporting there, Kyle.
Yeah, we see that where there's a lot of teams will have the big wing, some teams will have the small wing, some teams don't even have a wing at all. It really just depends on what they want to run.
Yeah, Spencer mentioning manufacturers on the leaderboard. Yeah, that's a brainchild of Kyle here and Jason Siebert. They put that together. This is Jason's feed. I'm not sure how to explain it, but Jason Siebert of Panda Planner fixed my problem and sent me this. I don't know how else to say it. But this is a solution that he's given me to use in place of the pylon I typically use. That he's got a whole thing that he does at panda-planner.com. You can check out. There's all kinds of data and information you can get about planning out your races and strategy and math and all that hard stuff.
617 cars being pushed down pit road right now. One of the A-class cars.
Yeah.
That is the Masshole Motorsports guys. I'm not sure if they are. Yeah, it looks like they're pushing it to the pit. So
yeah,
looks like the car might have stalled out.
Okay.
Huh. We'll have to see if Les can get more on that. But yeah, we see both the Haywood Racing cars are in for service right now.
Yeah, meanwhile, TCR killing it out there in second place right now.
Nice move there on the 664.
And just vying for position here. Up to the top of the hill. Back on board with Late to Apex.
So as we're still on board with Late to Apex as he's headed down the front straightaway. What's he checking there? He's grabbing the roll bar padding for a second. Probably might just be readjusting himself in the seat. As you get going for a longer period of time as you're racing, you kind of tend to sink down in the seat. So what he was probably doing was just grabbing that on the straightaway, pulling himself out of the seat a little bit and getting himself back in a position.
Yeah, because, a lot of these seats, I don't know what it is, but they just don't make cushioning. I mean, it's like, don't they understand there's people like me that need to be comfortable, and it can be a little sore on the tailbone. So you'll see guys once in a while kind of pushing up on the floor to kind of reposition themselves and try to get a little more comfortable.
It's a lot when you do 2 hours, folks. You're probably thinking, oh, well, you're just in a car driving. You know, it's not that taxing. There's a lot going on in that race car, folks, that we can't stress enough. I mean, you're having to chase the car around. It's not wanting to do what it wants to do. You're having to fight it a little bit. You're using a lot of your body strength to get the car to move and strengthen your legs and your muscles and your arms and your core strength to just keep yourself up in the seat, really.
Yeah, so Ramen Racing leads over TCR, Rosmar Racing, Sent from the Gourds, and another Ramen Racing car. That's your top 5. They seem to be holding position pretty well.
Yeah, the pace is back down a little bit. And the Rubin Performance guys ran a 104 last lap, but for the last couple laps, it's been 105s, 107s, 105s, 107s. So they've really backed the pace down, and I wonder if they realized they needed to. But again, we also have other drivers in the car that may not have been on the racetrack this weekend. Might take them a little bit of time to figure this place out as well. When you come to a racetrack for the first time, it's not easy, because especially if you didn't get any sim practice, you don't really know where you're going. So, and you don't know your brake points that well. You don't necessarily know your throttle points. You can watch film all day long, but until you get in and feel what that car's feedback gives you, it's kind of hard to make a grounded decision other than, well, I'm going to kind of shoot from the hip a little bit and figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, there's YouTube videos, but I really do like the iRacing feel that you get at this racetrack, and I think you learn a lot from that, and it's really helpful to get you those turn-in points, and you know, there's nothing costly about blowing up pixels.
No, not at all.
So get a little bit of an idea of which way the track goes and some feel for it, and then go from there.
And I mean, the fact that we're almost 2 hours into this race and we haven't had a dreaded, I'm not going to say the word, but we haven't had, not doing it. I'm not doing it. But we're almost 2 hours into this thing, and we've been running really well so far. That speaks volumes to the I'm not doing it.
He can't bring himself.
No, I'm not doing it.
We haven't had a caution.
Yeah, there you go. And
when the Gourds is in. All right.
Because I know what'll happen the minute that goes down. Then all of a sudden I'll start getting blown up that it was that you did it.
That's right. So, well, they should know that, Kyle, not to mess with you. So it's like, don't mess with me. I'll do it again.
Commentator skirt.
That's right. I can whip that on you anytime I want.
Yeah.
So
watch. What's that meme with the crazy little dog? Watch me do it again.
Oh, I was telling my wife about the one about the passing flag.
Yeah,
giving them the old razzle dazzle, getting the old razzle dazzle. Give her all she's got.
I'm giving her all she's got and giving her the old razzle dazzle.
Right. And then there's a little call out there that says "rude." I love it. That's the funniest racing
that is a good one. That really is a good one.
It's sad our team couldn't make this one to work out the schedule. Yeah. Well, James, maybe next year. Drop gear says you lose about 5 pounds every time I finish a stint in a race.
Yeah, hydration is very critical.
I
Great
agree,
point.
110%. Hydration is amazing what you can withstand. I've been surprised at what I could tolerate heat-wise when just being well hydrated. And all the other life support systems go down. If you're well hydrated, it's amazing what you can put up with.
And then also making sure that you combat you want to make sure you get potassium in your system to combat cramps. So
absolutely,
bananas, pickle juice, whatever you're. It sounds gross, but I've done it before. I've had.
Got to be a better way.
There is a teammate that I had when I was in ARCA, that D.L. Wilson from Texas. And he swore by pickle juice. He said bananas are great, but he said the pickle juice has never let me down. And he would take some swigs of pickle juice before he'd get in the race car. And I tell you what, he's a tough customer to start with. He never had a cramp, not ever once had a cramp in a car.
Okay. Well, more power to you there, guy.
Yeah.
Whatever works for you. If that's what you're going to do, go for it.
Hey, it's all, everybody to each is their own.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just being well hydrated. And, you know, a lot of it starts a couple days before. Trying to hydrate day of is not really what you want. You're trying to really hydrate your body properly. You have to start in advance. All right. So thanks to everybody who sends me your live stream information ahead of time. Really appreciate that. You can still send it on the website, although I think the website's a little outdated. The form's a little outdated. You can just put it in the notes which track you're at, or you can just send it to me at paul.veltum@champcar.org. I actually do read my email now and then, and I know it's a surprise. Some of you are probably wondering, really? But yeah, and then he
reads his email, folks. I can assure you, Paulie is very good.
Yeah.
He's very good about getting back to people. He's very organized. So
some would argue about that, but I'm working on it. I'm a work in progress, folks.
TCR, your second place car, in the pits for their first stop of the day.
Yeah. Yep. Getting gassed up. Dan's car. And it looks like they're going to do a driver change, maybe, or have done it. Got the bottle guy right there, ready to go. Still under green out here at Lime Rock Park.
Back on board with late to Apex as he's working back through turns 1 and 2. I like that line he took through there. He was real patient. The yellow Miata tried to run the inside the whole time, and it did okay for him as they go by some traffic. But it really gave late to Apex a great exit off the corner. You can tell Michael knows this racetrack and understands where he needs to put the car to get around people and be fast.
Yeah, it looks like one of the Haywood cars is behind the wall. They're working on that machine right now. Yeah, that's the car that they're actually live streaming from. So, man, I hate to see that. You know, we really want all of our competitors to be out there, of course, on the track.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the 773 car.
Yep, we want everybody to finish the race, and that's the important part.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, you want to beat them on the racetrack. You don't want them. You don't want them falling by the wayside, right?
No, you don't. So, yep, unfortunately, Haywood Racing is in the garage area. Looks like, well, we got a driver climbing in here. Oh, no, they're climbing in to do some work on it. So it looks like they'll get it worked on and get back out there. And good thing is they have tomorrow's race, too, which is a plus. So
that's true.
That's the benefit to a doubleheader weekend.
That's true. You get that next day that you can get out there and get after it.
You can really see these cars using up all that racetrack as they come out of turn number 2.
Yippee! Yeah, I've got a better shot. This is a better turn 2 camera. See him kind of whipping, making that diamond happen there, Kyle. All the way out there. Yeah, this camera, it's a little far away, but I took the shot.
It's a good shot to get them coming at you. I don't think it emphasizes, whoa, big catch right there. I don't think it emphasizes how much they have to get on the brakes to set themselves up for that corner. It's just such a different dynamic through turn 3.
Yeah. Let's see if I can put a better camera down there to get a little closer to the track. And Les doing a killer job down there in the pits.
He always does.
Number 49 in the pits there getting service too.
So as we see, the field's kind of gotten spread out since the pit stops. There's a couple of gaggles of cars, but not many. But everybody's just kind of minding their P's and Q's. The second drivers are in the cars. They're getting adjusted, getting themselves acclimated to what they need to do. I know I was looking at, I got a message from Mike Coleman and his team from Start Racing, and Mike was telling me that Marlene Van Sickle, who is part of the Champ Car series, she is racing this weekend, and then Mike went second. Drew Anastasio is going third, and then David Kiesick will finish out the day in the 59 Start Racing Miata. So good luck to that team. and we'll try to get that camera situated so we can actually see what they're doing. TCR is still hard at work here.
Yep, so your standings right now. Sorry we don't have better camera audio for some reason. Like, most of our cameras just aren't really giving us anything. So
a little 2x2 racing right there as they head into turn 5.
Yep,
turn 6.
Rahman leading the way over Rosmar Racing. Rosmar's another one of those teams, another Mazda team that brought multiple cars out here this weekend. Soggy Bottom, they're in 3rd place.
And a good move up the order for Soggy Bottom boys. We weren't sure how their day was going to go, but they're consistently running. Let's take a look here. Their average so far for the race is a 106.27. The average for Rahman's a 103. The average for Rosmar, who's in the lead, is a 105.05. So if Soggy Bottom boys can continue to bring down that average.
Yeah, I think I found a camera for Rosmar, so we'll try to bring that in here. Get this working.
Now you really see folks, right? Oh, here we go.
Sorry.
Nope, you're good. Nope, stay right here because this will be perfect as he comes around. Let's ride on board and take a lap with Rosmar as they come a lap around Lime Rock Park. Paulie, you want to walk us through it?
Oh, yeah. Let's see. We're coming down the front straightaway, and he's got cars on either side, so this is going to change his braking a little bit here. He still wants that same apex, so he's going to go ahead and jump on in here. And he's going to add a little bit of throttle here and just work the car gently through trees on power again, headed for 3. You hear him come off the gas. He'll stab the brakes, dive in. He's looking for that apex. He's got a lot of cars up ahead, so he's going to stay after. He's got some nice gaps, so this is a point where he wants to set up the Honda that's staying over to the right. He's giving him room, so he's going to take this down Paul Newman here, make the gear change, and now he's eyeing that right-hander there for 5. And take the brake and head up. He wants to get to the right here if he can. Maybe follow somebody through. We got to pick the faster guy, and you can hear him pedaling it because he doesn't really have one. Now, he had a spot there to the right, but he saw a faster car coming, and it was really just because he got held up. I think he's still a pretty quick car.
Yeah.
So he's coming through 6. He got the exit good. Now he's going to have some good speed coming down here into 7. And that's a lap around Lime Rock. There's only 7 turns.
Quick.
And these guys still trying to chase that sub 1 minute lap time. I think we might get it here as he comes down and starts another lap here at Lime Rock. 1.53 miles is the distance, and carrying some good speed in here. Looking for a cleaner lap this time through. Looks like he's got a good feel for the racetrack, and his arms are a little straight here when he's making that right-hander. It's good to focus on the pulling aspect as you're going through the corners rather than the pushing. You're going to be a little more accurate.
Hit the chip there for a second.
Yeah, he did. He kind of hit the top of it there. Now that can be a little bit of distraction, maybe, where he's hitting it. Maybe lost focus for just a moment. You hear him, he's off the throttle into the brakes and just kind of rolling through the corner there.
He's coming down the hill once again.
Yeah,
he's trying to catch that car in front.
It's pretty exciting coming down that hill. I mean, it's a steep drop down there.
It's fast, too.
You're accelerating down the hill. Yeah, it's pretty exciting down there. So, that's kind of a gut check, and it can take drivers a little bit of time to get accustomed to it. The other one that's a gut check is climbing the hill back there at 5. You come bursting up over the hill full throttle, and you don't know what's on the other side of that hill. So those are things you just have to get used to. You can also keep an eye on your flagtronics there to make sure what's ahead of you is going to be clear. Coming through Paul Newman here, you saw the red banner to the left there, that this is Paul Newman Straight.
Coming up, here's the gut check Paulie talked about. Straight up that hill.
Yeah, it's a blind crest. It's kind of a common thing in racing. Those racetracks will make those turns a little more challenging for the drivers, and we actually enjoy that. And as we get more and more experience, we like those off-camber turns, those brows that are blind, that kind of thing are kind of fun.
Yeah.
So with that, we'll take another break and be back in just a few minutes. Rosmar Racing leads over Ramen Racing and TCR Motorworks in third. Brought to you by Panda Planner. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to make me want to blow a gasket. That was before I went to TireRack.com.
Tire Rack made it easy to find great tires at a great price. 2 years of free road hazard protection sealed the deal.
Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. Check this out. A technician brought my new tires right to the house. He's installing them now.
All set.
Thanks. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone here at the New England Enduro Lime Rock Park Grand Prix. I am Kyle Lockrow. He is Paulie Veltum. Less is more. Cam Les Epps on pit road, bringing you all the action. Ramen Racing continues to lead this race over TCR Motorworks. Rossmar Racing in third, Sent from the Gourds in fourth, and Baltazar Motorworks has worked themselves up into the top 5.
Yeah, looks like Late to Apex getting ready to leave the pits here, and you see he's got his has his wristband ready to go there so they can see it. He's going to leave pit road here, and he's going to stay. There's a blend line there to the left, Kyle, and they're going to have to stay to the right there and not violate that blend line. Just ride all the way around. It's one of the more awkward exits from the pits, because the cars are coming at 9,000 miles an hour off the front straightaway, and you don't want to get in the way. You're actually going to be turning through the apex.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a little bit sketchy, but you learn to cope with it. And then here's the blend line coming through turn 7 on the last corner that leads into the pits. They were very adamant about blend lines this morning, making sure that everybody was on top of them, didn't do anything to violate those blend line rules because of safety.
Yeah, you got to be super careful of that. But once you get acclimated, you know as you're coming into turn 1 to be watching out for that. And as guys are coming out of the pits, you're just going to have to give them some room. So on board with TCR Motorworks as they're heading into 3 here.
Last lap was a 103.86. Doing a good job of navigating this traffic right here.
How's our EC guys lining up right now, Kyle?
Let's take a look. Well, right now, Martinelli, let me refresh here just to make sure I've got it clean. Martinelli Motorsports has a healthy 9-lap advantage over Rapscallions Racing over in the 261. The Bucket List Motorsports 443 car is up to the 3rd position. The MLC Racing car is in 4th, and then unfortunately, Goldie, the BMW here for Open Throttle, is not having the day that they've wanted. They've been in and out of the garage quite a few times, so unfortunately they're not having the race that they asked for.
All right.
So as we're still on board with Late to Apex.
Yeah, Late to Apex locked up on us there. We'll try moving to Schumacher Taxi, and a team that's got a lot of history with us racing in the series, Schumacher Taxi. And I don't know why we don't have any audio on this one, but I have to check that thing out when I get it back home. Just having a little trouble with the feeds right now. Let's see if TCR's got anything for us. They're heading up the hill here.
We know,
setting up for a pass
on Start Racing. That's the 59 Mike Coleman's team.
Oh yeah, Start Racing. Into Apex here.
So back on board.
Oh, excuse me. We've got Action Works here. I'll go to them. Action Race Works in their Camaro. I was looking for a feed that was a little bit cleaner. Oh, a little bit of a bobble there.
He wanted to go to one side. The other car, I think that's one of the Martinelli cars. They decided they wanted that same space, so. And it's hard, folks. It's a dance when you're doing this, when you're trying to pass people. And especially, like we said, there's not a lot of room here at Lime Rock Park. So it's a lot of tight quarters racing. You got to make sure you're careful about what you're doing. Like right here, he thinks he's inside of him. He thinks he's got it, but he wants to be sure because the car is still on the outside.
Yeah, he's right. They went right together through turn 6. probably would have been good just to let him go. I mean, he's obviously the faster car. There's no point really racing hard somebody on the outside of the turn like that. You're just asking to get into trouble. There's a time when to fight, and then there's a time when just to let go, so you can both get back to racing.
Yeah, and this is a time in the race when you kind of just want to ride a little bit and take it easy. Nice job here working through another BMW. These guys were very, very excited to get the camera in the car. I know that. They were definitely showing some personality yesterday, and we're very excited. They said they made it big time now that they made it on ChampCar.Live. So,
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And Frank Reynolds watching today says 100 people watching, only 30 thumbs. It's 100 consecutive, concurrent as they call it. So,
and such a
thanks, Frank.
And such a cool thing that we'd mentioned that we passed 10,000 subscribers. That's a huge milestone for Champ Car to be up over 10,000 subscribers. So please, folks, make sure you guys, if you know people that like to watch the series or you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe to the channel. Make sure you like a lot of the lives and videos and content that we put up, because that just helps show that we're making inroads with this.
And my sincere apologies for what you guys have to put up with. You are the most patient fans of any series, so I appreciate you guys very much. And guess what? We got another feed. It's Balthazar Motorworks. So Balthazar also with a feed showing us their perspective as they go around the racetrack here at Lime Rock.
Having a good run today, running in the top 5 in the overall, 3rd in the C class. This is a big opportunity race for these guys this weekend.
Oh, shaking his hand there a little bit. Coming into the corner. Let's see how they do as they head down the hill here. Yeah.
Carlos behind the wheel.
All right. I like the flag that he's flying there.
Oh, wow. Did you see the double shift?
Yeah, he's
that's a guy that knows his car.
Yeah.
What we're talking about, folks, is he got all of his braking done in a straight line. Oh,
nice.
Schumacher taxi in one of the cars. Might have been sent from the boards. Almost got together. But you noticed he went from 5th to 3rd. We've talked about this before on ChampCar.Live. You can do that, but it's risky because you got to make sure you know you have the car slowed down enough to go straight from that. Plus, you don't want to make sure you miss and accidentally hit first gear or something like that. So you really have to know your transmission gate. You really have to know the transmission and trust your car. But you really have to just trust your ability as well to do that. And it takes a lot of time to get good at it. And this right now, folks, is a battle for 4th place, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check the feed here. They might be separated by a couple laps. Nope, no, they are separated by a lap, but if they can get by and unlap themselves, that would be huge. See him just nice and smooth, taking a wide line here. Oh, he's way off. He went way wide there. Not sure what happened.
Somehow he got wide coming up the hill of 5, and he was right on the guardrail.
Oh man,
that's a mirror breaker right there. I mean, he was right on it. And that's just kind of a one-off thing. That's not something you typically get into trouble with there. You do pick up a fair amount of grip as you make that right-hander, so. Let's see how he negotiates it this time by. But, we're just just pushing the limits, just trying to find the edge. If he can get a little bit more, am I leaving anything on the table? And sometimes in those high grip zones like that, you keep thinking, oh, maybe there's more, maybe there's more, maybe there's more. And you find the edge, and it can be kind of a knife edge. Here leaves himself plenty of room, set himself up to pass. Brakes. Got that solid mount shifter there. No, it's kind of wobbling around there. It is a high mount shifter though. All right, down the front straightaway here. Watch him make that skipping. There's 5th gear, and watch him go down into 3rd. Oh, yeah. So it's just a delay. You got to wait for those revs to come down, and you got to keep it mentally in your head. You're skipping a gear each time. You're dropping about 2,400 RPM, about double what you normally do, and it's easy to let that clutch out too soon. I think he's getting a little loose there. Yeah, that's part of it. He's getting a little loose right there. And the key to that crest is that you want to have your steering wheel straight. You don't want any side load, and that'll help you navigate that. So yeah, he's getting a little wheel spin there at the top of the hill. And that's just one of the characteristics of the track. You know, that's part of what gives it character. It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you got the wheel turned, you're carrying that much speed up there, it could start to come around on you.
Looks like we may have a yellow up here.
Yeah, we could have a yellow, local caution up there. We got a car. He's already made his way. He's making his way away from the scene of the crime. You guys didn't see nothing. Yep. It might have been one of our Camaro driver, actually. So we'll go back and check the race logs. 1209. No, not seeing it there. So if we see anything in the race logs, we'll let you know. In the meantime, it was enjoyable watching Balthazar there. So thanks everybody for tuning in. Great to have you all along with us. There we go.
Got one out. I thought a little bit wide there. It was kind of hard to tell.
Oh.
Nope, you're fine. It was hard to tell with the sunlight. They might have opted to take the long way around.
Sublime's camera's gone down, so keep an eye on that.
See, like right there, he kept his wheels straighter, so the car bounced a little bit through there. It wasn't as abrasive. And that's what you'll notice, folks, is the straighter you keep the wheel, the better it'll be. So yeah, the camera's going to go a little wonky here because he went under the bridge. So.
Okay, sorry about that, folks. There, it cleared up for you.
Hits that first apex, goes out about mid-track, and then comes down and gets the second one. You really hear him just easing into that accelerator and taking care of it. Right through there, I just went by the MDR car, the 830, the F-Class car. back under the bridge, so just be patient with it.
Oh, sorry, guys.
No, you're all right, Paulie. There you go. It's clearing out. Working by northeast. On the brakes. A little bit of curb, get the car rotated. Now you'll notice in the 3 here, he takes a more of a shallow line where we saw a couple of the Miatas, they would go the long way around and then come down to be farther left. So there's a couple different driving styles and lines you can take around Lime Rock Park in certain sections.
You see some striping there where they filled in some of the cracks in the track, but I got to say, overall, I think the surface of the track is great.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is. There are some patches here, but you don't sense that when you're driving it. It's great.
Whoa.
Whoa. He's gathering. Whoa, hello. Hang on there, son. Hang on.
Ooh, good catch.
I don't know. He was crossed up when I went to him, and then it looked like he had it, and he lost it again, so... hopefully there's not a problem with that car.
Want to give a call to Schumacher Taxi Service behind them. They did a nice job of staying off of that, and I think that's Soggy Bottom Boys right there in the 358, who's in 9th position right now, so good run for those guys. Yeah, it looks like late to Apex he might just be trying to catch his breath, but I wonder if he's having a problem.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep an eye on him. He's coming down the hill here. He's carrying good speed.
Yeah, he's not coming in, so maybe he just had to still has to get the junk off his tires.
Yep. Looks like he's got a NASA armband on, so he must race in other series, and NASA is one of those series that's real popular with the Miata crowd, so... Stayed wide, let those guys come through. Good job there. Good heads-up driving.
Yeah. Probably trying to just get his confidence back there. He got rattled a little bit. See, now he took a little bit of a different line through there. The car didn't get as crossed up that time.
You know, like you said, maybe he's just trying to rebuild that confidence a little bit and bring things back around where he feels like he can start pushing it through there.
Yeah. And when you get offline like that, folks, and you get junk on your tires, it takes 2 or 3 laps to get all those rubber pieces and gravel and junk and all that off of your tires. So you really kind of have to tiptoe for a lap or two to make sure that you have clean tires to go again.
And some of these Miatas really sporting those high wings to get them up in the air, and we saw that kind of brought about by Parts Badger. I think Ron did a great job on his videos there talking about how they found that that's actually where the wing needs to be for his experience with it anyway.
Well, and they have such an aggressive driving style too that wing up in that air helps hold that thing in that racetrack for them too, to where they can push it.
They need something.
Yeah, no kidding. But I mean that in a positive way. They can push that car the way they want because of the way they have it set up.
Some dust getting kicked up there. Probably going to break up on us there.
Yeah, he's still losing a lot of positions, Paulie.
Yeah. Check in with Carlos here on the Balthazar team.
So gonna go. Here we go. This might be
boards. Here we go.
He's gonna try to get a lap. He's gonna try to get a lap on him.
He's in a good spot here, Kyle. If he can just hold that inside line, just assert himself here.
Shifted mid-corner.
And he got him. Here. Yeah, you see that rear view there. Let's see if he can hold it together here. And sometimes a driver, they'll get by somebody. They've been fighting, the nerves gets them, and that's when they miss a shift and give it right back. And got the revs high there, but didn't hit the rev limiter. Those are all the little mistakes that we make when we're under a lot of pressure. Looks like he's starting to get away, Kyle. I think he's got the faster car as he's trying to negotiate another competitor here.
Let's see. He anticipated that kind of wrong with the Mercedes, and that cost him a couple cars. And same thing here.
Yeah, he's getting held up here. This was an important exit for him, and now the Gords are right there, trying to pick up a little bit of a draft, Kyle, and split those two competitors right down the middle here on Sam Posey Straight, going into one. And here he just wants to be clean, Carlos. Not overdrive the car. And the Gords keeping him honest there.
Staying right with him.
That little bit of that rev.
See, I think he's having to shake his hand because when it's going like this and it's snapping the wheel on him, I think it's catching his thumb.
Could be. And that'll really wear on you too. You see he's moved his thumb up onto the steering wheel a little bit because it's a security thing to loop those thumbs over the spokes to have control. But you see he's trying to push his thumbs up. And he's got the Gords coming in for a move around the outside. This is gutsy. No, they came down the inside. I'm looking at the mirror in reverse. Nice pass down the inside. The Gords in that BMW feeling like, I got the brakes here on the Miata. I think I can nail it. And, turn one is great. It's got so many ways to go after it. If you square the car up nicely for that apex, you can straight line brake it when other guys are trying to trail, and you can out-brake them out to the diamond. So that was a beautiful move by the Gords there as they come up to the crest here.
Balthazar's not done yet, though, Paulie. Look at the traffic he's catching in front of him.
Yeah, this is the time to do it here. And really what the Miata needs to do is hang with the Gords through the straight and catch them at the twisties. And that's where he'll have a real opportunity to gap them. This is where the Gords have a little bit of the legs and maybe even be handling the braking going into one a little bit better. You got some traffic up ahead. So good ballying going on here. Nice battle between the two teams. Two very different race cars, but handling characteristics are different. But it turns out there's some equalizing here going on.
Well, they're both catching traffic in the wrong places, and I don't know if they're not anticipating it or it's just they go to make a move and they just don't have the space to get by.
Yeah, it's a very busy racetrack, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. Up here we go. Here's the opportunity. He waited on it.
Yeah. I think he was a little late to the shift, got a little distracted there.
Yeah, he did. I think he wanted to make sure he got by the traffic first.
Yep. Trying to get down the hill here. Braking. And this might be good. He capped him really good in the rearview mirror. Wow, that was beautiful.
Use that traffic to his advantage, Paul.
Yeah, and I think, it really threw off the Gords to the point like, well, I can't optimize this corner. You're in the way. So, wow, huge gap. He really opened up. That was a gorgeous pass. And, throwing off the other guy's momentum that's a great place to do it because it's a scary part of the racetrack. You're not going to force the issue there on the outside.
No.
Now he's got a little bit of breathing room. So TCR has taken over the lead of this race. The Ramen Racing team now in second place. Rosmar is in third. Saint Set from the Gords is in fourth place. Balthazar shown in fifth. Then it's the Honor Rosmar team in sixth. Ruben Performance in seventh. Zigzag is in eighth. Soggy Bottom in ninth. And Robin Racing in the 592 in 10th place. That's your overall standings unofficially as we have them.
So let's take a look real quick at our classes. The 591 of Ramen Racing leads your A-class over Rossmar Racing in the 473. The Honor Rossmar Racing, I'm not going to try to pronounce that again. The 477 is in third. 592 Ramen Sister Car is in fourth. The 531 of Late to Apex rounds out your A-class. The 600 Rubin Performance Garage, which is also your 7th place leading B-class car, has 3 laps up over Mostly Motorsports. For Class C, it's TCR Motorworks over Sent from the Gourds, Balthazar Motorworks. Zigzag Racing's worked themselves up into 4th position even after that spin down in turn 1 a little bit ago. And then Soggy Bottom Boys round out your C-Class top 5. And on to D-Class, the 283 Rhinoceros Racing is leading over the MLC Racing, and then the 260 Team Z, and it looks like we have a yellow flag.
Yeah, we've gone to caution, and so that's going to bring all the teams down to no passing. We might even get a code 35. Stay with us. We'll be right back. More racing yet to come, folks.
Shopping for tires used to make me want to blow a gasket. That was before I went to TireRack.com.
Tire Rack made it easy to find great tires at a great price. 2 years of free road hazard protection sealed the deal.
Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. Check this out. A technician brought my new tires right to the house. He's installing them now. All set. Thanks. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
In the zone, AutoZone.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back, folks, to Lime Rock Park, the New England Enduros. And we've got TCR still leading this race here as they head down the hill. We got a bunch of smoke that got kicked up here, Kyle. We got guys dodging it. This is coming through the turn 2 area, turn 1 and 2.
Not sure what's going on. It looks like somebody got off in the dirt there, and then it looks like somebody had a problem coming through, coming into 3.
And they kicked up a bunch of dirt and debris.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, looks like they're okay there.
I have a feeling somebody probably pushed it a little too hard, and they probably got out a little bit too wide. That would be my guess. So, but anyway, let me finish the classes real quick. We didn't get to that before we ended up seeing that, and then ended up going to commercial. So now that we're back, we'll start back with D class. Rhinoceros Racing leads by 2 laps over MLC Racing. Team Z runs 3rd. They're a number of laps back. And then Cole Morgan Racing, again, they didn't make the start today. For F Class, the 8:30, Mike D'Onofrio's team, MDR Motorsports, leads F Class by a 17-lap margin over Falkensteiner and their Civic. And then let's check on the EC cars. Let me do a refresh. Yeah, it's a pretty healthy margin here. Martinelli Motorsports in the 698 2003 E46 leads this over Rapscallions Racing in their 93 E36. Bucket List Motorsports is up to 3rd. They're only 3 laps back of Rapscallions. And then MLC Racing in 4th. And then Open Throttle Goldie. Looks like Goldie is off the racetrack, so it doesn't look like Goldie's going to be doing too much more today. So unfortunate for Mike Gorman and his team. They always bring strong pieces to the racetrack.
Yeah, it looks like the Coco Brothers was a team in their Miata that was stopped on the racetrack there, and they were able to get going again. That was just a couple of minutes ago over there in turn number 3. So we see the code 35, but we don't really see anything as to why. So I don't know if that was the cause why we went to that code 35 just as we head to the break. But whatever the case is, it looks like it's cleared up.
Whatever it was very brief. So we're seeing TCR Motorworks trying really hard to get by Balthazar Motorworks. Carlos still holding the pretty wheel though. But had to make an evasive maneuver on the Miata there. Oh, there's some lockup. One of the cars that threw. Well, let's see here. like he was able to get by one of them, working through some traffic. Coming down turn 7 back to the front straightaway. Get that double shift right there, get it down to third gear for turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, that BMW is right on his tail still, so these guys are still going at it.
And that's the race leader, so I can understand not wanting to go another lap down. He's racing them really hard right now.
There's the Camaro.
I think it's going to be a matter of time, though. That TCR car is so strong.
It really is. Here's a look from inside the TCR car. Let's see if they both dare go down the inside, but I don't think we're going to find out.
Well, let's find out.
This is from a few moments ago.
TCR backed off. Did you see that?
Yeah. Oh, a very slow car going into the pits too, and that's the danger there of trying to be aggressive like that. Yeah.
He backed off early, let him get through the corner, and was able to maximize the straightaway.
Yeah, and he really played that beautifully with the Camaro, plugging things up a little bit. We saw the Miata there pitting. He's got somebody else coming down the inside now. This is all throwing off his momentum. And TCR is getting away. It's trying not to let him get away from him, but he's really compromised through here, Kyle.
Yeah.
Down Paul Newman straight, touch the brakes, and head up the hill. So far, things looking pretty good out there on the racetrack. And the weather, the temperatures, I mean, it's a gorgeous sky out there. There's the team Rodney Earwood's driving with them this weekend. Here's TCR. Got away cleanly, but there's just so much traffic out here, Kyle. This is anything could happen to you out here. Get caught up between a couple cars, and then with another couple cars ahead of you, there's just nowhere to go.
I talked about that toward the beginning of the race and the beginning of the show. Just this is not a very wide racetrack. There's not a lot of room to do anything. The keys to success at Lime Rock Park, you're right and right again. It's a lot of right-handers. You need to make sure the car's set up for the majority of the right-handers. You got to work on the left-hander, but majority of it, you need the car working to the right. And then thin and trim, as we just talked about, there's not a lot of room. You got to be thin, you got to be trim, you got to make sure you put the car in the right spots and can execute and navigate those passes to the best of your ability. Smooth is fast. We've seen a few cars kind of slide off the racetrack and make some maneuvers that were a little questionable, but then you've seen teams like Balthazar, who's really relatively smooth, who's now up into the top 5, and then the Miata Express. I mean, we've seen it. It's right now it's the BMWs, but we've got we've got 3 Miatas up in the top 6 with two A class cars and a B class car. So I would say the Miatas and the BMWs, it's going to be a battle between the two manufacturers today.
Well, these guys are giving it all they got here. TCR leading the race, but not comfortably. They've got a battle on their hands, and late to Apex, still letting competitors come through here. So I don't know if it's intentionally they've got a problem with the car, or this is just their pace. This is what they're going to run.
I wonder if they're nursing the car, because they were pushing it a little bit earlier. I mean, not insanely, but they were pushing the car a little bit harder earlier. It's like ever since that issue, they're just trying to get to the pit stop.
The car's coming through the Newman Straight, and then coming out of 3 there, heading up to 5. TCR still leading the way. There you can see the mountainous region that we're in here in Connecticut.
It's a beautiful part of the country. It really is, folks. I mean, we can't stress it enough. It's very pretty, very beautiful, and just, definitely has a lot of elements to it.
And if you like pizza, man, you're going to love it here because you can get it anywhere. Just about every corner has a pizza shop.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of mom and pop stuff, so... And Jenny and I enjoyed that. We were over at one of the places here last night. It was fun. I've got a car kind of wide there going into one. Carlos trying to catch up with the TCR car again.
Yeah. Trying to make the most of it.
Yeah, I think he's got the faster car, if that's who TCR is. It's just trying to get away is the hard part. Down into the braking zone here. Yeah, see, he's kind of gathering them up right here, and he wants a little bit of a gap here, doesn't he, Kyle? He's right on the tail of him going into the corner, and you just can't build a run that way.
Well, he's trying, but he's pretty evenly matched with the car, too, it seems like.
Right, I mean, but you don't catch a guy repeatedly unless you're the faster guy. I mean, he keeps pulling him back in, unless it's a traffic thing.
Yeah.
And when the traffic pushes him back, he doesn't really have enough to get by and get away from him. Like you said, if they're just really evenly matched, they're all facing the same traffic concerns.
Right.
They end up basically lapping together. Not much else you can do about it. And this is a tough situation there. He backs off, lets the guy get ahead of him so that we can get up the hill. Under the bridge here. Down for 7. Let's see if he can set him up here. Nice draft. As you can see, there's just not a lot of shifting. It's just a lot of braking and turning. TCR Motorworks leads the race right now. Oversent from the Gourds. Rosmar racing in third in the car 473. And then we have Raman Racing in car 591 in fourth place. Balthasar is in fifth. Then it's Ruben Performance, Zigzag Racing, Soggy Bottom Boys, Raman Racing, and MDR Motorsports in their Porsche Boxster there in 10th place.
And a good call let's give a call to MDR Motorsports. They've kind of snuck up there. We talked about smooth and consistent.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they've presented themselves up into the top 5 here, or top 10 here with about 4 hours to go. So you really see the cars coming out of Fort onto that Paul Newman straightaway. There's a bump right there that they hit as they as they go through the little kink, the S-bend, as they head to turn 5. You'll notice the car, it kind of twitches a little bit.
Yeah. And so that's MDR.
Yep, MDR Motorsports.
Found a feed for them. Let's see if we can bring that in. With a little bit of luck. That's got the wrong label on it, but by golly, we got them. get a corrected version there. Porsche Boxster.
Just nice and smooth, headed through the corner.
And by the way, if you're running one of these Yi cameras, you got that watermark down there in the lower left corner, just hit me up. Send me an email to paul.veldeman@champcar.org. I'll send you a firmware update for it. Get rid of it. You're running the old firmware, and actually the new firmware update gives you better reliability. Yeah, he's doing a great job hitting those apexes. Not sure where to go here, Kyle. I think he kind of wanted to go left and go right.
Yeah. I think he thought about going to the left, but he saw some slower traffic, and he said, I need to get by. And I don't think he knew if he was going to be able to swing back to the right. So I think he opted to kind of take a little bit of a different line coming out of 7.
Like you said earlier, they're trying not to lose too much momentum here. It messes up the lap after that. Les had talked about that a little bit too.
Yeah. It's a challenge. I mean, it's a challenge to be smooth and consistent. It's not something you do overnight. It's not something you can do. A lot of drivers can do right out of the box.
Yeah, and
it takes years of practice.
Well, I was just noticing we have so much traffic. I don't think we want much more traffic than this. This is busy.
Right.
But not in a bad way, but I just don't think we want to go heavier than this.
Well, it's just such tight quarters, so...
Yeah. Lining up for the braking zone here. There's the braking. You saw the nosedive. Coming through that right-hander, lining up for 3. TCR still leading the race. 55 seconds, the gap to Sent from the Gorge there in second place. Best lap times are 1:02, according to Race Monitor. I thought we saw some 1:01s earlier.
We did.
Though.
We still have Ramen Racing in the 591 has a 1:01.92. That's the closest we've gotten to a minute.
Yeah.
I think that's about all we're going to get because it's getting hot out there and the times continue to drop.
It's looking that way.
Such a beautiful scenery here. Look at this, Paul.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great shot. Kyle and I are up here on the second floor of that tower. We waved at you. Maybe you didn't see it, I don't know.
Probably didn't see it.
Lots of great merch for sale downstairs at the base of the tower. Picked up a hat for Jenny and a shirt, so which I still got to pay for. Don't tell anybody.
Yeah. I think you're busted.
Yeah. So lots of great stuff down there to pick up, and you can also buy through the swag through the online shop.
He wants to get by Soggy Bottom Boys, but I think he just didn't think he had the line, but then he got it.
Good heads-up driving from the Soggy Bottom guys.
Yeah. Better to be safe than sorry in those situations.
To Rosmar Racing, see how they're doing.
So far, so good. Let's see where the 129's running.
Okay.
sixth place right now, so good day for Rossmar.
Oh, good.
And they got one of their cars leading A class, the other one, the honor cars in fourth, and then the 129 in sixth. So Rossmar, and this is one of their home tracks. They're based closer to the Thompson area, but Lime Rock is another home track for them since they're based here in Connecticut.
They were having some problems with the throttle pedal yesterday. They were in the paddock here doing some work on that, and spent quite a bit of time underneath the dashboard there working on that. But looks like they've got it taken care of.
Yeah, it looks like it's where they need it to be successful today. Headed up the hill. Going to try to make a run on the BMW here. I think it's a BMW. The glare is just so bad, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, the average Green Beret. Friday, I'm so confused, he says in the chat. Yeah, I know, it's a little strange, isn't it?
Yeah, so what we found out is they don't race on Sundays here due to some local laws here in Connecticut and in the area locally. So the races are Friday and Saturday when you run at Lime Rock Park. And they said it's been that way since the 1950s.
Yeah, and this has kept us from coming here, but I'm glad we pushed for it, and we found out that there were a lot of guys were able to make it happen, so it was great. This is heading up towards turn 6 here as they come over the hill. And there's the Toyo Tires bridge. And we come down the hill and start another lap here as one of the cars ducks into the pits here.
Is that No, I don't think that's Balthazar. But we are almost approaching 4 hours to go, so if there was anybody that may be trying to stretch it a little bit or do 2 hours on fuel, this might be the time that they start looking at coming in right about in the next 5 to 10 minutes, because from there you can make it on one more stop.
Yeah, Haywood Racing here.
Had to chase the wheel a little bit there. Just trying to get through the corner.
So are you, Kyle, or do you think, do you go along with the hand over hand on the steering wheel, or do you like the shuffle?
I'm more of a shuffle guy. Reason being, I like to just kind of pull the wheel down as I need it and move my hands around. So I tend to shuffle a little more.
Yeah.
I don't like to do, I feel like the hand over hand, I just feel like you can get more in trouble with the hand over hand sometimes.
Yeah, I agree.
But I mean, if you're in a situation where you're tank slapping, you might have to hand over hand it.
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah, usually I try to shuffle it to where if I know I'm going into a tighter corner, I'll pull the hand up and put it up higher on the wheel so I can pull whether it's left or right. You, Paulie, what's your preference?
I agree completely. I think it's a bad idea to go hand over hand. You can get yourself tangled up. You always want to maintain that kind of touch feel of where your hands are on the wheel. If you remove your hand and cross over, yeah, with the exception of a tank slapper, you shouldn't need to do that. And they do sell weekend memberships? Yes. So thanks for helping out with that question. It's not really spectators. We technically don't allow spectators in air quotes because it's members. But because we're a .org.
But you come get a weekend membership and you can watch all the racing you want.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a technicality. And you get to come and watch them. If you get an annual membership, then you can come any track you want.
Yep, exactly. him just having to wait on that power. You can tell it's killing him. He just bum-bum, bum-bum, bum-bum. He wants to get on it, but the car pushes.
So with that, we'll take another break and be back in just a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Lime Rock Park this weekend. The New England Enduros continue.
Shopping for tires used to be like pulling teeth. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's Tire Decision Guide made it easy to drill down to the right tires for me.
What?
Oh, I got a great deal. My tires shipped fast and free and arrived the next day. I even got 2 years of free road hazard protection.
Where?
You're darn right, wow. Next time your tires get long in the tooth, visit TireRack.com.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to the New England Enduros here at Lime Rock Park. I am Kyle Lockrow. He is Paul Veltum, and we have the Less is More cam with Les Epps on pit road giving you all the action. TCR Motorworks continues to lead this race over Sent from the Gourds. 2 C-Class cars continuing to hold down the top 2 spots. Rossmar Racing and Ramen Racing, 2 A-Class cars, 3rd and 4th. And Balthazar Motorworks rounds out your top 5 in a C-Class car. So it has been an adventurous day today. Clean and green for most of the day, other than one little quick snafu right before a commercial break a little while ago. But so far, Dan Frodel and his team have continued to hold this down. And the Gourds, the Canadians, are continuing to run well as well.
Yeah, we did have a team black flag counseling for unsafe re-entry, and that was the Rampage guys. So those re-entries, whether that's a re-entry from pit lane due to violating the blend line, or a re-entry from having an off and then just zipping back onto the racetrack, those are things you got to talk to your drivers about. You know, we're a starter series. We got a lot of inexperienced drivers, so when you plug one of those guys into your car, you know, you want to talk about these safety issues that you as a more experienced driver can bring to them, things that, you know, might be common sense for you, but not yet for them.
Right.
So make sure you brief them on these kinds of things, because you certainly don't get your car tore up and have them learn the hard way. So fortunately, you know, we can flag them in, talk to them, say, hey, yeah, you don't want to do that. And that was the first black flag I ever got, was from violating the blend line. Didn't know what I didn't even know what I did. So that's an honest mistake, and but again, you just want to get your guys up to speed on all that fun stuff.
So, Paulie, we got a number of races coming up here on the schedule that we're here at Lime Rock Park this weekend, but then next weekend we're not going to be there with ChampCar.Live, but the Champ Car Endurance Series heads to the Virginia International Raceway for the BF Goodrich Rival Revival. That is say that 5 times fast. Rival Revival at VIR event, so they've pretty much maxed that event out, so you can join the wait list.
Now, is that the Folt course?
Yep, that is the full course. That is because we would always run the full course in August, traditionally when it was the 24 hours. So, but now we go to VIR twice, and we run the full course both times for the August edition and then the championship in December.
Yeah, that place is a riot. And it's interesting, too, when you drive in here to Lime Rock, it feels kind of like you're driving into VIR. You notice that hard left hand we took? Yep. Yeah, it felt like, hey, this is just like going to VIR.
Kind of diving through the woods and trying to find the clearing where the track is, and it's very much the same. Once we get done there, about 2 or 3 weeks later, they'll be up at Thompson for the 12-hour there. That's just about full. Only a couple spots left if you're interested in entering the race. And then a couple weeks later, we head for the sold-out Mid-Ohio Fast Parts Grand Prix, which is our next telecast here and show here for ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And then 2 weeks after that, we head down to sunny Sebring, Florida for the Eye of the Storm Sebring Enduro. That is sold out as well. So we got a bunch of events coming up as we are now heavy into the second half of the season.
Yeah, and Mid-Ohio is just such a great event. We always sell out there, and it's a place that's somewhat close to where I live, so I've got some family interested in coming out and just watching.
But you spent a lot of time there with your dad, too, right?
Yeah, tracks like that's really where I grew up, so that might explain a lot. But a lot of these smaller racetracks near and dear to my heart. Mid-Ohio is a great racetrack. It's a fun place, very balanced. You kind of have to bring the whole package there in order to be successful there. Not only a versatile car, but also you have to be a versatile driver.
Yeah, very much so.
A little bit of everything out there.
Well, there's a little bit of elevation change, tight corners, long straightaways, a little bit of drafting involved on straightaways. And then you have to just understand how to be smooth is a big thing. It's not the easiest track to navigate.
lots of opportunity. Let us know some things, maybe some questions that you guys might have that are watching the race today here on this Friday as you're preparing for your weekend. And I hope you folks will be spending some time with family, maybe doing a barbecue or,
maybe going to the pool or something. Or
birthday party celebration, spending some time with the family. One of the things that makes Champ Car unique is the way that we class the cars. Now, overall, Champ Car is about finding parity, so that way you can bring just about anything, and you can do some modifications, more on some cars than others, depending on the car. But we class the cars primarily by engine displacement. So 1.91 liters and under is Class A. 1.92 up to 2.4 are B-class cars, and also a lot of the engine swaps fit into that class. C-class cars are 2.41 up to 391, and that's where a lot of the BMWs, those inline six-cylinder cars, will fit. And then D-class cars, what I like to call the American Iron, the bigger displacement engines, the 392 and up, that's where they fit. And then we have the F-class cars, which are cars that total as raced VPI of 300 points or less. That's our Vehicle Performance Index, which is available on our website, along with the full rule book. And then EC class cars are all the exception class cars. Now, these are cars that don't fit in our rule book. They don't qualify for a podium position in the overall standings. But we do trophy that class, and so they're kind of a race within a race. So we don't talk too much about those guys, but it is another race that's happening here at the same time as Carlos bringing that machine in for the Balthazar Motorworks guys. And boy, their pit in is right. Their pit stall is just at pit in. So he's going to hop out. Those hoses you see him disconnecting there are part of his cool shirt system. He has water that circulates through a shirt, a special shirt, tubes that go through the shirt. They're woven in and keeps the driver cool. Pops the seat back, removes the steering wheel, and then he's going to hop out.
Drove a good stint, put in a good day's work.
Yeah, he really did. And one of the things we talked about the last race, Kyle, that we probably should emphasize here too, we saw that fire with the Hastings Tires Plus Corvette
at Autobahn.
At the Autobahn, just a reminder, you do want to have your drivers practice, especially yourself, your egress, getting out of the race car. You want to do it with your eyes closed because you may not be able to see, and holding your breath. So you want to be able to get out of that car inside of 15 seconds. That's the maximum your fire suit's going to protect you on that single layer. And you want to get out of that race car in that period of time. And so you want to memorize what's the release feel like. Sounds like a strange thing to mention, but when you're wearing those gloves, you really can't feel the release levers very well. You also want to know where you're going to place your hands and how you're going to release that window net. And then
and where you're going to grab to get out, too.
Exactly where you're going to grab to get out without being able to see. So you want to have that memorized. And try to do it with the steering wheel still on. A lot of times in that fire situation, it's a big emergency to get out of the car. You've got flames licking at your feet, and you're not going to spend any time in there hunting for the fire nozzle. Well, you're getting out of the car.
Right.
You're getting out of the car. You have a very short period of time to get out without getting injured. And so these hoses, these can be fitted with breakaways. Those are things you can get from Discovery Parts and some other sources, I think. So you can get yourself out of that car. This is something you want to practice, especially if you're coming in also to a team you haven't driven with before. You want to practice that process of getting out of the race car. You don't want to be in a situation where you find you can't get out of the car.
No, and you want to make sure you can get out of that thing.
And there's something weird about wearing that duckbill Hans device. You're really at a big leverage disadvantage when you're sitting in the car to get out. It takes very little to hold you in there. The belts can be kind of hanging up a little bit. That duckbill could get caught on the sill or the window opening as you're trying to get out, and you'd be surprised how difficult it is to get out of the car quickly with just a little bit of resistance like that. So make sure you practice it. How about you, Kyle? You got any suggestions beyond that?
Well, best thing I can tell you would be try to just go through the motions, learn the cockpit. When I'm driving for a team, I tend to get in the car and I will get in and get my foot placement, and I'll actually strap myself into the car, work on knowing how much the belts reach. I'll actually get in and also do a shifter test. So I also do it for reach for me because I'm a bit of a shorter driver. So I'll get in and make sure I can get the shifter all the way forward, make sure I can get it all the way back, make sure I can get it all the way out to 5th gear. I've had that problem before with some cars where I've been strapped trying to get it to 5th gear. But a lot of times what I'll do is I'll get in and out of the car a couple times, and I'll learn where all the switches are, learn where the extinguisher buttons are, you want to learn the inside of your race car. Don't just get in and drive the car blind. You want to make sure you actually understand where everything is, because it's a vital part of knowing how to get in and out of the race car.
Yeah, absolutely. And Drop Gear is saying he's been on fire twice, and the most important thing is not to panic. 15 seconds, he's saying, is a long time. You got to remain calm so you can be focused. It's amazing when you go over that edge into panic. It can take you a lot more time to get out of the car, to get that window net down.
You can fumble more too.
You got all this adrenaline. You're fumbling instead of acting.
So calm is key, and you want to try to be as relaxed as possible. And it's hard. It's hard. I've never been on fire, but, well, actually, no, I can't say that. I was on fire one time in a race car. One of my first starts on an oval. We had a fire come up through the transmission tunnel, sitting on the grid, and I ended up having to climb out of the car. I scrambled out of that car. Actually, because a lot of times I'll race with my visor up just so I can see stuff better, because sometimes as you get junk on your visor, and if there's scratches or nicks on it, it can look like it's a piece of debris on the racetrack. And I ended up getting a little bit of, not smoke inhalation, but I ended up breathing in a little bit of the fire. So needless to say, it kind of took me out a little bit that day.
Yeah.
But Jason's exactly right. It's not fun.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got to practice this with your holding your breath and the whole deal. Worst case, because you may not be able to see, and that's what happened to Stephen Cox. So it's crazy.
But the good thing is Steven's a very experienced driver, and was able to tackle it to the best of his ability.
Yeah, and he brought back a lot of good experience for us in that process of wearing the proper gloves, and of course his face was burnt pretty good, and we all tend to drive with those visors cracked a little bit. Maybe not all of us. This fella's got his down. Maybe he's cracked a touch, but I know I tend to keep mine open a little bit.
It also just for air too. You try to let some of that cooler air get to you. Plus, if you have it down and locked, it can get
like fog.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it can fog it pretty good. So you try to leave a bit of a crack. Like you can see here in Rossmar's car, the driver's got the visor down, but it's cracked, so it doesn't fog up on him.
Thank you, Lori. Appreciate that.
Yep, very much. Thanks, Lori.
We appreciate all of our viewers as well. Got a little bit of dust that's getting kicked up. We still got some people violating that turn 1 area there as they hit into 2.
They just
really easy
get in there so hot. I'm watching a lot of these cars just dive in there.
Yeah.
And I think as the track is getting hotter, they're sliding out and not anticipating how much the car's in a bit of a slide right there.
Yeah, you can see the E36 lean there as they come into turn 1. And, it very well could be. I think sometimes you try to assert yourself, don't you? Like, I want you to do this, and you were doing it fine earlier, and it's just not. It's a physics problem.
But you also, you're realizing, 3 hours ago you had better tires, you had more, you had fuel load, and the track was a bit cooler. It wasn't, it wasn't in the high 70s or low 80s up here, ambient wise. I mean, the lap times have come down substantially, so that says a lot too.
Yep, TCR Motorworks leads over Sent from the Gourd by 44 seconds now. They've brought back. They've gained a little bit of that gap back now. Has sent from the Gourds. Rosmar Racing in number 473 is in third place. Then it's Ramen Racing, Ruben Performance. That's your top 5 there.
Zigzags climbed up into the top, into the sixth position. So great run for those guys.
Yeah, good job, Nissan Power coming to the rescue here. The 350Z working its way up through the field. Balthazar Motorworks there in 7th place in their BMW. So it's BMW's leading the way, and then the Miatas lurking about there in the background, vying for position, trying to get up there. And then 9th place, the Porsche Boxsters. They just seem to be held at bay today, don't they? Just having trouble really making their way up the field.
Yeah, it's been the Miata and the BMW show for sure.
Yeah, the Porsche seems like it's kind of parked down there in 9th place. And we have a number of Porsches here this weekend, but it's just hard to advance on these Miatas and BMWs for the Porsche teams. And, of course, TCR and Dan, those guys put on a clinic. Every time they show up at the racetrack, it seems like they're fast. And Schumacher Taxi has taken it behind the wall. Some trouble with their Porsche. I don't see anybody working around the car right now. But, some issues there for the Porsche team as we're out here at Lime Rock Park, this gorgeous facility out here in Lakeville, Connecticut. It's the first time my wife and I have been to Connecticut. Our hotel's actually in Massachusetts. So we've been driving back and forth, haven't we, Kyle?
It's not far, though. That's the thing. It's only about 35 minutes.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a jaunt. It's okay.
But the nice thing is Connecticut's not a very big state, and neither are many of the states up here in New England.
Yeah, and it kind of reminds me of VIR where you leave the state and then you come back into the state to go to the track.
Yeah. You leave Virginia going to North Carolina and then pop back into Virginia to go back to the hotel.
Zach B. at the wheel here now of the, how's it pronounced again? Balthazar,
and I think that's Zach Balthazar himself.
Oh, okay. Love the gloves, man. That's got to be worth 2 or 3 seconds right there. We got to check in with Les on the yellow glove theory. If yellow gloves makes you faster, because we seem to see that it's a familiar thread. Well, maybe more of us need to get that, Kyle.
Why don't we ring him up here? Les, you got a copy, buddy?
Now, what do you guys think that are watching the show about yellow gloves?
Les, you got a copy?
Because I know there's a lot of superstitious drivers out there in racing.
Well, I mean, that's no different than running something green. That's no different than running something with the number 13 on it. I mean, it depends on who you talk to. We're all superstitious to an extent.
Oh, here we got Les here. We're going to find out what he thinks.
Hey, man, we're talking to our viewership here when Zach Balthazar has yellow gloves on, and we know you're a yellow glove guy. What's the trick to the yellow gloves? Does it make you faster?
He's thinking about it.
The sunlight gives the solar power pulls in your hand, and the proton, the quick speed.
Wait a minute.
So what you're saying is it's science.
He told us he wasn't a Scientologist.
All right, thanks, buddy. Have fun. Be safe down there. All right, so there you go, folks. The answer to your question for the yellow gloves.
It's all science.
It is science.
Science proves
you'll be a faster driver.
That it's going to make you a faster driver.
Yep.
All right. Figured there had to be something to it. TCR leads the way over Sent from the Gourds still. Now it's 40 seconds, Kyle. They've cut 4 seconds out of that lead.
Yeah, I think TCR is getting caught in a lot of traffic, plus their lap time. The last lap for the Gourds was a 1:04. Last lap for TCR was a 1:11. Now that looks a little bit better. That was traffic. They're down to a 1:05.97. The Gourds, though, are consistently about a second quicker a lap. So we might need to really keep an eye on that and look at it.
Yeah. TCR has.
Speaking of Ramen Racing and TCR, that is your third place car. These guys are putting on a clinic today. I mean, that's another lap on your third place car in the overall, and your leading C-class or A-class car, by the way.
Yeah, as you're coming out of 2 there, the key is to understand right where to go back to the gas and start powering out of there. You got to get it just right to really get the best out of these lap times. Comes up over the hill, you hear that little bit of rev change. Goes back to full power here as he heads down the hill. We'll check on late to Apex. You know, we were watching them earlier. Sam's at the wheel now. We noticed they were giving up a lot of track position. Let's see what Sam can do with this car now. They've probably been into the pits by now, I'm sure, because we started at 10 o'clock. It's now almost 1:30. Changed drivers. Was there an issue with the car, or was it just the driver? We'll see here after a little bit. Keep an eye on things.
Well, he's catching the car in front. Let's see if he tries to make a pass on it.
Okay, so continuous rotation racing has been flagged in for unsafe reentry and a 4th spinoff.
Oh.
But it's the name of the team is continuous rotation. Seems like that would be appropriate. But late to Apex calling in, we could overhear them talking a little bit on their radio.
So it looks like he got by one car, but let's take a look at their lap time. The last lap was a 1:13.72. Their best lap on the day was a 1:04.5. So
all right,
I would say they're maybe nursing something at this point. Maybe they're just trying to get it to the finish. I didn't catch what Sam said on the radio. It was very faded.
Yeah.
So it was kind of hard to tell. Back on board with MDR Motorsports. And their Boxster. These guys are having a pretty good day, up into the 8th position in the overall. 4th in C-class right now. Headed down through, headed down through West Bend and then to the downhill. Car looks good. It looks real smooth, real solid. It doesn't look like they're fighting anything at this point. Mostly working through 3rd and 4th gear around this racetrack. Doesn't even look like he's touching 5th. Not even look like he's touching 5th gear.
Head up into 3 here. Yeah, driver looks very relaxed, and just working through, just working his way around the track. And it may seem strange, but you know, for a lot of guys that get into a race car, it can be a very calming effect.
It is very calming, depending on who you are. I've been in situations where I've had anxiety during the week, things just not going well for you, but then you get to the racetrack and you throw your suit on, get your stuff on, you climb into that cockpit, fire the car up, and then all of a sudden it's just like you're in bliss.
Yeah, and you know, Paul Newman talked about that too. He tragically lost his son, and he said he was talking to his good friend Bob Sharp, and Bob said, you know, what can I do to help you? He said, just put me in a car.
Yep. Just
get me out on the racetrack. I just need to get out there and do laps.
It can be therapy for you.
Yeah.
If you're dealing with something, it really can. You get in the race car and you feel like you're in control, where sometimes in life you're not in control of things. In the race car, you can control 90 to 95% of what's going on.
Rodney's messaging us here. He said, this is a great track. I had a blast out there. He hadn't raced here before, and Rodney's been at a lot of great racetracks, rode Atlanta, and he's been racing with us a long time, and so for him to come out and say, hey, this is fun. This is a great track.
And that says a lot.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, racing can be therapy, folks. It really can. We're not saying, get yourself all upset to go race, because that's not the point. But what we're saying is,
if you have a pulse, you probably get rough. You have rough patches. God, you're going through one right now.
Right.
We all go through that, right? I mean, we all go through tough times, and this can be very therapeutic for us.
It can be, yeah. When you get inside of the race car and you feel better, it really can make a difference, and it can calm you down, and sometimes just kind of give you that bliss that you're looking for, and really can help out. So, I mean,
I think we all need that now.
Yeah.
We need a little bit of a
an
outlet to get away. Yeah,
it's an outlet.
It's sort of like going on vacation is. You do need to get away from it now and then.
Yeah, I mean, for some people, it's going to the beach or going to the mountains and just going to be away and unplug. Well, this is kind of a way for us enthusiasts to unplug.
Yeah.
And it makes a world of difference.
TCR headed into the corner, and with that, we'll take another commercial break. Good stuff, Kyle. Good talks. We've got a lot of racing left here at Lime Rock Park, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to be like pulling teeth. That was before I went to TireRack.com. Tire Rack's tire decision guide made it easy to drill down to the right tires for me.
What?
Oh, I got a great deal. My tires shipped fast and free and arrived the next day. I even got 2 years of free road hazard protection.
Where?
You're darn right, wow. Next time your tires get long in the tooth, visit TireRack.com.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. This weekend, we're at Lime Rock Park, the New England Enduros, as we are back on board with Haywood Racing. TCR Motorworks leads this race, and yeah, they've just been killing it out there today. Started off up towards the front of the pack, and it seems as though they've been able just to maintain their dominance here so far today. Of course, we know that that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but you do want to, try to get up to the front, of course, and be up there for the finish. And so far, they've been doing a fine job of it. So it's TCR Motorworks leading by now 35 seconds. Sent from the Gourds continuing to close the gap there. Actually, they just ran a 106. Sent from the Gourds, the TCR is 103. So they lost a fair amount there. But overall, they have been closing that gap. We've got Rubin Performance Garage in second place, as the 159 of Open Throttle, their Porsche, comes into the pits. Balthazar Motorworks is now in fourth place. We've got Ramen Racing in fifth and sixth. MDR Motorsports in seventh, followed by Soggy Bottom Boys, Action Raceworks, and Zigzag Racing. That's our top 10 there, with the Porsche team now working their way up to seventh. Just as I said that they were parked and they weren't moving out of ninth place, MDR has responded, and they've started moving that car up into the field here. They're now just it shouldn't take them long to get inside of the top 5 at this pace. So thank you, everybody, for joining us here. Hope you're having a fantastic beginning of your weekend. One of the cars kicking up some dust there. Looks like maybe one of the Porsches hiccuping a little bit. Oh, we got a car off the track, but
got it going.
Our way back on there.
Yep, looks like just a little minor spin and got it going. Not sure who it is. So, but it happens down there, folks. It's a slick corner. When you go through there, I can't stress enough just how loaded up the car is on the one on the left side. And it can, if you get in there too hot with as flat as the corner is, you can and the track goes away from you a little bit as you get into the corner. So you can absolutely inadvertently spin yourself out, not trying to, and then you'll having to play catch up. But the driver did a great job, didn't panic, got the car going, got it fired up, and grabbed a gear and took off. So that's awesome. And you can see what I'm talking about as you exit the corner where you have that little bit of banking. It goes away from you as it gets flat. So that is more inviting for a car to potentially spin out.
Yeah, there's definitely a good groove here at Lime Rock. This whole section here is nicely banked. gives you some advantage. So there's room to get by because of that. You're not getting thrown off so badly as you head through that section of the track. And then they transition through these S's onto Paul Newman Straight, and then finally to turn 5. So were you able to get an order in there? He's for lunch.
Yeah,
so he can get something in there.
Take a look at it.
Yeah. If you go into the chat. All right. Dealing with the scrunch. And let me know, too, if there's some things that we could be doing you think it might be even cooler for the show. I've been doing this forever, but, you're always looking for ways to make things a little bit better. I know you're going to say, nah, there's nothing you could possibly do to make it better. But yeah, let me know. Let me know what's some ideas that you have. Obviously, there's budget issues, but we work around things.
Still on board here with MDR Motorsports and their 98 Porsche Boxster.
There we go. Oops. So over to Haywood Racing, see how they're doing in the Miata.
So far, so good for these guys.
Yeah, they brought 2 cars here this weekend, did the Haywood team, and that's kind of common for them. They often campaign these 2 cars. And we've got several teams that do that. They'll bring a couple of cars out as weapons. And then there's other teams like Open Throttle Racing where they bring a
plethora of cars.
Yeah, they're bringing 6 cars to the track. So there's a lot of opportunity with those teams to rent seat time, and that's really what it's about. They've turned it into a business, Kyle. They're giving everybody opportunity to come in and race with them, and it's really great.
And they invite newcomers, which is the cool thing. There's some teams that don't necessarily want newcomers. They want somebody with a little more experience, which I can get, because sometimes you get that green driver in the car. It's hard. But the way Mike Gorman has designed his program, he can bring in a pro, he could bring in a semi-pro, an amateur, or he could bring in somebody that's completely green and new to Champ Car, and his guys have the experience to get and work with this driver to get them up to speed.
Yeah.
So it's incredible to watch. I've had the pleasure of driving for Mike a couple times at Sebring and Daytona. Hopefully down the line I'll be able to get back behind the wheel of one of his seats, but we'll have to see what happens. But it was an absolute pleasure to get to drive it, and I was very lucky. But I learned a lot too in the process.
Yeah, looks like Action Works in their Camaro. They're in the pits. So that's why we've said, folks, you don't have to have a race car to go racing. You can rent seat time from these teams that are offering those things, and then you can go racing with us. You can come out to Lime Rock. You can come to Daytona. You can come to Road Atlanta. These bucket list racetracks. We're going to be at Coda. We're going to all these great racetracks. You can be a part of it, and you don't need your own race car, and you really don't need experience. There's ways to get out there and make it happen. So make sure you find out more from the ChampCar.org website of ways that you can get involved. We usually recommend you come out and volunteer for a weekend, which really isn't volunteering because you get paid. So you get food, you get paid, and you learn more about the series and what it's about strike up some conversations, get some relationships going. Meet Kyle over here. He's usually down there Fridays in the paddock area, walking around, talking and meeting and talking to people. And you strike up those conversations and develop those relationships, and you'll find inroads into various teams that you can get involved with. So we hope you'll do that. Like Kyle said, it's good therapy, and it's just good for you to get out here and do this kind of. If you're an enthusiast, you like this kind of thing, we can't say enough how good it is for you to come out and get involved. Okay, so you can find out more information at ChampCar.org on our website to sign up to be a volunteer and get out here and do that. As Rosmar is coming into the pits in car 129. All right, so he's telling them 20 mile an hour because we have this rule across Champ Car. Whatever racetrack we go to, it's 20 mile an hour in the pits. You're not allowed to go over that speed limit, or you find yourself with a penalty. And usually it's the next guy getting in that gets the penalty, which is always kind of fun. But anyway, you don't want to do that. Okay, so we've got a car. The team is been black flagged, and they're going to add time to their black flag for ignoring the black flag. So their penalty has gone up because they didn't notice the black. That's the Corsair Racing team. So one of the things you do want to tell your drivers is explain to them where the black flag station is located, because oftentimes it's not going to come from the flagger on the flag stand. It may, but many times they'll have a black flag station elsewhere on the track, and so you want your guys to be cognizant of that, to keep an eye out. If they're being black flagged and they're not paying attention to it, that's going to get you in even more trouble. So if they do see they're being black flagged, they need to understand enough about racing to know what that means and how they need to respond to it, whether it's a black flag or a meatball. So make sure these guys, these newcomers, they understand what the rules of the road are, as TCR, your leader of the race, is coming in. And they'll shut their car off, and that'll kill the camera, but they'll be back later.
And with that pit stop, this should put them in the window for one more stop to get to the end of the race. With 3 hours and 45 minutes counting down, if they can go closer to 2 hours, they should be set to be able to make this on one more stop.
And Drop Gear saying that MDR Motorsports needs to average a 105 to take fifth place over by the end of the day. That's assuming, of course, that the math continues with
close quarters. Nicely done. Daniel had to grab a gear there to get out of the corner.
He's working his way by this Fox body, trying to get through there. They've crested the hill. The Mustang gets away.
They're down to a 1:10.36, so maybe maybe their issue's getting a little bit better for them. But maybe their first driver out was just that fast. It must have been.
Schumacher Taxi shown in 34th, and Open Throttle Racing shown in 35th. Those two Porsche Boxsters, and they're probably both parked right now. So that's always hard to see. There's Rosmar getting their service. And MDR. And we'll go through the standings here for you just to kind of give you folks the landscape, the lay of the land here. Sent from the Gorge leads this race. TCR Motorworks in second. Rubin Performance Garage in third. Balthazar Motorworks in fourth in the 294 car. Ramen Racing in their 01 Mazda Miata in fifth place, car 591. The purple one. And then it's Zigzag Racing in their 06 Nissan 350Z in sixth. MDR Motorsports in their Boxster in seventh. Ramen Racing in eighth. The Honor Rosmar Racing Team in ninth in car 477. And in 10th, It is Rosmar Racing in car 129. And Kyle, if you can take us through the by-class standings.
I can do that.
Okay.
Alrighty. So Class A is got a hold by Ramen Racing. The 591 leads by 5 laps over the 592. And then Rosmar Racing, the honor car, I'm not pronouncing the whole thing, is in third, about 6 laps back of the leader. And then Rosmar Racing is in fourth as well in A class. And then Coco and Brothers are in fifth. Over to B class, the 600 Rubin Performance Garage has a 12-lap lead over Mostly Motorsports in their Scion. Over to the C class, Sent from the Gourds is now leading this race over TCR through the cycle of pit stops, might I add, by about a lap and change. Balthazar Motorworks is in third. 292 Zigzag Racing is in fourth, and the 831 MDR Motorsports Boxster, which is a 7th in the overall and 5th in class right now. And then over to D, the 283 Rhinoceros Racing leads by 5 laps over MLC Racing. And then a pretty hefty margin back is Team Z. They've had quite a few issues today. Not the day they've wanted here at Lime Rock Park. And then let's take a look at our F-Class. MDR Motorsports leads the F-Class by 13 laps over Falkensteiner. So there's a good chance if they can hang on to that and nothing catastrophic happens, they're probably going to lock down that F-Class victory later today. For EC, Martinelli Motorsports leads by 20 laps over Rapscallions Racing. We may have an interview with the Rapscallions guys a little bit later in the broadcast, so if you're a Rapscallions fan, stay tuned. We're going to get to talk to some of your guys and gals here shortly.
I just love that team name. It's a Rapscallions. That's a great team name. Got to find out where they came up with that.
Well, we'll have to ask them. We'll have to see if Les can ask them that question.
TCR headed back out onto the racetrack now after their pit stop. You see, he's going to hug that right side there. He's clear of the blend line now. And a check of his mirrors, he's clear. So now this next driver is being introduced to Lime Rock today. Had a driver, another car coming down around the inside
Balthazar
here. So TCR tumbles down to third place with that pit stop, but you know these other teams are going to have to stop too. So, and it seems pretty clear, Kyle. We're not having a lot of cautions or code 35s or any of that kind of stuff.
It's going to be a sprint to the finish.
It's just green flag racing, and so unfortunately for some of these teams that were counting on those cautions for pit stops, it doesn't look like that gift is in the cards.
Yeah, I think. It goes either way. I mean, but then we've also had it where most of the race is quiet, but then we've also had half a race where we had a lot of code 35s and yellows, or then where we've had a half a race where we didn't have anything at all and we were clean and green to the end. But I got to give the field credit. They've done a great job today of keeping themselves clean. They're giving each other room and respect. And that's what you want in Champ Car. But Jackie Sides, race director, was very adamant this morning. She said any side-to-side malicious contact, you're done for the weekend. So I think message has been received and understood completely. And I think these guys and girls are doing a great job of working with that.
Yeah, it sounds that way. We did have a car that got into the wall, car number 570. That's the Cougar Racing team in their BMW. Over in at the exit of turn 6, co-workers praised the driver for their re-entry. So obviously some heads-up driving there for those guys. Glad to see that.
Back on board with TCR. Whoa. That was the Z.
Yeah. And today's timing and scoring pylon brought to you by Panda Planner. That's Panda way-planner.com. I got it.
So if you have any questions or want to know more about it, talk to Mr. Jason Siebert from Panda Planner, and he can get you all set up with all the services that he has to offer.
Yeah.
So as we're still on board here with TCR, again, this will clear out in just a moment. There we go, as they come down the front straightaways.
Yeah.
He's coming through the corner. You hear him just wanting to get back to the power, but he's having to be real patient. Working through turn 3 right here. Now turn 4 headed to Paul Newman straight.
So yeah, field any questions you want our way. You know, we've got Kyle here. He's a expert at coaching drivers and teams to success and fun and safety. So, I mean, you've got your resident expert here, and he's ready to answer questions. So send him along. I'd be happy to answer your questions. Back on board with Rosmar.
So let's take a look as we're on board with Rossmar. Let's take a look a little far back. Action Raceworks, Polly, one of our camera cars, has now worked themselves up into 13th in the overall, and they're in C class. They're in 7th or 8th in C class, so these guys are having a pretty decent day so far.
Yeah, the Camaro racing team outnumbered by far when it comes to Camaros at this field today. It's kind of nice to see that, though. I like seeing some of these unique cars. They've got all of the circle drill outs to lighten the car, which is always kind of fun. And, yeah, seeing if they can make a go of it in the Camaro. And I think all of us would just enjoy spending a little bit of time behind, you know, a big American car, one of these racetracks, just to have a go of it. And you've raced a lot of big race cars, Kyle, in the ARCA series. It's mostly oval stuff, or have you been on?
Only ovals right now. I wish I'd had an opportunity to run an ARCA car on a road course or a truck on a road course, but unfortunately the only thing I've gotten to do was I made my debut at Kansas about 5 years ago when I ran for Andy Hillenberg's fast track racing team, and then I did some testing at Charlotte, did some truck testing for Team Rayome at a Charlotte, North Carolina, and did some stuff, but it's a lot of fun. The bigger stuff, you really have to be careful. There's a lot of power. You really have to be mindful of how much power you've got. So just gingerly on that accelerator is crucial.
Oh, but and driving mostly with slicks, right?
Oh yeah. A
lot of meat.
The only time we would run in stock cars, any treaded tire would be if it was a rain tire.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Right.
So, but yeah, we're pretty much all slicks in stock cars.
When you're on those rain tires, is it just like a skating rink, or do they really make a big difference in the wet?
From what I've heard from some guys that I know, they said they make a difference and it helps, but it also depends on the amount of water too, because if you get to a certain point, you're out of grip. So it really depends on how much it disperses.
You can only channel so much.
Yeah, and that's the hard part. Especially if you get on a street course, or if you get to a place that doesn't have a lot of drainage, and if it starts puddling, it can get frustrating.
I gotcha.
More
dust
smoke
kicked up over here.
But we're seeing a lot of, but the nice thing is we're seeing a lot of that, but they're getting out of it. Like they're dropping a wheel or so off, and then they're keeping going.
Yeah, that's true.
But got to give a call to Zigzag, Paulie. Up into the 6th position. These guys are having a good run. Really doing a great job with what they're trying to do.
I think we got a car smoking here quite a bit. Might be a black Mustang. Let's see if they take it into the pits here. The bandwidth just not very good here.
No, he's still smoking.
He's gonna stay out there, the black car.
They'll have to keep an eye on that. Hopefully there's no oil coming out of that. Because that's the concern when you get up behind a car with blue smoke, folks, is you never know if they're putting out oil. I mean, you'll know if it gets onto your windshield, but when you start to see that faint, you never know. But usually that faint blue behind a car is usually the start of something not so fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it leads to a very, very bad day, and to where you're not happy after you're done with that. We'll put it that way.
Well, these guys are getting a lot of green flag practice out here at this racetrack for sure.
We've completed, let me see here. How many laps are we at for that? We're over 200 laps already.
Oh my gosh. The leader working over 200 laps now this race at Lime Rock Park. So lots of racing remains here this weekend. Hope you're having a fantastic start of your weekend. We got a lot more coming your way, so stay with us. We shall return soon.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com.
Shopping for tires used to make me want to blow a gasket. That was before I went to TireRack.com.
Tire Rack made it easy to find great tires at a great price. 2 years of free road hazard protection sealed the deal.
Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. Check this out. A technician brought my new tires right to the house. He's installing them now. All set. Thanks. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Shopping for tires used to be like pulling teeth. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's Tire Decision Guide made it easy to drill down to the right tires for me.
What?
Oh, I got a great deal. My tires shipped fast and free and arrived the next day. I even got 2 years of free road hazard protection.
Where?
You're darn right, wow. Next time your tires get long in the tooth, visit TireRack.com.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance, with a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Well, we're back at it here again at Lime Rock Park, and we haven't been here since, I think it's been over 10 years. So it's great for the series to be revisiting Lime Rock, and I think we can all agree we would love to keep coming back here. This is really a great venue. I think everybody's just having a lot of fun. Although some of the teams might not be having quite as much fun as others. We know the Start Racing team, Michael Coleman's team, having some mechanical issues there. Kyle was just down there walking around the base of the tower and talked to them a little bit. And I guess they're having some mechanical issues there. And Haywood Racing, they're working on their car too. So, as is typical, you know, there's always teams that have some mechanical struggles at the track, and this is part of racing. It doesn't matter what area of racing you're in. You can be a grassroots motorsports like what we have here, all the way up the chain to Formula One. You know, they all have mechanical issues they have to deal with. So no matter how much money you throw at it or how well prepared you think you are, This unfortunately is part of the sport. And but I think what we've seen in the series over the years is that these teams are bringing much better equipment to the tracks, and they're much better prepared than we were back in the bad old days. It was pretty sketchy, okay, for fair. It was not good. And it was amazing they were able to finish races with what they brought. But now this is more in line with, the kind of preparedness that you typically see in grassroots motorsports racing. So our standings right now here. Zigging on that engine. Oh, he's having trouble getting into gear. Rosmar Racing. I think he got it sunk in finally, but boy.
He had to go to fourth gear. There we go. He got third.
There he got third. I think he went for that like 5 times. TCR Motorworks leads the field over Sent from the Gourds. Balthazar in third. Ruben Performance in fourth. Ramen Racing in fifth. Zigzag is sixth. MDR Motorsports is seventh. Ramen Racing eighth. Honor Racing at Rosmar in ninth. And Mostly Motorsports in 10th.
Good run by the Mosley guys. A nice recovery to be up inside the top 10 now.
So thanks for everybody for tuning in and watching us here on ChampCar.Live. Over 1,000 of you have already signed in to watch and catch up on the action. Checkered flags at 5 o'clock. Tonight, we'll be back at it again tomorrow for an 8-hour contest from 9 to 5. And we'll see what this track has to offer tomorrow as well. But for right now, TCR Motorworks is working hard to parlay a win this weekend.
And this would be their second overall win? Because I think they finally got their first overall, wasn't it Autobahn?
That sounds right, yeah. The team had been working for so long to get that first win, and they finally got it. So they've got a lot of momentum coming into this event. And how does that momentum, Kyle, affect the team and affect the driver, both positive and negative?
Oh, it's when you come off a victory, it's very positive. Everybody's very upbeat. You finally feel like you found the secret sauce to be successful. So you go into the next race feeling more confident. You have a lighter pep, have more of a pep in your step, and you feel better. You feel like you finally know what it takes to get it done. And I think now, and a lot of times it's just racing luck too. Sometimes you need the racing gods to shine upon you. And I think right now TCR, they're being rewarded for a lot of the fruits of their labor, and they've worked really hard. They've put a lot of time and effort in, and blood, sweat, and tears. And I think Dan Frodel and his guys are being rewarded. But it doesn't affect you. I'd say the only negative side to it is if you think, it's that easy, and then you expect that it's going to come like that every time, and then you're disappointed, or you stop working, or you think, well, I don't have to work as hard now. Well, that's not the case. So it's a reward that you're positive about, but you got to think that you got to use it as, okay, great, now let's put in that same amount of effort and then even a little more and go do it again, rather than, because while you're having success, other teams are finding ways to catch you.
There's always somebody hungry right behind you. So if you relax, you're in trouble. Yeah, it makes sense. Love this camera angle. You can see the cars really get pitched into the corner here. And a lot of guys still using some of the dirt out there they have to be careful of course. Dropping tires off like that can do some damage to the car as they're out here competing for a win today. These are two separate races today, no Parc Fermé. So today's 7-hour race, we started at 10 o'clock in the morning, and we'll check her at 5 o'clock tonight.
Yep. And
a little bit of smoke kicked up there. I think there might have been some light contact.
Might be a tire rub or something.
Yeah. Some nice freeze frame action going on there. It takes a perfect day to win this year, especially 7 and 8 hour races. It's true. You can't afford a lot of mistakes, can you? You can't.
No, you can't.
You can't find yourself in the pits an extra 2 or 3 times and expect to win. You really do need to have everything just working right.
Not when you're only separated by 1 lap from your nearest competitor and you're racing on a track where you're running a minute and change lap times.
Yeah, TCR, it's a perfect example of that, isn't it? Because their competitors are right there. They're less than a lap away.
So you have to keep pushing. You have to keep doing the best. You have to keep doing the best you can to take advantage of it. Back on board with MDR as we see him coming through, headed to the Paul Newman straight. There's a couple cars out here, Paulie, I don't know if you noticed, with the red and the white. They remind you of that Cannon Dodson that he used to race up here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, just with the color schemes. And
yeah.
It's kind of cool to see it, because you see it and you're like, oh, because, I mean, everybody remembers that iconic 33 car that he raced up here for so many years.
Oh, man, it was a gorgeous car. And nothing sounds like a Z engine. It sounds so good.
It was a Dodson, right?
Yeah.
Because he was a Dodson guy.
Yeah. Yeah, that was part of the Bob Sharp team. He was part of the Bob Sharp racing team, and they raced. Bob Sharp, who passed away recently, sadly, was a Connecticut guy, and they raced Dodsons and won a lot of championships together. Did Paul Newman, Jim Fitzgerald, and Bob Sharp, and his son Scott Sharp started racing with them too. Went on to racing in other organizations and actually had his own club.
That's the same connection. Okay, Scott.
Yeah, no, they were the East Coast guys. The West Coast guys were Brock Racing, the BRE guys. So that's where the John Mortons come into play, and Peter Brock, and that whole clan out there. They raced their Datsuns. So similar red, white, and blue, but a different paint scheme.
See, I didn't realize Bob was Scott Sharp's dad. I knew about Scott Sharp from IndyCar.
Yeah.
From the IRL. From when he ran for, and then IMSA and IROC and all that stuff for years.
Yeah, they got a really solid pedigree in racing, and of course, Scott raced for Patron for a while. And definitely raced here.
Oh, yeah.
This is their backyard. So, yeah, just a really great dynamic there and a dynasty both of those teams developed. Of course, Peter Brock developed the championship winning car, Le Mans, that beat the Ferraris back in the day. And that's, you see all this stuff, it's the movies that are out about that. And didn't really get much credit for it, and now that time has gone by, he's really gotten his just credit for being the brilliant engineer that he was, and how he made that possible for them, the Ford versus Ferrari thing. So, but anyway, so it's some neat legacy. But yeah, I see what you're saying about some of that color scheme going on here.
It was just kind of reminded me of it, because I've seen a lot of the clips of the Newman car racing here and other places, and it just kind of got my attention. I was like, that reminds me of Newman's Datsun.
Lucas Ray saying that John Morton was in the Jaguar that never started in the movie Gumball Rally. Yeah, I saw the Gumball Rally not too long ago, because it'd been so long since I'd seen it. Another one that's weird to watch is Herbie's Love Bug. There's a Herbie's one, and they're racing at Laguna Seca. And I think if I remember right, they still have the hay bales out that border the track. And I think they have some Willow Springs in that same movie. It's just really cool. Lucas saying the Bob Sharp Z was the first to convert to a race car because a model sitting on the roof of it caved it in. Yeah, I've heard that stuff. They also had that plastic model kit, which I fell in love with as a kid. And I don't know how many of those things I bought and put together of that Canon Z. But TCR Motorworks leads this race over Sent from the Gourds, and it looks like they've stretched out their lead. They're over a lap now on the Gourds team. Of course, pit stops being as they are. We'll see how it all shakes out. But TCR working lap 226, Sent from the Gourds 225. Balthazar in third place there in their BMW. And then finally the Mazdas show up in P4 with the Rubin Performance Garage number 600. Ramen Racing there in their Miata in fifth. Zigzag Racing in sixth. MDR Motorsports in seventh. Ramen Racing in eighth. Soggy Bottom in ninth. And Rosmar Racing in 10th.
So I think we're based on the pace. We're about 30 laps every half hour. We might, if this keeps going, we might touch 400 laps today.
It'd be amazing. In the pits with the Less is More cam, capturing some of the pit road action we have here. And nothing has changed about this weather. It's just gorgeous out there.
I stepped out a couple minutes ago, and it's just Chamber of Commerce weather.
More and more cars coming into the pits here, but for the most part, I'm seeing a lot of cars staying on the racetrack, not breaking down.
Rosmar, the 477, the Honor cars in the pits.
Oh, yeah.
Getting a little service.
You know, right there, we see them getting serviced. And
checking that left front.
Hey guys, we're ready for our interview.
Give them the okie dokie. Let's do it.
How long is the interview? Just a couple minutes. Like maybe a minute or so? Yeah.
All right, so we're going to talk to... Les has got an interview down there in the pit, so we're going to hear from who he's talking to.
Yeah, just a little bit louder. Yeah. Alrighty, so here we are, pit lane. Who I got with me today?
You got Steve Sarabian from Rapscallion Racing.
Rapscallion, okay, okay. Welcome out to it.
Yeah, it's great to be back at this track. I took my Skip Barber driving school here and suffered a pretty big crash earlier on in my career. I'm actually making a comeback. The Motorsport Steve surrounded me with a great physical conditioning coach, Skip Quickly. And a psychologist, Gene Valentine, and it's made all the difference. And the Rapscallion team itself, people put a great platform together. Bobby Bolin and Shane McKenzie. So just blessed to be back out here making a comeback.
Heck yeah, it was good to see you. And it's like, like you said, racing is so mental. And we were talking a little bit off camera about that, how much information you just have to take from actually racing. Everyone thinks like, I can race a car, but then get out here and it's just so much different.
Yeah, it's about getting the confidence back, right?
Yep.
To be able to go out and do it.
Yep.
And just a great track. Fantastic cars that are out there today. We're in the EC class. I think we're running second place right now.
Second place already? Okay.
Yeah, a lot of good wheel-to-wheel racing. Everybody's pretty courteous out there. Let the faster cars go by. And,
right.
Yeah, so Champs does a great job running these races. If you're out there, you have a run.
Oh, thank you so much, man. For sure, but this track is, everyone sees this track on TV or like the video games or whatever, and they see how narrow it is, like, whatever. Yeah. But it's not like that in real life at all, is it? It's just, it's the elevation is just like, oh my goodness.
It's just the adrenaline that flows through you and the heightened sense of just your vision, right, and thinking, right, picking up all the information from the mirrors, stitching together a picture of all the cars. It takes a lot of mental horsepower to do that, but when you do it, right, the adrenaline's flowing. It's just nothing like it, Les.
There's nothing like it. I love it. That's why I say I always love race school with all my heart and soul. Yeah. here at this iconic track, I mean, you can look up the history of this track, and you got Paul Newman, Steve McQueen, you got AJ Foyt, you got all those guys, all the NASCAR guys used to come here back in the day. And now we got you.
Thank you.
Heck yeah. Thanks for coming out. We appreciate you. What's you guys' next race with Champ Car?
I think we're doing Champs at Thompson's.
Okay, Thompson. Okay, so you guys are
We'll see you there.
Okay, let's go. So, with that said, back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thanks, Les. Appreciate
Actually,
that.
hold on. Where'd the team name come from?
We were sitting in a restaurant trying to come up with a new name.
Okay.
And the name of the restaurant was Rapscallions.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So you got a sponsorship deal, that's what you're saying?
No, we asked them. They didn't, but we sort of like the name.
Yeah. So either way, I mean, either you got a free name or now they'll say, oh, hey, guys.
Yeah. It kind of suits the team, too.
Heck yeah, I love it.
With the people.
All right, well, back to you guys in the booth. Bye. Take care.
All right, thanks, Les. Appreciate you, man.
That will be on the...
Always keeping it positive down there.
No problem. Never a problem.
All right, brother. Appreciate you.
When Rapscallion sees this.
That's great. It's a lot of fun.
That's a unique that's pretty cool. It's always fun to find out how these teams got their team names or how they came up with them.
Yeah, it is. So TCR leads over Sent from the Gorge, Urban Performance, Balthasar Motorworks, Ramen Racing, Zigzag Racing, MDR Motorsports, Ramen Racing, Soggy Bottom Boys, and Rosmar Racing, number 129. That's your top 10 right there.
Whoa.
Oh, seriously over-revved it, Kyle?
I heard that one.
That can damage the engine right there. Oh, boy. Yeah, if you folks didn't hear that, boy, miscue there. Went for the wrong gear and really revs the engine hard. Now, that can cause drivetrain in the valve train issues. Sounds like it's doing okay.
And see, for me, I know I'm a stickler, and I know I've mentioned this on the show before. I don't like how he's shifting the car, and I know that sounds really weird, but when you're going from fourth to sixth or something like that, I'm a big proponent of backhanding the shifter because you have less chance of hitting second gear. And it just makes it easier where you're not risking hitting that. Like right there, like he pulls it back there. If he backhanded it with the angle of your arm and your hand, you would go more so into fourth gear.
Yeah,
so
he's crossing the gate diagonally, and you really don't want to do that. You want to go up, over, and up. And he's not really doing. He's trying to go diagonal, and that's the setup for going directly into the gear above you instead of over and up. So
right,
yeah, absolutely. And like you said, what if you curl your hand around it to the back? You're giving it pressure. You're pushing it because that's what you want, right? You want to be pushing against the gate to the right to make sure it doesn't slip into fourth gear or second gear. And really the way that the detents are set up on the gearbox makes a difference. Like my WRX is super strong springs in there to put you in the middle, so you really don't have to be very. If you just pull back on it, it's going to go to fourth. But other cars, I don't know too many cars that are like that. And these Miatas, yeah, you got to be intentional.
Well, plus the cluster's so close together anyway.
The cluster's close together, and you're starting to get tired, and maybe you're not focused, or being as intentional as you should be. And yeah, you get a little lackadaisical, and the show's over.
Yeah, you got to be careful. But I mean, he seems to be okay, and if so, credit to that engine builder because that's a strong.
He got away with it, yeah. I mean, he hit some big R's. It didn't sound too bad, but it's hard to tell from here just what he did get into. But they do have a limit. And it could also put you in a terrible spin, too. I mean, it really could have caused a terrible accident.
Yeah. He's doing a good job of just being really getting back into his rhythm. He got through the traffic. Now he's settled down. His posture's calmer than it was. He missed it. See, he's got to, like, he's trying to, like, flip the shifter with his fingers.
Yeah.
Like, he's got to. Okay, so you always ask me, or you'd ask me about instructing. Right there, I would tell them you palm the shifter. You push the thing into gear.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to flip it into gear and do this trick. I don't know who's teaching guys and girls these tricks of
a wrist
flick and this. It doesn't work. You've got to, especially when it's at speed and there's pressure on the transmission, you've got to get your hand around it and put it in gear.
Yeah. I agree on that. Especially when you're going into fifth gear, you're going in these high gears. If you jump down 2 gears at the top of fourth gear, you're heading in big trouble. So I think you want to take your time and be very intentional. Because I think you're right. I think he's being a little too lackadaisical in that upshift.
And like you said, Paulie, that may just come from being tired. That may just come from not trying to do it as he's pointing somebody by. But it's things you got to think about, because that lackadaisical shift could all of a sudden grenade your engine and you're done for the weekend, unless you have an extra engine that you can throw in for tomorrow. But that may, and that's going to be a lot of wear and tear on your crew guys to get that swapped out. So it's just something else you got to think about. But as we can see him still plugging away, it looks like he's gotten away with it. So let's do a quick rundown of everything here. TCR Motor Works continues to lead this race over Sent from the Gourds by about a lap. Reuben Performance Garage, these guys are doing a phenomenal job today. Your leading B-Class car is up in 3rd overall. Balthazar Motor Works in 4th. Ramen Racing, the 591, in 5th. Zigzag has done a great job. They're up into 6th. MDR Motorsports in 7th. Ramen Racing in 8th. Soggy Bottom Boys in 9th, and Rossmar Racing in the 129. The car we're on board with is in the top 10, so another reason why you don't want to grenade that engine is, you're running in the top 10, you got a shot at a really good finish today. As far as the classes, the 591 and the 592, Ramen Racing have a lockdown of the top 2 in class by a healthy margin. And then Rossmar Racing in 3rd, the 695, Coco and Brothers in 4th, and then Late to Apex is in 5th. Reuben Performance Garage is your leading B-Class car by 14 laps over Mostly Motorsports. In C-Class, it's TCR Motor Works, Sent from the Gourds, Balthazar Motor Works, Zigzag, and MDR Motorsports. So C-Class holds down 5 of the top 7 classes spots right now. And then over to D-Class, Rhinoceros has seemed to have an issue, and that's now given the lead to the MLC guys and their 91 Corvette. That's pretty much a battle. The rest of the cars in the D-Class are having issues, but they're separated by about a lap. And then let's take a look at our friends on the F-Class side. MDR Motorsports continues to lead in their Miata by 15 laps over the Honda Civic of Falkenstein. For the EC class, Rapscallions has now taken the lead. They have taken the lead in EC over Martinelli Motorsports, who's now fallen 6 laps off the pace. They must have run into some issues, so looks like a little good luck interview here.
Yeah, that's right. It's because he had an interview with us.
Yeah, there you go. And then
turned the whole race around for him.
The sister MLC cars in 2nd. Martinelli's fallen down to 3rd. Bucket List. Martinelli seems to be off the racetrack for right now. Then Bucket List in 4th, and then the sister Martinelli car is they're pretty far down the order. So that's where we stand right now, Paulie.
So while you were given that entire update there, Kyle, and thanks for doing that, by the way. It was excellent. We had a proud papa come into the booth. He said, "Hey, do you do shout-outs to drivers?" I said, "Shout-outs?" He says, "Yeah, my son just completed his first stint in racing. He is now officially a race car driver. His name is Andrew Zapsky, who completed his first stint almost 2 hours to the minute.
Way to go, Andrew. That's a heck of a job, bud.
Out here at the historic Lime Rock Park in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Welcome to the family, young man.
Way to go, bud.
So congratulations to Andrew Zapsky and your family. It's got to be a big moment for them. And welcome to the exciting world of motorsports.
Yep.
I gotta sit down. Yeah, that's cool. And that's what Champ Car does. We get people involved in motorsports that have never been here before, never been involved in it before. And that's our niche. That's our specialty. So glad to see that happening for another young driver entering into the sport.
Well, and if we're going to carry this legacy on to the next generation and beyond, that's how we do it.
So TCR Motorworks leads the way over Sent from the Gourds. You can see that last lap time, a 102 to 105 there on our timing and scoring pylon, courtesy of Panda Planner. And it's time for a commercial break, so we will do that. I missed it. All right, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live at the historic, beautiful Lime Rock Park. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to be like pulling teeth. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's Tire Decision Guide made it easy to drill down to the right tires for me.
What?
Oh, I got a great deal. My tires shipped fast and free and arrived the next day. I even got 2 years of free road hazard protection.
Where?
You're darn right, wow. Next time your tires get long in the tooth, visit TireRack.com.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And we are back. Welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. What's new? What's been going on? All right, well, we got a splitter falling off or dragging the surface for car number 43. So they have been
Action
notified.
Raceworks.
Sorry, guys. In the Camaro, they have been notified. Let's see. We got a 4-off and continue. For car 129, Rosmar Racing, they were called in for driver counseling. Likely because they've gone off the track too many times. So they're going to check on that driver and just reinforce the importance of staying on the surface of the track. Sometimes you just got to tell somebody, hey, just reel it in there, big guy. Reel it in. Let's keep it on the racetrack. So they give you a few chances before they kick you out of that car.
So Action Raceworks is headed into the pits right now to have their part addressed.
So they're just telling the driver here. So yeah, basically what we've already heard. They need to. This is what we're seeing. You guys go check it out, and we can let you get back out there. No problem. So that's the story with Action Raceworks. Did I say that right?
Yep, you got it.
Now, late to Apex, their car's in the pits, and looks like they're working on that left front corner there. In the pits, working on that machine. So we got some work going on there. Back on board with the Balthazar team. Footwork there, taps the brakes, dives in, goes back to gas. Watch his footwork there as he heads into 6. Just going right foot to the brake and back to throttle. And he should do the same thing here at 11.
Yep, a little bit of brake, back to the gas.
And here we might get a gear change. Unless they're just going to hang it there. No, there's 5th gear. Traffic up there. not have seen he was there, so decided to back out of it there, Kyle, rather than force the issue.
And that's a smart move. I mean, with 2 hours and change to go, there's no sense in forcing something and getting yourself in trouble for no reason. I mean, he's got the pace to get by the car, obviously. He should dispense of them right here, and he does.
Heading up the hill. And back onto that front straightaway. Fifth gear. Oh, got some tire smoke. Whoa. The car got twisted up there.
Great catch.
Got back to power there. Yeah, not only did he catch it, you could hear he made an upshift there, so that means he dropped it down a couple gears so that he could accelerate away from that position. So the driver really knows his car well. But might have got pinched going into that corner with all that traffic up there.
Yeah. It looked like it was. I mean, they bottled up pretty good getting into one.
Lots of sunshine out here, too. And you can see that's coming into the cockpit for these guys as well. TCR still leading the way. It's really been all them with the majority of the day here. 250 laps turned so far today by the leader. And I think we had a grand total of 1 full course caution.
And for what? Maybe a couple laps, if that. Here we go. He's going to get a shot here. Get out of the corner.
Zigzag racing coming into the pits.
.773. I think that's one of Rossmar's cars.
Yeah, 773 in the pits as well.
Or no, I think that's Haywood. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I think that's Haywood.
And it looks like they're still working on that left front down there on late to apex. So they may be having some braking issues. You got a 30-minute maximum stay in the pits before you got to get out of there. So you can't stay there indefinitely.
Looks like the driver's getting back in the car here in just a minute. Tough break for these guys. But that might explain why they were slowing down. All right, Rossmar's in the 129 car.
Yeah, they had to serve that black flag penalty, and then this was ignoring the black flag from a previous incident and then went off the track again. Now they're released to go in, and they're going to go ahead and take a pit stop here, it looks like. And have to cut the power. And they always have to do that before they put fuel in the car. You got to kill power to the entire car. It's a safety measure. Yeah, and a lot of these guys, he's talking to his team, they don't intentionally ignore the black flag. They just often don't see it. And it just comes with experience and awareness. And it's kind of easy to get tunnel vision, isn't it, Kyle, when you're out there driving, if you're fighting for a position, and it can be easy to forget. I got to pay attention to other stuff, too.
Yeah, it makes It makes a difference, and the tunnel vision can come in, especially when you're late in the day, and the fact that you've been going around so many times. And it's such a short track, and that's the thing about bull rings. I mean, we see this in stock car racing when you race at places like Bristol or Martinsville, where you're just around and around and around and around and around in a short period of time. It can disorient you a little bit.
Oh, we got a smoker on the front straightaway.
And it can make you more tired than you think you are.
Yeah. Are you getting dizzy from it? I mean, it's kind of, you said disorienting, yeah.
Well, especially when the guys would go to Bristol, because, I mean, you're 15-second laps, just bam, 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 one after the other. And what I'm thinking here is maybe for these guys, for girls for a little bit, is we're not used to going to places where the lap times are that low. So you got to wonder if it's, just the continued boom, boom, boom. Oh, got to spin.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering if they're spinning their own junk. We had a car that was smoking quite a bit.
Might have been.
And now they're back underway. And we got another car spinning.
Oh, it's late to Apex.
Is spinning in that same spot.
Yeah, you got to wonder, is there some fluid down there?
We're seeing a little bit of hazing in other parts of the racetrack here, as that car has likely gotten out ahead. Well, the real smoke came down the front straightaway, so we'll be watching to see if that's the same case here again. And so far it looks good. And we do have a car coming into the pits. Late to Apex is still moving. And is that Soggy Bottoms in the black?
It may be. It's kind of hard to tell. That might be Zigzag, actually.
Zigzag. Okay. The frunk's going up.
It may be. It's just kind of hard to tell.
Back on board with the leader here, TCR Motorworks.
Paulie, I'm corrected. Yeah. Our fastest lap of the day was Haywood Racing.
Nice.
101.64. And it was not that long ago.
Okay. Finding a way to get a little bit more out of it.
I guess, but that is
doing it later in the day, doing it the hard way.
Yeah, no kidding.
Show-offs. Nobody likes a show-off. Late to Apex. Looks like they've got their wheels back underneath them again. We've got Balthazar there in the pits doing a change.
Looks like it's standard driver change. Now, I'm surprised these guys and girls are pitting right now. We have 2 hours and 10 minutes. 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. You're still going to have to make one more stop.
Yeah.
Unless they're worried about fuel consumption because of the continual green flag racing.
Yeah, I would imagine that's what's forcing them in the pits, wouldn't you? You would think otherwise you're going to want to stay out there.
Yeah, you got to wonder if that's part of it.
Sure.
So Ramen Racing, Paulie, has an 8-lap lead over their sister entry in the A-Class. I mean, talk about a dominant performance by Ramen Racing today on the A-Class side of things. I mean, some of these lap increments are incredible. I mean, 2 laps up from TC. That didn't sound good. Oh, maybe he was just taking it easy on it. But TCR, your overall leader, is 2 laps up on Sent from the Gourds, and then 6 laps up on Balthazar, 10 laps up on MDR.
It's so strange looking. We're not used to that.
No, I mean, we're used to, 3 laps, 5 laps, 6 laps. Not. back to 7th place, the 43 car, 20 laps down.
It's so strange. But around here, you can make up a lap pretty easily.
You could. Now, we will have to keep an eye on the battle in D-Class because Rhinoceros Racing is only 3 seconds back of MLC Racing. So we'll have to see what's going on in D-Class. Now, it looks like they're falling farther back. The last lap was 106 to the MLC, 110.5 to Rhinoceros, so a little bit of a gap there.
We'll catch up with them here in a little bit. We'll go over to TCR. There's the Z again.
Soggy Bottom boys up front here. Just in front of our leader. TCR is going to try. He thought better of it. Well, he's still going to try. Side by side with him as they go up the hill. On board with TCR. I mean, these guys have just absolutely put on a clinic today. That should be Rhinoceros Racing in front of them. Yep, that should be the D-Class car and the Mustang. This would be huge for TCR to come back 2 in a row. What's up, Paulie?
It's just not getting any data on that. Get to see Action Race Works out there. Driving hard, start racing. Not the day they had hoped for. Some mechanical issues setting them behind today. Schumacher Taxi as well. They're back in the paddock right now. So we are seeing some attrition. We are seeing some of those typical mechanical woes that we see at other racetracks. And we're seeing a little bit more of the dust and dirt get kicked up here at the racetrack, and I don't know if that's going
another
to
spin.
Continue. Will that play an issue here with these cars and with the track? And this seems to be continuing to happen. That's down there in turn 1, and we really expected to see some of that. A little bit of smoke coming out of that BMW there. If you'd like to get involved in Champ Car and from a sponsorship level or support level, you can talk to David Kiesak. David.Kiesak at ChampCar.Org. His information's on our website as well as mine. If you wanted to get a hold of me for some reason, I don't know why you would, but if you did, you can contact me.
Well, if you wanted to reach out to us, and we could at least put you in touch with the right people if needed.
Headed up the hill. Yep. I'm great at volunteering other people. I'm happy to do it.
But we do have openings for partnerships here in Champ Car. So if you would like to get your name on, or you'd like to be involved in Champ Car in some form or fashion, let us know, kind of what we can do.
A look from the tower. Les and I are just above the word park there, right up there in that area of the building. So, but don't send any heat-seeking missiles or anything.
Yeah.
Did I say Les or Kyle?
You said Les. It's all right.
It's Kyle.
It's okay.
All right. We got a car parked off. Oh, no, he's moving. Okay. Our leader heading down the front straightaway. Nice downshift rev match. And late to Apex. Looks like they've got things back in order here. You're getting some of those 4 off and continues, and you know the officials keep track of that stuff to see if someone's making a habit of it or not. And if they're not, then that's fine. But if they are, you know, they keep note of that. But they do go out and they go to the pits of the team and they say, hey, or they'll call one of the pit marshals and tell them to go over and say, hey, your driver did this. Tell them to keep it on the track. You know, that's called a pit lane warning. We got a black flag for car 294. That's the Balthazar team. Let's see, they're going to be black flag, but let's see what this is about. If it ends up being just a team pit lane warning, just like I mentioned, they won't need to come in and serve any kind of a penalty. So they're on the hook for something. Not sure what it is. They could have passed under a local caution, and it looks like they've got the black flag flashing on their dash on their Flagtronics device, and that could be what the other team driver was missing, didn't know what the BF meant. But they have been black flagged. So they'll have to come in and serve a penalty. We should find out more information about that. Oh, it looks like it's actually a meatball. They're dropping fuel. So Balthazar being brought in due to dropping fuel on the racetrack. And they'll have to fix that. That could put a serious dampener on their race today. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to make me want to blow a gasket. That was before I went to TireRack.com.
Tire Rack made it easy to find great tires at a great price. 2 years of free road hazard protection sealed the deal.
Tire Rack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. Check this out. A technician brought my new tires right to the house. He's installing them now. All set. Thanks. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
In the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
In the zone, AutoZone.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back to ChampCar.Live. We're at Lime Rock Park, the New England Enduro. Action Raceworks been giving us some action today. They're in the pits to de-action themselves for a minute. Probably get a new driver, put some gas in it, and head back out. That pit stop makes a little more sense, doesn't it, Kyle? Coming in now instead of
correct
15, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, because you still, I mean, coming in, if you came in inside of the 2-hour mark, and you know you're safe on fuel, even with the pace, yeah, it makes sense. But coming in with 2:15 to go or something, I don't know. I just...
Only if you're forced to, right?
I don't know, yeah. I just don't... And maybe it's just me, but I'm just curious to know what led to that. Maybe there was another issue. Maybe there's something we're not privy to.
Yeah.
But it just seemed very odd to me.
Somebody asked me during the camera setup this morning, where's a good spot to watch from? Best I could tell is up on the hill. There's a pavilion up there. That might be a good spot because I really don't know. I haven't been up there. Have you?
I haven't really explored it too much since we got here. I haven't really had a chance to do it. Just with trying to make sure all of our car cameras are prepped and everything like that. I'll have to, maybe after we get done today, I'll have to take a ride up there on the way back to the hotel. I will let you know.
I told her right here, standing right here, turn 3 is a great spot. She laughed. It's like, yeah, can't really do that. see that race tech there next to the driver's head. These containment seats have become more and more popular, and I think they're great. They're great for safety to support the side head movement that a Hans device won't. The only downside is getting in and out of the car. That can be a little bit of a problem, especially in these little Miatas. You can really box in there, make it even harder to get out of the car faster. So there's a give and take there, but I think for the safety side of it, I think it's good for protecting your neck and your head and all that stuff in an accident. So pick your poison, I guess. But I think that's a better way to go. Back when I was a kid, my dad was racing. When I started racing, we didn't have Hans devices. We didn't have containment seats. We didn't have any of that stuff. And it's gotten a lot better. But it's also almost a little much. It's a little too much for me to get into a car and have to carry a water bottle in there, and I've got this cool shirt on. I feel like I'm carrying life support system, into the car to survive this. It's like, this is too much. But there's other kinds of racing. You don't have to endurance race. You can sprint race. You can do all kinds of different things.
Right.
You can race in cooler temperatures. So there's enough racing out there that just about everybody should feel as though there's a way that they can participate.
I will say, though, that the Hans devices are an amazing thing. They really do wonders to protect your neck and your head and everything
question.
like that. But yeah, you do feel like you're walking out to a NASA mission sometimes when you go to the car.
Yeah, and the amount of time it takes you to get all that stuff on with the, and that's why I went to the more expensive helmets where everything is kind of built in, because it just got ridiculous.
Yeah.
You got the earpieces and the bike valves and all the tubings and this. It's like, oh my gosh, there's got to be a better way.
Yeah.
If you can buy a helmet with it all built in, that's the better way to go. It's definitely faster. When you get, hey, we got to do a driver change right now, and you're the guy on deck, well, you can get ready much more quickly if you just pop the helmet on. Yep. So the sun's starting to come down a little bit. It's 3:10 in the afternoon here in Lakeville, Connecticut.
Les was saying, we were talking while during the commercial break, the attrition level has gone up substantially. He said there are a ton of cars in the paddock right now.
Yeah, interesting.
I did just get a message from our friends at Cougar Racing. So let me fill in on that really quickly. Let me actually be able to open my phone up, and I can do that.
Check
so they ended up they're retired they were going to be retired for the day. Their driver lost control top of the hill and contacted the wall. Heavy cosmetic. They were hoping to be back tomorrow. He showed me a video. It was rear bumper and fenders. They hammered it all out, got it realigned, and they are headed out. They just don't have a rear bumper. So good for those guys. They're back out on the racetrack.
That's good. Okay.
Down out of turn 7, back onto the front straightaway. Bill W. for Balthazar Motorworks.
Yeah. Now you see how washed out the racetrack there is. If you can solve this problem. This is a white balance issue. If you bring the camera up just a bit, and the camera's set to spot metering, it'll get the outside. So it'll white balance for that. Right now, it might be grabbing the interior, depending on how you have the metering set up. So if you set it to center or average, you're going to get just that. But if you spot meter it, you're going to get a particular spot on the lens in the frame, and that can help you to solve these issues with the overexposure that you got there. Bill's doing a great job too. He looks really relaxed in the car too.
Yeah, I noticed that he's just taking his time, not doing anything out of pocket. Really just nice smooth shifts. He's not up in arms about anything. Just taking care of the equipment.
Coming down into one here. Shifts even further for this corner. All right. Still in third gear.
May try to outbrake this Miata on the left. Yes, he does.
It's a quick car.
Yeah, it is.
Up the hill we go.
They're still, even with their black flag, they're still in fourth. Well, yeah, fourth, and they're now in fifth in the overall. So they're still hanging out in the top 5, which is a great day for these guys. But nothing beats TCR. I mean, this team just continues to throw down the gauntlet, Paulie.
Yeah, they got a couple laps on Sent from the Gourds, and Sent from the Gourds is no slouch. It's a really strong team.
Well, they almost won Mid-Ohio last year, so that was really good. I remember that. They were on the podium there. And, I mean, we didn't expect them to contend at all, and all of a sudden they just came alive at Mid-Ohio. So, I mean, this team, I'm telling you, if they keep showing up, this is probably going to be the next team that gets a victory. I mean, we know TCR did it.
Yeah. And this could be their weekend. If TCR wins today, that will give them an MOV, but I don't know how much of an MOV they're going to get. Traditionally what they would do is they would MOV you a certain amount of time, and then it seemed like it was always just one lap. There were times in the past where it was more than one lap, and this is a place that could deserve more than one lap, because you're going to, obviously, it's a very short lap.
Yeah.
So this could open up an opportunity for Balthazar to have a win day early this weekend.
Yeah, also Sent from the Gourds too. I mean, I think there's a couple teams that might have a shot at it. Well, no, both of them. I mean, Balthazar could potentially contend for a win too. And I mean, any given day.
Yeah, they just keep putting themselves up front, and then anything can unfold up there, right?
Yep.
316, we took the green flag at 10 o'clock this morning. We've had one full course caution that went code 35 so far today. That's it. There's been some local yellows, but this has been really an unusually green race. And Les was up here a little bit ago, so he's seen quite a bit of attrition. There's a lot of cars that are behind the wall being worked on. But for the most part, it's been a lot of fast racing today.
And a lot of good racing and clean racing, too. Little contact here and there, but that happens in racing. Yep, there's the 570 car. Cougar Racing is back on the racetrack. So good for those guys. Last lap was a 104, I believe, 90.
Down the front straightaway we come.
Got a car coming into the pits.
Yeah.
That looks like MLC. That might be That might be your race leader your second place car. They're in second now to Rhinoceros, but that looks like the 47.
Checking in with Rosmar Racing. Looks like that camera's not interested right now.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can refresh that, but it's not looking good. Yeah, we've had a lot of car attrition cameras too from the in cars have been given up. The bandwidth hasn't been that great out here, so that's part of the challenges they have.
About to start, still going at it.
Yeah. MLC Racing 47 and Team Z. Car-to-car contact reported there over in turn 4. It looks like Team Z had turned into car number 47. So that's the Chevrolet Corvette that's here this weekend. Getting hit.
Just got word that the 770 car is headed back out. They had to replace a hub, so they're back out and rolling.
Yeah, these wheel hubs tend to get damaged in racing and motorsports from hitting the curbs typically. There's just so much shock that goes into them, and get enough of that, especially if it's older parts. Oh, a big hit on the front straightaway.
Oh, it's the Gourds.
Sent from the Gourds. There was a big hit on the front straightaway, and the Gourds car did a spin, and it looks like a Miata has come down the racetrack. Between those two cars, apparently they managed to get together. The Miata has come to a stop just past our camera. They went straight on, which is kind of it's a common stop point.
It's rolling now.
He's trying to get her going. Yeah, he's trying to turn her around here.
It's the 49 car.
Okay, that's the Rampage Motorsports team.
Oh, geez. So I just gave the
and the Gourds, the trunk is been lifted. So there's the Miata going across our shot there. And the BMW still, it's on the racetrack, track left on the front straightaway, a little ways past start finish. And they've gone code 35 so they can go out and get that car.
Did we see him make contact?
I heard a thud, like a smack, and I don't know if the Gourds were coming off the gas from that. Exactly what happened there, I'm not clear.
Because I saw the car spin out of the corner of my eye, but I didn't think I saw it hit. But unless the impact from the Miata is what popped the trunk on the car. They haven't been able to get the car fired up to take off. Because it's on all 4 wheels. It doesn't look like, unless there's something else broken that we can't see.
Yeah, I'm looking through here to see if I can find us some more information on what exactly happened down there, folks. There's a safety truck on the track now tending to that car. Man, just not sure. Let's see if I can get a camera over there. There we can see the situation there. I don't know if they got into the wall there.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, because I didn't hear like a big crunch. And the car doesn't look like it's... The driver's out. He's surveying the damage. Yeah, there looks like there might be a little damage on the right side, but... It must be something underneath the car that he can't get it fired up. Well, safety's over there trying to get the car going. Get it up on the wrecker, and they'll tow it back. Should be a pretty quick cleanup.
Yeah, it looks like he's mostly in the grass there, and they were able to just close the trunk lid, so it must have flexed the car enough to pop it. And it looks like they're getting ready to pick it up from the front.
Well, that changes things. Alrighty then. Any word from race control or anything yet? Or are they still?
No, they haven't given us anything.
Are they still trying to figure it out?
Yeah, I don't know what kind of coverage they have here for cameras and that kind of thing.
Right. Well, they've gotten the car on the rollback, and they are bringing it back to the garage area.
Okay. In the meantime, the cars have just kind of been circulating around, so we'll take a quick commercial break and be back in a few for more green flag racing from Lime Rock Park. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to be like pulling teeth. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to drill down to the right tires for me.
What?
Oh, I got a great deal. My tires shipped fast and free and arrived the next day. I even got 2 years of free road hazard protection.
Where?
You're darn right, wow. Next time your tires get long in the tooth, visit TireRack.com.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to the New England Enduros here at Lime Rock Park in Connecticut. I am Kyle Lockrow. He is Paulie Veltum, and we have the Les's Morecam with Lester Epps down on pit road, rocking it as he always is. TCR Motorworks continues to lead this race, so we are back under green flag racing here with just under an hour and a half to go after We are back here after an incident between Rampage Motorsports, the 49 car, and Sent from the Gorge, your second place car. Unfortunately, had an issue down the front straightaway with a very odd spin. The hood ended up coming up, and they ended up having to get towed back into the garage area. So, unfortunately, that will knock them out of podium contention today. But so far, Paulie, TCR Motorworks is there continuing to put on a clinic, and sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second.
No, it's good.
Ruben Performance Motorsports, your leading B-Class car, is only 3 laps back, and then Ramen Racing in the 591, your early leader, is 6 laps up. And then, again, Sent from the Gorge is in the garage. They're going to fall down the order a little bit.
Yeah.
And then Balthazar Motorworks is likely to move up to 4th here shortly. And MDR Motorsports, Mike D'Onofrio's guys, going to move up into the top 5 here very shortly. And good run for Soggy Bottom Boys. They're up into the 7th position, only 3 laps off of the MDR.
And the report we're getting back is that the incident that happened on the front straightaway was the fault of the Rampage Motorsports team, that they had crowded the Sent from the Gorge car and crowded them off the track, sent them spinning, and this was reported by the flagger at the tower. So that was the result of that, the cause of that accident. And somebody had asked about update on car 570. I don't really have any update on 570. We know that they had gone off the track at one point and then re-entered, and but outside of that, they had an impact with the wall over there in 6 and then got back on the track safely. So it could be that they're working on that car. We did hear from Les. There's several cars back in the pits that are being worked on, but maybe we can get him to walk up and down pit, walk out through the paddock a little bit, and give us some updates. What year is the TCR car? I think
96.
You reported that. Yeah, it's a 96.
96 BMW. I'll verify that just to be 96 BMW E36. We see these guys just continuing to just put this clinic on. It's been fun to watch all day.
Yeah, Ruben Performance behind them in 2nd place now. As Sent from the Gorge is going to tumble in the standings. Back 3 laps roughly. Then it's Ramen Racing, Balthazar. MDR Motorworks, Soggy Bottom, Ramen Racing. Honor Rosmar. Coco and Brothers, and mostly Motorsports. And just several cameras just dropping off, just not giving a feed. Let's see if we can get it working here.
Back on board with Balthazar as they're continuing to navigate the field.
Yep.
Working by the Honda of the Falkenstein.
So being in an accident like that, Kyle, can rattle you. How do you reset as a driver from something like that happening to you?
You just got to go out and get your confidence back. You got to get back in the car. The worst thing you can do is be out of the car for an extended period of time. So you just got to go and get in and go have a good stint to where you shake it off and realize that that's just part of racing. It's not an easy thing to overcome, but it's something that all of us are going to experience at least once in our career, if not more. And you're going to be a victim of it. You're going to be involved in stuff. I had an incident at Watkins Glen a number of years ago where I was trying to dive through the field really quickly and put myself in a real precarious position in turn 6 in the left-hander going into the boot section at the laces. And I went the long way around, and I thought, okay, I'm going to be great. I'll get around a lot of these people that I'm getting held up by. Well, the problem is they got together and hit me, and it ended up because of my impatience, it ended up having me back into a tire barrier. So, unfortunately, you just have to take it, tongue-in-cheek and understand it's going to happen, but the best thing you need to do is get back in the car and go have a successful stint to be able to overcome it.
Yeah, get back on the horse, huh? As they say.
Well, because if you sit there and let it linger and fester about it and overthink it, you're gonna start questioning your driving, and then if you start trying to blame yourself and this, that, and the other. I mean, I know what happened with my incident. It was my own self-doing, to where I was impatient. I could have waited another corner or two to get by some of those guys, but I took a chance on it, and unfortunately it bit me. So I've learned since then, don't put yourself in those positions where you could potentially get hit. And again, that's another thing that just takes time to learn from, where you just have to understand what you got and know that it gets better.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you got to look back at your experience and say, look, I do have good experience in the car. I've done a lot of laps, and I can do this. But I had an accident. Whatever happened, and we just got to decide: do you want to keep doing this, or do you want to call it quits? And if you want to keep doing it, then all right, let's get back in the car and get back to it.
And it's okay if it takes you a few laps to get your confidence back. It's expected after something like that, where you just, until you get used to it, which, you don't want to get used to it, but until you're like, okay, that's racing, stuff happens, it sits in your mind for a little bit. So you got to go get in the car, have a good stint, go do what you need to do, and then before you know it, you don't even think about it anymore.
Right.
I mean, I was nervous the next day. We got the car fixed, and I drove it the next day and had a really good stint. And before I knew it, the incident was behind me.
Yeah.
Did it sting because we had a good shot at a podium that day and we were running well? Absolutely. But at least I knew that... At least I knew I had ripped the Band-Aid off.
Yeah, you got back in the car and you went back after it. I had something similar happen to me at Road America in Nathan's car, in his premium dude's car. I made a mistake. I hit a couple guys going into Canada Corner, tore the car up a little bit. We managed to still finish, keep going. It didn't hurt us too bad. Nathan worked on the car overnight. And the next day, I'm like, is it okay if are you okay with me driving? That's the only thing. I was fine with driving. But that was the other side of it, was I felt bad for the team because I had made a mistake. And I just wanted to make sure it was cool if I drove. I said, yeah, it's totally fine. Just don't let that happen again. Which, of course, that's the thing that's in front of your mind. I'm never going to let that happen again.
Right. But that's how you learn, too. Those are the lessons that you take and you learn and you go with it.
Oh, yeah.
And then it makes you a better race car driver in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what happened there, what I missed going into Canada, I would never miss again. I would be watching very carefully, is this corner yellowed or not? And I didn't notice it. So when I arrived there, I was coming in with more steam than the other guys that were tiptoeing through there trying not to pass each other and get in trouble. And I had nowhere to go, but into the back of the Porsche. So,
and sometimes they're just out of your control.
That one was in my control. But yeah, you're right. Sometimes, like this thing, for Sent from the Gourds, he had nothing to do with it. He got crowded, right? And it just happened to him, is the report. And yeah, sometimes the wrong place at the wrong time or whatever, and you get taken out. And you're right. There's not much you can do about that.
Yeah.
It's part of the sport, too. It's an unfortunate part of the sport.
Yeah, Paulie, I'm seeing a lot less cars on the racetrack coming by us.
Yeah.
So I think the old attrition is starting to get to us here in Champ Car today.
Yeah, it could be.
Because, I mean, we had a whole racetrack of cars now, and now we've got some pretty substantial gaps to some of the groups of cars. And
yeah, hopefully, Sent from the Gourds guys and the Miata that got into them, hopefully they can get their cars fixed up and get back out there. Still have an enjoyable weekend. That's always unfortunate when those things happen.
Yeah.
So TCR Motorworks leads the race over Rubin Performance. Ramen Racing in third. Balthasar Motorworks in fourth. We've got MDR Motorsports in fifth, followed by Soggy Bottom Boys, Ramen Racing, Sent from the Gourds, Honor, Rosmar Racing, and we've got, Sent from the Gourds now selecting 7th to 9th, and they're going to continue to drop by the wayside. Most of the motorsports currently scored in 10th place, and that's brought to you by Panda Planner.
And if you are interested in wanting to find out some more ways on how Panda Planner can help you, you reach out to Mr. Jason Siebert, and he can get you hooked up with the Trash Pandas racing team. Hopefully we'll see those guys back at the track sometime soon.
Yeah, that's a Champ Car team, and their website is panda-planner.com.
Yep.
Zoom, 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 zoom.
Reminds me of the old Nissan commercial now.
Wait a minute, that was
Mazda. It? No, Mazda. I don't know why I was thinking Nissan.
The little kid would go zoom, zoom, or something.
Yeah. That was big for a long time. I remember that one.
Yeah.
Very much. Like every other commercial, you hear zoom, zoom. Miss those kind of commercials. You don't see stuff like that anymore as much.
Yeah. Datsun had this thing, We Are Driven. They had the song, and Toyota, Oh What a Feeling to Drive. Yeah. Did Ford have anything? I don't think I don't remember.
Well, they had the Alan Jackson stuff back in the 90s when buy a Ford and all that.
Okay.
And then I know because he was a big proponent of Ford with their F-150s in the day, and I know he did the "Gotta Buy Me a Mercury." Yeah, I think he did the same thing with Ford, and they had him do like multiple renditions of it.
I gotcha.
Chevy Like a Rock. Yep, that's another one. Everybody remembers that one. Somebody was talking about that on social media not long ago with Like a Rock. It's amazing how our brains just remember this kind of stuff. And did BMW have anything like that? I don't remember.
Huh.
But I
don't remember anything.
But I do remember the Chevy Like a Rock commercials. And I mean, they stood out and they meant something, and I don't know, it was such a different time. I preferred the Heartbeat of America. Yeah, that was a good one too.
Performance Teal.
What's the Performance Teal? I don't remember that one.
No.
You'll have to fill us in here, James. It's been too long.
Well, the best lap time I'm seeing so far, a 101.9 from Ramen Racing. Look through the standings here. Team Z just set their fastest lap time of the day with a 102.
Nice.
Yeah, that's all I'm seeing. Looks like 42 cars took the green. Plus EC cars, so
right,
more than just 42.
So 47 cars took the green. So, okay, yeah, I remember that. So many teal 90 Chevy. Yeah, okay. Yep. I remember that now. Oh, so Action Raceworks is still having a decent day. They're in 14th right now, one of our camera cars, one of the few that's made it. It's not been a good day for our camera stuff, has it?
No. Cameras are suffering for bandwidth. They're all struggling. So they've been shutting down, glitching out. We can drop the resolution down a little bit and see if it helps. But, tomorrow's another day. They might improve it for Saturday. I don't know.
So right now we got a three-way fight for the 592, the 477, and the 695. And I'm looking at it, and that is all Miatas, and that's Class A. Now, the 592 is a lap up on the 477, and then the 695 is 3 laps back of them. So, I think it's a battle on the racetrack.
Yeah. And MDR's made it into 5th place, so that Porsche is now in 5th place right now.
And they're leading. MLC is now leading D-Class once again, Paulie, over Rhinoceros.
So you've got BMW, Mazda, BMW, Porsche, Nissan, Mazda, and a Scion, and then another Mazda in 10th.
Good run for the Coco brothers up into the top 5, up into the top 10. 4th in A-Class, 10th in the overall. I'll tell you what. But got to give a call to the 2 B-Class cars, too. I mean, both running in the top 10 right now, having strong days.
TCR just clicking off laps as they come by the start-finish line here to start another lap. Lap number 306. Lap 307. The leader's working lap 307. In second place, 302.
Well, we may not get to 400, but I think we're going to be pretty close. I think we're going to be up in the high 3s. So, Anyway, TCR, if you're just joining us, welcome to the New England Enduro's Grand Prix here at Lime Rock Park. It's been an eventful day, but it's also been the TCR Motorworks show. Dan Frodel and his team have absolutely put on a dominant performance here today. Didn't start out that way first couple hours, but since about the 2-hour mark when they took over, they have absolutely just been lights out and smooth as silk getting through traffic. Ruben Performance, our leading B-Class car, is running in second. Last lap was a 105.87. Last lap for TCR was a 104.02. So these guys just continue to lay down decent laps, but it's been an interesting day. Only a couple of full course yellow, only one or two of the only 2 code 35s all day. We just had one not too long ago, and then the last one was Paulie, what, maybe back 4 hours ago?
Yeah, it was. Guess I should move my mic up. Yeah, it was a very long time ago,
and it was brief too. I mean, it was maybe a matter of a couple minutes.
Yeah, which would be about 2 laps.
Yeah.
Didn't take them long.
No, not at all.
To get it sorted out.
So let's kind of look back into the order a little bit. Let's give a call to DJF Racing and their 91 Miata, the 40 car. They're up 2 spots right now, so they're having a decent day. Muskowie, the 770 car, they had to replace a rear hub, so they've kind of fallen down the order, but still running at this point. Tough day for North by Northeast. Haywood has had kind of a tough day. Falkenstein, not what they've wanted, but that Honda's continued to just run all day long and be smooth and consistent. Last lap was a 117.96. And then fall back in the order. Schumacher Taxi Service has fallen out of the race. Massel Motorsports, I think, has fallen down the order. Yeah. Z-Tech they fell out early in this race as well. Let's also give a call to another Rossmar car, the 877 car. It's in 22nd right now. Last lap was a 109.29, so 22nd in the overall, and 9th in class isn't a horrific day.
And we got the Less is More cam. I just asked Les if you do a tour. There's the Band-Aid truck, as we call it. That's our newest truck. And
Chambulance?
Yeah.
Chambulance?
Yeah.
The power steering pump, a bunch of other stuff.
So Les is just going around talking to guys
as far as we can,
working on their cars.
The aluminum bracket that goes on the side of the block to the motor mount, is that correct in that? Yeah, we're hoping tonight we'll have that together tomorrow. Get after it, brothers. Thank you.
Right. That's the Martinelli Motorsports team. So we'll get him down there. Another wounded soldier being serviced. Car 59 actually looks like somebody's getting in the car, getting ready to head out. This is Start Racing.
Wonder if that's Dave Kiesick. He's supposed to finish.
All good? Okay.
No, just waiting on everybody else to come over. Start working.
What's up?
Just start working on the car.
Everything okay, or?
Yeah, it's oily or something.
Oh, okay.
So, trying to figure out where it came from.
That still looks clean. Still looks clean.
I'm going for it.
Yeah.
TCR Motorworks. We'll head down the hill. We're going to lose them in a minute. So looks like Masshole.
They're coming back out on the racetrack. Okay.
It's getting back out there.
You're capturing it all, aren't you? Huh? You're capturing it all.
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah.
There's that sweet Porsche that's down there.
I mean, this is for my personal website, sir.
That's 773, one of the Hayworth cars there.
Yeah.
They were really pounding it out today, and looks like they're under the easy up, getting some work done. With Massell Motorsports back on the racetrack. Still green out here. The sunshine still shining. We just didn't really get any overcast. I mean, it's just been partly cloudy and gorgeous all day long. Just like me and Kyle.
Yep,
just
exactly.
Gorgeous all day long.
That's us. From up here in the booth.
That's us, man. Styling and profiling. No, they don't say that anymore.
That is the one you don't have.
So, that's how it goes.
Yep.
And all the Miatas must have scared the Boxsters away. There's only 3 of them running. Nobody has one. Lots of cam position sensors, no crank position sensors. I found that too. I actually found one of ours.
Well, good stuff, guys. I'll let you get to it.
I found this video. You know the whole "what are you training for"?
Yeah.
There was a guy on a treadmill with a full like TV camera sprinting. You saw that?
Yeah.
I'm like,
that's me.
Yeah, exactly.
Training for Maury Povich. That's always the joke.
Number 49 Mazda that was involved in that altercation on the front straightaway has gone back out onto the racetrack, so they've been able to get back out there. We haven't seen the Sent from the Gorge car that seemed to get the worst of that tangle.
Yeah, I think it's in the garage area. I'm sure it's back there getting worked on.
So Massell back out there. Keeping an eye on TCR Motorworks here. As they head up the hill, getting ready to overtake another car.
Thought better of it up the top of the hill. I think they're going to wait till the front straightaway. Smart move. I mean, hour to go in the race. Really no sense in doing anything foolish at this point.
There's so many teams with that same story, though, Kyle, where they've got somebody running for parts, and it's going to be, you know, later tonight before they see those parts show up.
Yeah. And it's always the parts that you don't bring to the racetrack that break.
Well, see, and that was the joke I had running with Johnny. It's like, why are we bringing a transmission? We are not going to replace a transmission, even if we needed to. That's not the point. If you bring the transmission, you will not need the transmission. So you pack
the
because
transmission.
You have no intention of replacing it. Doesn't matter. So you got to understand how this works.
Because if you don't bring it,
you will need
that's what's going to break on the car. No, that's completely right and
Cam
justified.
sensors throughout the paddock, not a single crank angle sensor, not one. Oh man, that's the way it goes. Oh well, we'll take another commercial break and be back in a few with more racing footage yet to come. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to be like pulling teeth. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to drill down to the right tires for me. What? Oh, I got a great deal. My tires shipped fast and free and arrived the next day. I even got 2 years of free road hazard protection.
Where?
You're darn right, wow. Next time your tires get long in the tooth, visit TireRack.com.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance. With a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Yeah, we're back. All right. Welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race, the New England Enduros at Lime Rock Park for the final hour of endurance road racing here at Lime Rock on ChampCar.Live, the greatest grassroots motorsports broadcasting webcast in the world. I want to thank everybody for joining us as TCR continuing to lead the race here. Late to Apex there. Still out doing their thing.
Let's, while we have a minute, why don't we go ahead and thank our amazing partners from the show, just from the series, TireRack.com. Thank you for our title sponsor. Thank you for always supporting Champ Car. Our series partners, BF Goodrich Tires. Don't forget your Rival Pluses. Definitely need a set of those to
Everybody
go fast.
loves those.
Yeah, exactly. Parts Badger, your online machine shop. Make sure to reach out to Roy Deitch and Deitch and his team if you need anything. They can get you guys hooked up. And then thanks to our friends over at Flagtronics for keeping us safe and informed of the track conditions. Class Partners, Better Call for your Verizon wireless expert if you need help with any of your wireless needs. And then Johnny Chachowski with 9 Lives Racing. So make sure if you reach out to him if you need a good wing for your car. And then for our partners, for ChampCar.Live, we want to thank our buddies over at AutoZone. Thank you for everything you guys do. And then we also want to thank Panda Planner for helping us out with our pylon today. We greatly appreciate it, Mr. Jason Siebert. You saved the day, sir.
Yep.
And if you're interested in becoming a Champ Car partner, you can reach out, like Paulie said earlier, to Mr. David Kiesick at david.kiesick, K-I-C-A-K, at champcar.org. He can get you all the information, what is involved and what you get out of it, and you get to be around race cars all the time, so that's kind of a big plus. So reach out, let us know what Champ Car can do for you.
Yep.
Paulie, TCR has just continued to put on this clinic. They're now up by 4 laps over Rubin Performance Group.
Yeah, they seem to be on a real roll here. Coming down the front straightaway here.
Does he decide to? Yep, he decided to wait on it. Smart move.
Yeah. It would have been 3 wide going in there.
Still
Apex,
sketchy right here. There you go. Show that little bit of patience. No sense in doing anything foolish. I mean, realistically, none of these cars are for any of the positions. Just saw the 111 Motorsports car there, the Mercedes. Want to give a call to them. Haven't really said anything about them today, so we don't want them to feel forgotten. But so far, they're in the top, I think I saw they're in the top 30. So you guys are having a solid day so far.
Yeah, that's the team that has the new race car driver, Adam Zapsky, in the 111 car. Drove his first stint this weekend.
That's really awesome.
Ever in racing, so congratulations to you, sir.
They're in the top 20. They're 19th in the overall right now, 2 laps off of Smug Motorsport. So great run for those guys.
Yeah, that's exciting.
It'll be good for the young man to finish, if everything goes the right way, to finish his first Champ Car race, too.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sometimes you come to it, but you don't always get to finish it. There's our trophies, overall winners, class winners.
Yeah.
A lot of hardware to be handed out here in probably about an hour and a half.
And the swag that you can pick up, too.
Yep, a lot of swag you can buy over there with Catherine at registration. All kinds of cool shirts. I know I saw there's still some Watkins Glen Silicon Sky shirts still available.
Still some cars getting off in the dirt over there, coming through 1 and then into 2. And Will is saying he was thinking about racing an MK4 Volkswagen Golf TDI. Has anyone ever done that before? You can be sure someone has. Yeah, reaching out to our community here. And another way, Will, that you can check into that is by going into the forum, the ChampCar.org website forum, and asking there. And you can get a broader response. The Champ Car Garage on Facebook is another good place to ask questions like that.
A lot of knowledgeable people in there that can help you. So as we're back on board with Action Raceworks, these guys are still having a good day. They're still inside the top 14 right now. They're in 13th in the overall. And they are 6th in class.
That's Rodney Earwood there. The car is apparently out on the racetrack. They're sitting in the pit area.
Got a little bit of
North by Northeast with Sublime. Little Rodney's importing himself up here. So you guys, it's the first time at Lime Rock. What do you think?
This place is amazing.
Amazing, right?
Great track.
Right? Yeah. You're like a couple hours away, maybe? 5.5 hours away? Yeah.
So, definitely worth the drive.
Yeah. What do you think about it?
I love it. It's my
favorite track of all time. So what you're saying is Champ Car should come here again next year. We should not wait as long as we did to come here again.
Yes.
Nice. So you hear that, Bill? We got at least one sign up. What are you thinking?
I completely agree. One of my favorite tracks now.
Yes. Nice.
Just pick up amp, go to the track, slow to this track,
oh.
and happy camper.
Okay. Coming from a southern guy saying throw amp away to do Lime Rock.
Yes.
Lamp over Lime Rock. Okay. All right. Yeah. So we're going to import you up to the north.
The track's kind of like a gingerbread.
Okay.
Mixed with a Roadway Road in Savannah. Okay. A miniature Road Atlanta hill.
All right. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's nice.
Well, Lewis, at least we got one car to sign up for next year. Woody, have you guys got the chance to explore the area or anything like that? Just to kind of see.
We haven't, but I mean, just the drive-in here is just absolutely gorgeous.
The drive-in is pretty good, right?
Yeah, it was a trip, an hour and a half trip to the coast. You had breakfast on the coast.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Nice.
So I didn't know this, but there's two different types of clam chowder. Well, being not from here, people say there's two different types. And people that are from here, they say there's one and you're wrong. So, point in case.
It's nice. Nice areas, not very busy. No traffic. Everybody drives super slow, so like on your nerves. But that's nice.
Nice. Well, I'll let you guys get back to your strategic planning and everything, hydration. And we've got 4 hours left. So, you guys looking to run pretty strong for tomorrow. I know this morning a few little hiccups, but...
Oh, they got a ground problem.
So you
Okay.
got a ground problem, yeah. Ground problem. But yeah,
Gotta stay grounded.
So here we
It's
go.
very important.
Good day. We start on the ball.
Nice. Well, heck yeah. Well, enjoy.
Thanks, guys.
Massole has
Got
their
you guys in the
car.
booth.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Massel's got their car behind the area. It looks like they might be in the pits. Kind of hard to tell. We're working on that car. Victor Apex is out there turning laps. Les is still meandering about, now in the pit area. It's just a gorgeous day out there today. Gorgeous, simply gorgeous. A lot of them are raced in lemons. Yeah. And it looks like Massel's going to head back out onto the track now again, with TCR leading over Ruben Performance and Ramen Racing, Balthazar, MDR in 5th, Soggy Bottom Boys, Ramen Racing, the 592 car, Honor Rosmar in 8th, then it's mostly Motorsports, and Rosmar Racing in 10th. cool car. And it certainly crossed my mind, should we see more of those cars out here racing with us? Just don't see a lot of them.
I wonder why we don't.
Yeah, we need a Volkswagen guy to tell us, is it a longevity thing? Is it parts availability? Is it cost? What's the story? Do they break axles? What's going on with those TDIs? Interesting reaction from Rodney Earwood. Just we'd take this track over AMP, just to say, we like this track a lot. It's a lot of fun, and we could see this as a better, more enjoyable track than other tracks. It's and we definitely want to come back next year. So hey, if it's open for us to come out here, if we can work it into a regular schedule for us, why not? If we can put enough cars in the field and people enjoy it, let's go do it.
Well, I think I've raced AMP before. It's not a horrific track, but I think I can see why he would like this place a little bit better, a little bit more room to race. I think it's a little more favorable for passing, a little more favorable it's more of a bucket list track. Not that AMP's not a good racetrack, but I think what they're saying is AMP's run its course.
Yeah.
And they'd like to go to more places like this.
Yeah, AMP is... what Doc used to say over and over again was you never could take a rest. You were constantly turning, constantly working. And this track has a little bit of time to take a breath off that front straightaway. And it's obviously a lot more turns and more technical for that. But yeah, maybe it's just a matter of make a change, and you could always come back to it later if it comes to us that way.
You could also do it every other year. You don't have to go to AMP once a year. You could alternate it.
Yeah, possibly. Sometimes when it comes to scheduling with tracks, once you give up your spot, you can't get it back. Somebody else swoops in and takes it. But we've had other examples where we've done that, where we haven't run every year.
I mean, I would still love to see Champ Car go down and run Homestead. I'd still love to do that road course. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I think it would invite some good racing. I think it would be a good way to get, people down to South Florida to get out of the cold at a time a certain time of the year too. I mean, this is perfect to run up in July when it's warm enough to run up here, but I think Homestead could be a good one for toward the end of the year or even, beginning of the year. But I also just like the racetrack. I always, found the road course fun down there. I've done some schooling stuff there, instructing based stuff, and it was always enjoyable.
Well, chances are if you enjoyed it, other people are going to enjoy it too.
Yeah. But I think I'm partial to that track because I just fell in love with it the first time I took laps at it, and just be cool to get down there. And I mean, there's other racetracks that I think I'd still love to see us get back to the West Coast if possible. I'd still love to see us go back to places like Sonoma and run there. I think that would be a cool racetrack to do. I think it would bring some of the Midwest teams. I think it would bring back some of the West Coast teams. I know we got, for example, Fetterhund Racing. They ran with us at Mid-Ohio. I know they go to Sonoma with some other series, so I'm sure they would come and join us, and it would be a lot of fun.
The weird thing about when we raced at Sonoma was every race you ever see at Sonoma, the grass is dead. It's always brown. Looks like you're in the desert. But when we went there, we always go there early time of the year, and it was always green and lush. It looked totally different.
Second? Ready. So, here we are. Welcome to Snowboard Resorts. Have you guys been here before? First time here. How do you love it? Yeah, I was going to say, like, there's no choice but to love this place.
Right? It's fast-paced, no brakes.
Nice.
Very tired.
It's like, turns coming up.
Nice. So constantly just working at it. I like it.
I think so.
It's fun.
Heck yeah. If there was a track that you could trade for this on a ChampCar schedule, for this, what would you do?
Oh, we all know what it is.
We want pit race. We want pit race.
Oh, you want pit race back? We all want pit race back. We all do. We miss it.
As far as trading something that's out there,
I just like to start the controversy. That's all. That's to be stirred the pot.
It's fun.
How's you guys' race developing so far? I know you guys are at the top.
We are second in class and fourth overall right now, but we are a little off on our pitch strategy. We still have to stop one more time.
Oh, okay.
These guys haven't, so
okay.
We're right on the verge of keeping our podium. We had a couple of mistakes that set us back a little bit, but
a little funky action,
yeah, just add a little bit of drama to it. That's all. Add a little bit of drama to it. I like it. Good stuff. Well, unless you guys, I see you guys getting all suited up and ready for the good stuff. So
we're hoping for purple, but we don't have much time left around.
That's true. But nonetheless, though, you never know how the racing gods work, you know? Yeah. Good stuff. Who's driving next? Who's driving next? Who's driving next?
Let's see. Gotta make something happen.
Will the sombrero be on? Will the sombrero be on? Sombrero will be on! I love it. Good stuff, guys. Yeah. Back to you guys in the booth. Mouth of Star Motorsports.
Thanks, Les.
Sombrero power. Balthazar Motorsports, powered by the Sombrero.
Coming to get you.
Yep.
TCR Motorworks.
You gotta love the personality of these ChampCar teams.
So if they win this race today, I don't know, is there some kind of a record? We were looking like there was going to be something there like that where they just go from track to track and win races. Let's see if they can get this done today. If they can, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do next. Pit stalls are really nicely marked down here. Pretty easy to make out. So many of these tracks, the pit stall assignments get rewritten, and they're using pieces of tape and chalk and just all kinds of different things, and it gets really confusing.
Yeah. So, Paulie, I went back and looked at my notes for 2026. TCR did win Saturday at AutoZone. So they were the winner up there. So if they can get that, they got that first win out of the way, and if everything hangs on, it looks like they may be on their way to their second win. So. Let's see, look back through some of our winners this year. We've had Rockwell Autosport has won 2 races this year. They won Road Atlanta in the opener, and they won the Sunday race at Watkins Glen. 90racing.com has a victory this year, and that was the Saturday race at Gingerman. Nosy and Mazda has 2 wins this year, both Sunday races, one at Gingerman, one at Autobahn. Powell Racing got a victory out at Harris Hill. The leading winner for the year is Black Flag Sarcoma so far with 3. They swept G2 and then won the Sunday race at Harris Hill 1. And then Floridians got the win at Daytona. And then RVA Graphics has 2 wins on the year. And the cool thing about the RVA wins at Dominion were both cars finished 1-2 both days. So, and that's home for them because they're based in the Richmond area. So, outside of VIR, that's closer than that. So that's really cool. And then the only other, and then I don't want to forget about Turning Concepts, who got their first overall win in the Saturday drench. When we all got drenched at Watkins Glen on Saturday. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here in the next 32 minutes.
Yeah, we're getting down to that last 30 minutes of racing. Most of the pit stops should be done now. So this should be in the hands, as they say, of the drivers to bring it home. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in and joining us on this Friday for ChampCar.Live. It's been great having everybody along with us. It makes it a lot more fun. It wouldn't be much fun if you weren't talking to anybody about it.
You see everybody just kind of winding down, getting to the end of the day so they can get the cars flipped over and ready for tomorrow.
How are these gaps looking now, Kyle? Is it still like the same thing?
Let's take a look here.
Are there any close battles going on in the class ranks?
The closest battle that we have right now is 1 lap over the 47. Rhinoceros Racing has now taken the lead over MLC Racing.
Okay. That's
in the D class, and they're separated by just about a lap. But after that, Class A is separated by 12 laps, Class B by 17, Class C by 8, Class F by 24 laps, and then Class EC is 3 laps. Rapscallions are up over the sister MLC car, now essentially 4 laps now. So, closest battle we'll need to keep an eye on is the D class, because that could switch back and forth again.
Okay. F class, we got MDR still leading there.
Yep, so we'll take real quick because I know we got one more commercial break we got to do before the end of this deal. So let's run through our top 10 and our classes. TCR Motorworks continues to lead over Rubin Performance Garage, Ramen Racing in 3rd, Balthazar Zor Motorworks in 4th, MDR Motorsports and their Boxsters 5th, Soggy Bottom Boys Nice Recovery today in 6th, Ramen Racing in 7th, Honor Rosmar in 8th, Mostly Motorsports in 9th, and Rosmar, the 129, in 10th. In A class, the 591 and 592, Ramen Racing, the 91 leads the 92 by 12 laps over the teammate. The 477, the Honor Rosmar car is 3rd, 129 is in 4th. The 695 Coco and Brothers, who are 12th in the overall, are 5th in the class. Class B, the 600 Rubin Performance Garage, pretty much you can about lock them down for the victory in B class today over Mostly Motorsports, unless something dramatic happens in the next 28 minutes. Yeah. Class C, the 97 is up by 9 laps over the 294. 831 is in third, the 358 fourth, and the 43 car, the Chevy Camaro, is in the top 5 in class. So good run for those guys. We just talked about D-Class Rhinoceros racing up over MLC. That's now 3 laps, so that gap has gone up. And then the 830 MDR Motorsports is up by just a slight margin of 24 laps over the 664 of Falkensteiner. And then with EC Rapscallions, again, up by 3 laps over MLC.
Okay, and that's the quick rundown there of our standings as we head to our final commercial break. Kyle Lockrow, thank you for that. And we'll head off to commercial. Be back in just a few minutes to wrap up day 1 here at Lime Rock Park. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Shopping for tires used to be like pulling teeth. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to drill down to the right tires for me.
What?
Oh, I got a great deal. My tires shipped fast and free and arrived the next day. I even got 2 years of free road hazard protection.
Where?
You're darn right, wow. Next time your tires get long in the tooth, visit TireRack.com.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
BF Goodrich presents the G-Force Rival Plus tire. The G-Force Rival Plus provides predictable grip, consistent lap times, and long-lasting performance, with a focus on grassroots endurance racing. BF Goodrich tires. What are you building for?
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Want to get started streaming your races? Or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live. This is it, the final minutes here of day one at our triumphant, glorious return to Lime Rock Park. 8 hours of endurance road racing here. Did I say that? 7 hours is where we're at actually today. 8 for tomorrow, as we'll start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. So we are quickly bringing down the curtain on this day, and it's all been TCR Motorworks really from the beginning, and then Ruben Performance there in second, Ramen in third. MDR Motorsports has now moved up into fourth place with the Gords crashing out. Balthazar now in fifth place. Thanks for joining us on this Friday here on Champ Car Live, as we look to just the final 20 minutes of racing here today. Definitely let us know the events you're planning on going to this year.
And remember, we've got a number of events coming up here in the Champ Car Endurance Series. After we're done here tomorrow, we're going to head next weekend to the BF Goodrich Rival Revival at VIR, which is pretty much sold out. So if you want to get on the entry list, something happens this week. And then a couple weeks after that, we'll head back up here to the northeast of Connecticut, back up to Thompson. Just about sold out, only a couple cars away, only a couple entries left. So if you want to get your car in at Thompson, go ahead and get it in there. And then early in September, Labor Day weekend, we will be at the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio. Oh, yeah. I know that is near and dear to your heart there, Paulie.
Sold out again.
Yep, sold out once again. And then the Eye of the Storm Sebring Enduro, the middle of September.
Nice.
And then the final event in September will be the Gauntlet Come and Take It round 2 for the doubleheader at Harris Hill. Right now, Sebring is sold out, Mid-Ohio is sold out, but the Harris Hill is actually still open. There are still a number of entries available, but they are going fast. So make sure, if you're interested in going out to Texas, make sure you get your entry in sooner rather than later.
Yep, lots of exciting racing on the schedule here for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. We look forward to y'all joining in, and Kyle and I will be traveling and meeting you guys at the tracks as we go. So looking forward to that. Kyle gets to meet more of you than I do. I'm usually putting things together. But nevertheless, I do at least once try to take a walk through the paddock during the weekend and shake hands with some people, kiss the babies. On board with Michael W. in his in the late to Apex car, unless they haven't changed that.
No, I think it's still Michael in there. I think he's the one taking it to the finish.
He's the one.
So.
Okay. So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there's a chance.
There's always a chance, my friend. Yeah, you can reach out to Michael Chiswick, I think it's Mike.Chiswick, yeah. It's either Mike. Or Michael.Chiswick at ChampCar.org and ask questions about scheduling like that. Those are our big events right there. The Daytona.
Michael.Chiswick.
Thank you for clearing that up.
No problem.
Kyle, appreciate that. Yeah, obviously the Daytona race is a big one for us. So we've talked about having 2 races out there and all that kind of stuff. But he would be the guy to talk to about that.
Yep. And the question is, will the 24-hour format return at some point, or are they going to hold off another year on that?
I think it's coming back.
We'll have to find out.
Yeah, I think it's going to come back. We'll see what happens.
It's weird not having it this year, but
yeah, it's a tough format. As a broadcast producer, I'm grateful.
Yeah, it wore us out last year.
It's hard, but I understand that there's a lot of teams that do enjoy it, so that's what we're about.
It's fun. I mean, it's really that's the ultimate endurance test.
Well, I thought listening to this broadcast was, but
well, that's number 2.
If you could put up with that,
you have to get through the 24, then you have to listen to us talk for hours and hours on end. So it just pick your poison. So it really just really depends on what you want. So
yeah, I mean, I used to. Oh, we got the car off track there. Kyle, this is heading into turn 6 and just missed the corner.
Let's see if he comes back on or if he ended up in the barrier.
Where did I go here? Here we go. I'm watching here. Looks like it's car number 40. Yeah, DJF Racing, Kyle.
Wonder what happened.
4 off and continue is the report.
Okay.
So maybe in flipping cameras there, he did get back on and we missed it.
He went straight on that little access road there in 6, but I guess he got it collected, and good thing the driver did. There's not a lot of runoff there before you get to that barrier.
Yeah, we did see some tire smoke, so he had brakes of some kind, trying to get it slowed down. So that was good. And then it says that he did continue. So good news for that team. Glad to hear they were able to gather it back up and get back out there. Yeah, scary moment for those guys, though. Let's check in with our leader here.
Still pushing. Got about 16 minutes to go unofficially.
Okay.
And this would be big for these guys. This would be another big win for TCR if they can pull this off.
Yes, it would.
Dan was very emotional and very happy when we were up at AutoZone last time out when ChampCar.Live was there. I'm sure he's going to be overwhelmed and very ecstatic with the fact that this could be happening again. So as they're working on trying to get by the 111 car, it's up to the 111 Motorsports. They're up to the 18 spot. Still plugging away.
Yeah, you wonder, is he going to make a habit of this thing, winning races?
Yeah. Well, they always say once you get the first one, there's others that follow. I mean, we talked earlier that it's not easy to do this by any stretch of the imagination, but once you figure out how to do it, and Dan's got a proven enough race team with drivers and crew and equipment, all they got to do is just go and execute the same plans, race in and race out, and continue to have that speed that they've had, and so far they've proven it.
I think when you win a race, that's great. When you win a second race, now you're showing it's legit. Like
it wasn't a one-hit wonder.
Right. It's totally okay. It's not just an accident. You weren't just right place at the right time. You're showing you have the moxie to go out there and win races.
But I don't think that's the case with TCR, because even before
you could smell it was coming.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it on a few of the broadcasts that it was coming. I know there were a couple races that got away from them. Technically, they should have been in contention the second day at AutoZone, and I think they still finished on the podium that day. There was just no catching no Z and Mazda. The car was just on rails, similar to what TCR's done today, where they just haven't put a foot wrong. But TCR's had podium finishes prior. They've run well. They've consistently been up there. And even when they've broken while running in the top 5, top 10. So
right.
It's not like this is a fluke, in my opinion.
Right. It's not like, they've always been down in 12th and now they won a race.
Right.
right? They've been up there, and they've shown they can be up there racetrack to racetrack. It's not always the same track, and it's a good point. It shows they've got what it takes. They've just finally, maybe they're just putting it together.
And sometimes it just takes time, and like we said, you need to sometimes just knock down the first one, get over the schneid of not getting one, and then now maybe this is that opportunity for them to finally get what they're looking for.
Closing minutes of the race here. TCR trying to put together another win. This would be a back-to-back events win. Best lap shown is a 102.
Yep, 102.5.
Just couldn't quite crack that 1 minute. It's tough. And we're going to lose him here for a second. I'll try to pick him up. And Les has got some stats that he's feeding to Kyle here about TCR in the past.
What he was saying is if you go back to the Sebring race last year, which I think I remember this, they only missed out on it by like half a second, is what Les was saying. So, again, they've been in contention. We knew this was coming. It's not like this is, who are these people? We've never seen them before. I mean, this is a good team, so it's good for Dan and the guys. But, I mean, there's also some other good stories up there that have run really well today. Ruben Performance Group, I mean, we haven't talked too much about that team, and right now they're pretty much going to lock down. If they can hang on here, they're going to lock down and win the B class today. Ramen Racing is absolutely put on a clinic in the A class over their teammate. I mean, it's only 11 laps now, so I guess the teammate got one back. But I mean, realistically, okay, there it is. It flipped over, so it's still 12 laps. Yeah. But I mean, what a run for Ramen Racing. They're going to run 1-2.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a great day for them. Rossmar Racing's had a solid day. The 40 car, DJP Racing?
Yeah.
They're up in the top 10 in the A class right now. So, I mean, there's a lot of storylines up there. The 111 car, the Mercedes, we haven't talked too much about them all day long. I mean, the young man put in his first ever drive. They're running 6th in the C class and then the top 20 in the overall. I mean, that's an absolute great day for first time out as the 111 just goes by there. Well, D class is pretty much settled at this point. And, the MLC car, I think, fell out because it's now 19 laps. So,
yeah,
Rhinoceros Racing most likely will lock this down. Same thing with B class. They're up by 16 laps. TCR is now up by 13 laps over MDR. I mean, it's just wild. Yeah, Jason, you're not wrong. The full 24 format is the reason you get into endurance racing, because you want to start with these, what we call sprint races, I guess. They're not sprint races. They're not sprint races, but you want to start with these shorter races and then do a 12, go do Daytona or Sebring, and then eventually you want to take your team to VIR and run all 24 hours.
Well, that's not the reason I got into it, but I'm sure it's the reason you got into it. That's cool.
But it is the goal. I mean, realistically, every driver wants to say that they've done a 24-hour in their career. Oh, got a caution out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. I think we're good now.
There's a car trying to get going again there. Where are we on? The front straightaway?
Red flag.
Oh, red flag. They have red flagged the event. Oh, just moments before the checkered. So all the cars have to come to a stop here. So red flag has been thrown. This will bring all of the cars to a stop and allow emergency crews to get out and help somebody that's in trouble.
So while we, wait for them to figure that out. So Paulie, what's your experience here? What do you think of Lime Rock Park? What do you think of this place?
I think it's fantastic. It's fun. It's exciting. We heard a driver say, "Hey, you're always busy, so it's fast paced." So I think that really kind of captures the flavor of it. We heard Rodney Earwood say we could actually just transplant AMP for this. So it sounds like the consensus is that it's a beloved racetrack, and this is where we want to come back and spend some more events here. So yeah, I'm all for it. I think I would have to agree. I think it's great. How about you?
I think it's a really cool facility. I've watched many Lime Rock races on TV before, and it seemed like a really cool place. I remember watching races when the old Busch North Series used to race here. Teddy Christopher, Dennis Doyle, who else? Kelly Moore, Ryan Moore, a lot of the big names that used to run the. Who else used to run the North Series? Jeff. I can't think of his name because I need to say it. And but just so many guys from up here in the Northeast that Mike Stefanik, Brian Chu. I mean, it was just, I remember seeing a lot of those races, and you can actually find some of the old ones on YouTube still. It's kind of cool to be able to go back and see it. It's amazing how long this place has been around. And I was looking outside while we were during a commercial, and they've got plaques of different drivers that have either won races here or done something substantial in a certain division here at Lime Rock Park. So, and there's names on there all the way from I think Peter, like Al Holbert, and I think Peter Gregg and Wayne Taylor and Ron Fellows, Scott Pruitt, Boris Said. I mean, all the big greats in road racing.
So what's happened here, what's the cause of the flag, is that we had a car that came out of turn 7 there. And remember, I talked about this at the beginning. When you get to the exit of 7, in those tires, you think, oh, those tires are going to drop off. You've got to release that side load. If you don't, what happens is it will tend to send the car across the track, and that's when you get in trouble. You're coming down there with a lot of speed, and so the car did come across, and then it ended up upside down, and so they stopped everything, and they're just tending to that. So I'm not going to show what happened because we got to respect the situation. Doesn't look, in my opinion, like anybody would have gotten hurt from that, but I'm not a doctor, so I'm just a long-time racer. I think everybody's fine, but we're just going to let the situation play out as it's supposed to. So that's why we're under caution. So again, you got to be careful with 6 and 7. You don't want to let the car, hook and then turn across the track like that.
All right, man, we'll get a camera on you and go for it.
Ta-da!
Here we are. Almost into the day. The set is starting to set. What team are you with?
We're with Rossmeyer Racing, car 877.
877? Okay, excellent. They brought a few cars, yeah?
They have three cars. We're one of them.
Heck yeah. How was your day?
It's been great, actually. We've had some trouble with this car, and getting a race and almost complete until the red flag.
Yeah.
Everyone had a good stint. The cars run well.
Heck yeah.
Minor mechanicals, any race that you can get this far at Champ Car, that's a win.
Is you guys first time here? Or?
It's the first time running at Lime Rock with Champ Car because it's Champ Car's first time, but this is probably our 13th or 14th Champ Car race.
Oh, okay. Heck yeah. Well, I've interviewed you before, but I'm saying, but your first time at Lime Rock, though.
Yeah, this is great. We're from Connecticut, the kind of a Connecticut-based team, so to be able to do a Champ Car race,
nice.
It's really exciting.
I've gotten that a lot. A lot of people say they're from this area and they just never have been here.
Yeah, it's like we've done track days here for years, but never had a wheel-to-wheel race, never had a Champ Car race, so it's a special experience for us. It's a gorgeous weekend. The weather's been amazing.
Beautiful weather. I'm so happy. The last 2 races it rained so bad. As you can see, I have new camera gear because of that.
I can imagine.
So,
Pockets wet, right?
Yes. I'm still drying out from that, man.
Or less.
Yeah, everything's going to be all good, you know. Just adds a little bit of drama to the end, you know.
That's the plan.
Good stuff. Well, hope you guys see you on the podium. We get each interviews after that.
Appreciate
most
it.
Definitely.
We'll do our best.
And I'll talk to you in the morning.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
I'll see you.
Thanks, Les. That was awesome. All right. So we're still under caution here after that shot on the front straightaway. E-vehicles are still down there in the distance, so they're keeping an eye on working on things down there. But the car ended up on its lid, so they got to right it before they then trailer it. It's going to take some time. Looks like we're going to probably finish this thing.
This is probably going to end the race, most likely.
Yeah. So we're standing by here. And I think Kyle's going to go check on the official word here, what we're going to do. There was some contact with the tire barrier over there, and that's, I think, what turned the car. So there may be some concerns about the tires, too. I see an official looking at the tires over there. When there is an accident and they make contact with the wall, they have to make sure that it's safe to go back to racing before they can release them. So because of that, coupled with there's several vehicles down there still, it looks like they've got the car on its side, but it's not completely righted yet. I think Kyle's coming back. I think we have a word from our officials. That one won't work. Well, it could, but...
All right, so I just talked to our race director and team over in race control. So what's going to happen is this is going to end the race. Obviously, results are going to be unofficial until after tech, but unofficially, we'll be able to announce that. They're going to pick the field up, they're going to do one quick lap, and then they're going to bring everybody in, and that'll be the end of the day.
Okay. All right. So I guess that's it, as we've reached the top of the hour here, folks. So we'll go over our standings here real quick. Kyle, what is it we have? We have Ramen Racing finishing first in...
Ramen Racing is going to take the A-Class for today.
Mm-hmm.
Ruben Performance Garage is going to take B-Class. Your overall winner, and now two-time overall winner, and your C-Class winner is going to be TCR.
Congratulations,
guys. And then the 283 car, Rhinoceros Racing, is going to be your unofficial winner in the D-Class. And then the 830 of MDR Motorsports unofficially will be your F-Class winner. And then for EC, wow, it changed in the last couple minutes here. MLC Racing is going to get a victory in the 761 car.
Wow, it changed in the last
It changed in the last couple of minutes. Something, I'm not sure what happened.
Well, congratulations, guys. So our standings unofficially here, we've got TCR winning the race over Rubid Performance in second, Ramen Racing in third, MDR Motorsports in fourth, and Balthasar Motorworks takes fifth place this weekend. So we want to say congratulations to all of the teams who came out and participated today, and thank you so much for everybody signing in and watching with us. And that's going to call it. That's going to be for it for today. So for Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps, I'm Paul Veltum, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for more racing here at Lime Rock Park. So long, everybody.
Bye.